The captured human boy clutches his head in despair, realizing humanity is doomed. To commemorate his brilliant strategy, the king declares this the first year of a new era. 100 years later, a dying soldier whispers for the hero who never came. The calendar turns, marking 100 years of the Demon King's perfect strategy. As humans attempted the ritual again, the Demon King was already waiting to ambush. The summoning required vast quantities of magic stones, which humanity could no longer find. The Demon King's forces had systematically conquered and monopolized every magic stone deposit. Another century passes, marking 200 years of the Demon King's reign. A new summoner knight prays for a hero strong enough to survive the trap. The next summoned hero possessed the powerful skill of nullification. But a skeletal general reports that he was killed before he could even use it. The Demon King, bored with victory, wonders if humanity has any tricks left. A human summoner desperately wishes for a hero who is skilled at escaping. The tusked general laughs, recalling how a hero with teleportation was also instantly slain. For 1,000 years, dozens of heroes were summoned and immediately trap-killed. The silent scream of a dying race echoes. What can possibly be done? The burden falls on Masaru, the summoner knight, who is tormented by her duty. She questions what kind of hero could possibly defeat the Demon King. She doesn't know the answer. What kind of hero could be the key? The Demon King grows impatient, his lieutenant warning that he won't wait. She realizes she is an accomplice to murder, contemplating her own eventual suicide. Masaru stands defiantly, but the king threatens to simply find a replacement. He sadistically reveals he raises villages just to find new summoners to capture. The sheer evil of his plan shatters Masaru's composure as she whispers, "Why?" Her staff begins to glow as her mind races, desperate for a solution. Her mind breaks under the pressure, and she whispers for anyone to help. In a final desperate scream, she begs for her suffering to be erased. She slams her staff into the ground, unleashing the hero summoning ritual. The Demon King watches with keen interest, beckoning the newcomer to appear. A blinding light fills the chamber, but as it fades, the circle is empty. The assembled demons stare in confusion at the failed summoning. Masaru looks on, a bead of sweat on her face, realizing her failure. The Demon King looks down with an amused, almost bored expression. The demons jeer, accusing her of failing on purpose and calling for her death. She realizes she wasted the precious magic stones without even preparing the ritual. The Demon King notes that her defiant words seem weak and absurd. Masaru slumps to the ground, utterly defeated and out of options. He dismisses her, ordering his minions to bring the next summoner for his amusement. He calls her a worthless, broken summoner as he gives his final order. His amusement gone, the Demon King orders her to be disposed of immediately. Absolute terror grips Masaru as the reality of her fate sinks in. She realizes she will die here like trash, having accomplished absolutely nothing. She looks up at the towering Demon King and asks him, "Why?" Tears stream down her face as she asks how he can be so cruel. Her mind flashes back to a time before the horror, her peaceful, humble village. She remembers her love for the village, now being razed by the demon army. She recalls the kind and good people of her home, now gone. The idyllic memory is torn away, replaced by the slaughter of her people. Her sorrowful question, "Why them?" turns into a burning, white-hot rage. The Demon King is momentarily taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor. She declares she will not die quietly as the king prepares his final attack. Tears of fury, not sorrow, stream down her face as she prepares to fight. The Demon King's cruel, tusked face is a mask of focused malice. The last of her energy spent, Masaru collapses onto the cold stone floor. A pair of modern boots stands over a crushed piece of the king's armor. The summoning had not failed. A foot in a modern shoe proves it. The summoned hero, Hiroyuki, casually remarks that he was late and stepped on a beam. The Demon King stares in utter disbelief, his strategy thwarted. Recovering, he unleashes the same ambush technique that has slain countless heroes. A blast of pure destructive energy rushes towards the unassuming hero. The beam strikes Hiroyuki directly, a massive impact of raw power. The attack dissipates harmlessly against his face. He is completely unscathed. The Demon King's eyes widen in horror, unable to comprehend the nullification. Hiroyuki simply lets out a small, curious sound, completely unfazed by the attack. Masaru's eyes are wide with shock and a glimmer of newfound hope. She rushes forward, asking if the hero is all right. He calmly concludes this must be a genuine isekai transfer scenario. The demon hordes are in a state of panicked confusion, wondering how he appeared. The Demon King gathers an even greater concentration of dark energy for another attack. With a world-shaking roar, he unleashes his second ultimate attack, the Begek Special. The colossal wave of force tears the entire throne room asunder. Masaru is thrown back by the sheer concussive force of the blast. His own monstrous soldiers are engulfed in the devastating explosion. The Demon King's face is a mask of rage as he unleashes his full power. When the light fades, the chamber is a cratered, smoldering ruin. Hiroyuki stands untouched, casually asking if the king has two ultimate techniques. He frantically wonders if it's nullification, reasoning that it's a stalemate. A trickle of dark blood drips from the Demon King's nose. He touches his face, shocked to discover he has a nosebleed from the strain. His minions cry out in panic, wondering when the hero could have possibly attacked. He tries to convince himself he's fine, just overexcited from the battle. Masaru looks on, realizing just how dire and bizarre the situation has become. She stares at the hero, completely baffled by his calm and strange demeanor. Hiroyuki notes the amazing scenery, completely unfazed by his sudden summoning. Masaru is more stunned by his personality than his skill, thinking this must be a true savior. But she has made a fatal miscalculation about the hero's true nature. He turns and asks the most important question, if this world has entertainment. In the cratered remains of the throne room, a defeated monster lies amidst the rubble. The summoner knight Masaru looks on in fear, flanked by the Demon King's court. A skeletal mage stares forward, its wide eyes filled with utter shock. Hiroyuki asks the Demon King what the delicious smell is, who dismisses it. With a sigh, Hiroyuki decides he will just go home now. Masaru cries out, asking the hero what will happen to the Demon King. Hiroyuki ignores her, asking instead for a way back to his own world. The entire demonic court is stunned into a confused silence by his question. Masaru apologizes, but he demands a yes or no answer about returning home. Two beastly demons wonder if the hero has no will to fight. The skeletal mage mutters in disbelief at this strange turn of events. It then reports to Lord Begek that its analysis of the hero is complete. The Demon King turns his sharp-toothed grin to the mage, asking for the results. Masaru watches on, her expression a mask of confusion and anxiety. Hiroyuki looks on with detached curiosity, repeating the word status. The mage screams that the hero's attack power is a pathetic one. Hiroyuki maintains his calm, slightly amused expression in a thin panel. Masaru is completely aghast, her mouth wide open in disbelief. The entire demonic court erupts in a cacophony of shocked shouts. A close-up shows the Demon King Begek's massive, toothy grin. A status box reveals Begek's immense power, 999,999 in both attack and defense. His minions jeer that invincibility means nothing with such low attack power. Masaru's final hope crumbles as she whispers that it cannot be. With a cheerful sound effect, Hiroyuki casually hops onto the Demon King's shoulder. Masaru laments that humanity had no hope and is doomed to be slaughtered. Hiroyuki pats the Demon King, agreeing that the Haimgoroshi strategy is the strongest. A close-up on Hiroyuki's mouth shows he is about to continue his thought. A wide shot of the ruined throne room shows him continuing his sentence. He leans in close, telling Begek that his technique names are incredibly lame. Two of the demons can only let out a quiet, surprised sound. Hiroyuki offers a mock apology, claiming the thought just slipped out. The Demon King glares down at him, rendered completely speechless by the insult. Hiroyuki continues his taunts, suggesting Begek is being mocked for his naming sense. He listens to the Demon King's silent fury with a non-committal hum. Masaru is bewildered that he can remain so nonchalant in this dire situation. Hiroyuki suggests that even Begek's subordinates are mocking him behind his back. Begek grits his teeth, growling that Hiroyuki is spouting ridiculous lies. A wide panel shows the terrified, frozen faces of the entire demon court. As Begek's face contorts with rage, Hiroyuki calmly observes, "Wow, scary face." The minions cry for help as their king begins to weep tears of blood. Begek screams, "Silence, you trash," and annihilates his own followers in a blast. Hiroyuki laughs with manic glee, exclaiming that Begek killed his own allies. The Demon King, seething, tells Hiroyuki to be quiet and prepare to die. Horrified, Masaru wonders how he can find such a brutal scene so amusing. The skeletal mage promises to torture the hero, offering alternative methods of death. Masaru realizes with a jolt of terror that this man is not afraid of dying. A flashback shows Hiroyuki at his desk, live streaming from his room. A viewer's comment appears, asking if he ever feels anxiety about death. Leaning into his microphone, Hiroyuki gives an immediate one-word answer, no. He explains that people fear death because they have regrets and unfinished business. He always prioritizes what he wants to do now, even if it makes him late. Therefore, he reasons, if he were to die suddenly, he would simply accept it. The flashback ends on a small panel of Hiroyuki's smiling profile. Masaru understands. He isn't brave, he is simply enjoying every moment fully. She tries to grasp his true objective, wondering what he is aiming for. The truth is revealed. He is purely enjoying provoking his opponent's reaction. A close-up shows his finger pointing, emphasizing his gleeful analysis. Begek roars that he is a genius who built a 1,000-year kingdom. His few remaining minions timidly agree that it is an incredible achievement. From his perch, Hiroyuki listens patiently to the Demon King's tirade. A slight smile plays on his lips as he prepares his next verbal attack. He spreads his hands in a placating gesture, asking if Begek could please stop lying. Begek is struck dumb, his rage turning to sputtering confusion. Masaru watches the exchange, her expression tense and utterly bewildered. The remaining demon retainers are equally lost, questioning what is happening. Hiroyuki leans in and asks the devastating question. "You didn't come up with Hame-Goroshi, did you?" The demons murmur amongst themselves, recalling that the history books say otherwise. Begek explodes in denial, roaring that it was his idea and his alone. Hiroyuki strokes his goatee, unfazed by the monstrous king's outburst. He asks why Begek would kill his own allies, as there is no strategic benefit. With a cheerful smile, Hiroyuki concludes that it must be because Begek is an idiot. The entire demon court is struck silent by this inescapable, brutal logic. He continues, stating that an idiot could not possibly devise such a clever plan. Masaru clutches her chest, her face pale with anxiety and dawning horror. The Demon King grabs Hiroyuki in his massive fist, screaming for him to be silent. Unperturbed, Hiroyuki asks if Begek didn't just steal the plan from someone else. He pointedly suggests it might have been a former chief of staff. He asks if a brilliant strategist didn't suddenly vanish 1,000 years ago. A horned general, Volgark, looks on, his face a mask of shock and anger. The skeletal mage gasps Volgark's name, recalling an unforeseen accident. Begek's mind flashes back to a shadowy memory from that time, a look of pain on his face. A caption reveals Hiroyuki is just enjoying the chat, but Begek hasn't yet realized the truth. Masaru covers her mouth, finally understanding the terrifying nature of this battle. The Demon King's face erupts in a silent, psychic scream of agony. He loses control completely, screaming nonsense as Hiroyuki calmly asks for a rebuttal. One of his generals notices with alarm that something is wrong with the Demon King. He realizes in horror that his invincible king is somehow taking damage. The skeletal mage has a shocking epiphany. The hero's skill isn't nullification. Amidst the rubble and slain demons, the hero's true cheat skill is about to be named. A close-up shows Hiroyuki's confident, knowing smirk as his plan comes to fruition. The skill's name is revealed in large characters, Ronpa-O, the King of Refutation. Hiroyuki presses his attack, asking if Begek is too stupid to understand or is just dodging the point. The remaining demons can only stare in disbelief, muttering that it's a lie. Masaru is utterly speechless, her mind struggling to comprehend this new reality. A text box explains the skill's terrifying power. Words now inflict physical damage. As Begek screams for him to die, the text explains the only way to win is to out-debate him. The Bleeding King roars, declaring that talking back to him is a capital crime. He bellows that power is the only truth and that he is the strongest. He grabs Hiroyuki, declaring him a mere loudmouth who is about to die. Hiroyuki touches his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face, preparing his final move. With a devastatingly calm smile, Hiroyuki refutes the king's final claim. "You're not the strongest, are you?" The Demon King Begek stares in disbelief, his mind struggling to process the hero's words. Masaru watches from the sidelines, her expression mirroring her master's shock and confusion. Begek's minions protest, shouting that their king has been undefeated for 1,000 years. Masaru worries internally, thinking that this level of taunting is far too reckless. Hiroyuki asks if Begek could defeat the strongest hero without his signature trap-kill strategy. He continues, asserting that it is the strategy, not Begek himself, that is truly strong. His argument concludes that Begek is not just weak, but a liability to his own army. The enraged Demon King insists that the fact of his supreme strength is non-negotiable. Hiroyuki calmly dismisses this, stating that a claim without evidence is merely an impression. Begek's face contorts in agony, veins bulging as his mind begins to break under the strain. With a placid smile, Hiroyuki delivers the final verbal blow. "It's just your impression, isn't it?" The broken Demon King kneels alone in the rubble, his entire worldview utterly shattered. Hiroyuki looks down from his perch on the king's shoulder, watching the tyrant's final moments. With a final, silent scream, the Demon King's head erupts in a gruesome explosion of black ichor. Splattered with his enemy's remains, Hiroyuki looks on, unconcerned by the grisly scene. Masaru stares in wide-eyed horror, completely unable to process the sudden, violent death. The skeletal mage, D, is equally stunned by the impossible turn of events. The remaining demon soldiers are frozen in a state of collective, horrified shock. Hiroyuki casually hops down from the shoulder of the now headless, slumping corpse. The demon soldiers can only utter a collective gasp, unable to believe what they have just witnessed. Masaru covers her mouth, tears of shock welling as she whispers that the Demon King is gone. Landing lightly on the debris-strewn floor, Hiroyuki seems completely unfazed by the victory. The narrator confirms that in the year 1001, Begek was refuted by the hero Hiroyuki. Hiroyuki scratches his head with a smile, remarking that he was quite surprised by the result. He then turns his gaze forward, hinting that the battle is not yet truly over. His foot stands near the headless corpse, which begins to twitch with an unnatural energy. The truth is revealed. This gruesome end was not the final chapter of the story. Hiroyuki's skill does more than just deal damage. It inflicts a far stranger fate. From the remains of the Demon King, a small shadowy form pops into existence. A tiny angry creature appears, declaring its name as Odetama and that it is the strongest. Masaru can only stare, her mouth agape, at this bizarre and comical transformation. The skeletal mage, D, looks down in utter disbelief at the tiny creature. Hiroyuki, however, is delighted by the sight, clasping his hands and exclaiming how cute it is. The creature Odetama is enraged by the comment, insisting that it will not die. It then comically trips over its own feet while trying to make a heroic charge. Stumbling to its feet, it tries to address the stunned onlookers before it. It declares that its mission is to help them escape and also to stop them. The skeletal mage realizes that those completely refuted suffer a penalty worse than death. The reborn Demon King, Odetama, bounces around D, trying to get his attention. D is startled by the creature's incessant, squeaky demands for his attention. Hiroyuki watches the chaos with a faint smile, while Masaru remains utterly baffled. Odetama grows angrier, demanding to know what they did to its once mighty form. It begins shouting baby-like gibberish at the confused skeletal mage, D. D grabs his head, suffering an existential crisis over his now lost military power. The tiny Odetama seems to short-circuit, its eyes spinning in confusion. The remaining demons decide to cut their losses and declare a full retreat. Masaru observes that by losing his dignity, the Demon King also lost his army's loyalty. The ruined fortress now stands silent and desolate under a dark, foreboding sky. Masaru marvels at the victory, attributing it to Hiroyuki's incredible cheat skill. Hiroyuki listens patiently, his expression unreadable as she praises his power. He corrects her, explaining that it is not his skill, but his mind that is the cheat. He then reminds her of her promise to send him home once his mission was done. He gestures toward her, pressing her to uphold her end of their bargain. He states that since the Demon King is defeated, he should now be able to return. Masaru clarifies that defeating the Demon King was never his true stated mission. She reveals that his purpose was to fulfill her summoning wish, to erase her worries. Hiroyuki touches his chin thoughtfully, asking her to define what her worry is. Masaru declares with renewed passion that her worry is how to bring peace to the world. The narrator explains that words within Hiroyuki's domain can inflict real, physical damage. She is shocked by his response, asking if he is mocking humanity's suffering. He flatly states that his own world, despite having no Demon King, is far from peaceful. As his words register, Masaru is physically wounded, blood trickling from her lips. Hiroyuki looks out over the ruined landscape, calmly stating that he understands now. Masaru, clutching her chest, is relieved, believing he now comprehends her struggle. She brightens, declaring that with this understanding, he can now return to his world. Hiroyuki shakes his head, telling her that she actually still has many more worries left. He casually suggests they find a nearby inn for the night or prepare to make camp. Masaru freezes, her face a mask of pained indecision, unable to respond. Hiroyuki turns to her with a look of genuine concern, asking what is wrong. She apologizes, explaining that she is unable to move or make a decision. She cries out in anguish that the very act of making a choice is impossible for her. She is paralyzed by an eternal loop of worry and cannot choose a course of action. He asks if this is also the reason she doesn't choose different clothes to wear each day. She confirms she only owns one outfit, prompting him to call her a weirdo. Despite this, she finds new confidence, believing everything will be fine with the hero. The two begin their journey, walking across the vast, shattered landscape of the Demon Lands. As they traverse the desolate terrain, a massive shadow suddenly falls over them. A colossal phoenix made of brilliant, crackling fire descends from the stormy sky above. Its burning, rage-filled eye focuses on the two small figures below it. Hiroyuki looks up with childlike wonder, exclaiming, "Wow, a firebird!" Mesaru's face drains of all color as she recognizes the impossible creature. The Death Emperor Haveru, a being with the skill of immortality, appears before them. Hiroyuki looks on with a bemused, questioning smile, completely unfazed by the threat. Masaru shouts in panic that this is the one demon stronger than the Demon King. A storybook illustration depicts the legend of Haveru, a noble and sublime being. A young Masaru reads about the gentle and elegant phoenix, a stark contrast to reality. The real Haveru shatters the myth, crudely roaring at them to answer its question. Standing amidst falling embers, Hiroyuki calmly notes that it is burning and quite hot. Haveru screeches that its favorite stone was destroyed when the mountain fell. Masaru panics, her face contorting with stress, begging him to choose his words carefully. Hiroyuki realizes with a laugh that Begek's special attack was the cause of the destruction. Enraged, Haveru unleashes its power, roaring for them to be crushed into dust. The phoenix's wing carves a massive trench through the already shattered landscape. Masaru's face is a mask of pure despair as she witnesses this overwhelming power. The new crater is shown next to the old one, left by Begek's attack. Hiroyuki and Masaru are thrown back by the sheer concussive force of the attack. Masaru collapses to her knees, her spirit completely and utterly broken. Crying, she laments how foolish she was to ever believe she could accomplish anything. Her mind goes dark as she accepts that her quest was impossible from the start. She realizes they are deep in enemy territory, weeks from safety, facing impossible odds. Masaru weeps, feeling that her desperate struggles are meaningless to such powerful beings. Hiroyuki points out that the phoenix is also destroying the mountain in its rage. The phoenix declares its own perfection and demands they atone for displeasing it by dying. Masaru despairs, overwhelmed by the creature's immortality, while she fears for her own life. Hiroyuki smiles, looking as if he's about to make a counterpoint. Masaru lets out a pained cry, still caught in her despair. Enraged, the phoenix swoops down, screaming for Hiroyuki to stop talking back. The immortal bird suddenly stops its attack, its expression one of pure shock. Hiroyuki's King of Refutation skill activates, posing a simple, devastating question. The phoenix is thrown back, reeling from the force of the mental assault. As the dust settles, Hiroyuki casually remarks that it looks like grilled chicken. The phoenix wonders if the mental damage was from Hiroyuki's attack skill. The question echoes in its mind, its vision flooded with Hiroyuki's smiling face. He posits that the phoenix believes its immortality clearly makes it superior. Hiroyuki dismantles its claim, asking if it's just an impression without supporting data. Masaru looks on, her face a mask of utter shock and confusion. The ancient creature is rendered speechless by this logical attack. The phoenix glares down at the two humans, momentarily stunned into inaction. It remains silent, unable to form a coherent response to the question. Hiroyuki waits patiently for an answer, a question mark floating beside him. Unable to debate, the phoenix can only hiss and screech in frustration. A look of dawning comprehension crosses Hiroyuki's face. Masaru notes his pleasant smile, completely out of place in this dire situation. The phoenix, unable to defeat Hiroyuki, turns its attention to Masaru. It commands the magic user to attack it with her full power. Masaru is shocked and hesitant, not understanding the bizarre command. The phoenix threatens to kill her if she doesn't hurry up and attack. He calmly tells Masaru to kill it, overriding her hesitation about using her magic. Masaru unleashes a devastating spell, screaming for the creature to die. A massive explosion of water and lightning engulfs the battlefield in destruction. Hiroyuki thoughtfully wonders if Masaru's personality changes when she casts spells. She nervously asks if her devastating attack was sufficient. The creature's severed head grudgingly compliments her power. The creature's remains begin to glow as it regenerates, amazed by her speed. It notes that her choice of elemental magic was also perfect for the situation. Both Hiroyuki and Masaru stare with wide-eyed shock at the impossible sight. The phoenix stands before them once more, completely restored and unharmed. It boasts of its 4,000-year life, calling itself living proof of its superiority. Masaru despairs again, comparing its ancient existence to her own fragile mortality. Hiroyuki strokes his chin, deep in thought as he processes this new information. He begins to form a counter-argument, suggesting the opposite might be true. He calmly states that from his perspective, the phoenix seems to be the inferior being. Masaru reacts with wide-eyed disbelief at his audacious claim. The immortal bird is completely stunned, its eyes wide with shock. The phoenix is lost in a moment of dark, stunned silence. It challenges Hiroyuki, demanding if he has any data to support his claim. Masaru panics, realizing what is happening. Hiroyuki looks up at the phoenix, his expression calm and knowing. The phoenix looms over them, demanding data to back up Hiroyuki's insult. Masaru realizes Hiroyuki is throwing the creature's own words back at it. Hiroyuki chuckles to himself, clearly amused by the situation. The phoenix asks what he is laughing about, confused by his reaction. He apologizes, explaining he found it funny that a bird was parroting him. The pun sends the ancient creature into a sputtering rage. Masaru panics, thinking his jokes are only making their dangerous situation worse. Hiroyuki pauses for a moment, gathering his thoughts for his next argument. He begins to lay out his case against the immortal bird. He introduces the concept of the immortal jellyfish from his world. Masaru reacts with shock and confusion to the idea of an immortal jellyfish. The phoenix is unimpressed, asking what a jellyfish has to do with anything. He equates the phoenix's immortality to that of a simple jellyfish. Enraged by the insult, the phoenix lashes out with a powerful physical strike. Masaru cries out in alarm as the attack rips through the landscape. Hiroyuki watches the attack calmly, completely unfazed by the destruction. He notes that it's just a physical attack, not another incomprehensible skill. The creature roars, not to be compared to a jellyfish, as Hiroyuki asks how it's different. The phoenix is flustered, struggling to articulate its superiority. It claims jellyfish are like maggots, just drifting aimlessly through the sea. It boasts that it can fly, demanding to be called by its proper title. Hiroyuki makes a pun on its name, much to Masaru's dismay. The pun sends the phoenix into another fit of uncontrollable rage. It argues that unlike jellyfish, it possesses a sublime spirit, making them incomparable. Hiroyuki confirms that the spirit is the crucial difference, a point the phoenix concedes. Hiroyuki looks up, a thoughtful expression on his face as he prepares his next question. He asks which is superior, a mortal Havaru or an immortal jellyfish. The phoenix proudly declares its superiority, falling right into Hiroyuki's logical trap. The creature's eyes widen as it realizes it has just conceded the entire argument. He demands a simple yes or no answer to his next question. The phoenix reluctantly concedes the point, unable to argue against its own logic. With the premise established, Hiroyuki prepares to deliver his final, devastating point. He states that immortality is not a gift, but a negative trait. Masaru reacts with utter disbelief, unable to comprehend his meaning. She asks what he could possibly mean by such an outrageous statement. The phoenix sputters, completely shocked by this turn in the conversation. It accuses Hiroyuki of being jealous of its immortality. It asks if he isn't envious of its endless life. Masaru agrees, admitting that of course she is envious of such a power. Hiroyuki clarifies that it is quite the opposite. He feels no jealousy. The phoenix is once again confused by his unexpected response. Masaru is equally baffled, her face a mask of confusion. He explains that living for so long with a low-level mind would be torture. The phoenix is rendered completely speechless by this brutal assessment. It weakly questions his claim, to which Hiroyuki simply replies, yes. He lists its childish behaviors, calling its 4,000-year life an embarrassment. The creature is overwhelmed, its mind fracturing under the weight of this truth. He explains that mortals grow because they must live each day to the fullest. The phoenix screams in defiance, but its words are empty. Masaru looks on, a blush on her face as she begins to understand. A memory flashes of a younger Masaru being bullied by monstrous creatures. She remembers praying alone, a small, hopeful figure in a dark world. With a mighty swing of her staff, Masaru unleashes a torrent of crackling energy. She looks on, her face a mixture of shock, awe, and a faint blush. Hiroyuki calmly explains that because of its immortality, the great phoenix has not grown at all. The ancient creature, Havaru, looks down, its mind struggling to process the insult. 1,000 years ago, it had been the same, idly counting its own feathers. Today it is caught in the exact same petty aggressive tantrum over its plumage. Its face contorts into a mask of pure, unrestrained, and utterly childish rage. Hiroyuki grins, declaring the phoenix's stagnation is the very data proving its insignificance. The words strike the immortal bird with the force of a physical, undeniable law. It clutches its head, its 4,000-year-old ego beginning to shatter like glass. A blinding flash of light erupts, consuming the creature in a psychic explosion. Masaru can only watch, her mouth agape in utter disbelief at the spectacle. Hiroyuki looks on, his expression placid, as if witnessing a predictable outcome. When the light fades, only smoke and silence remain on the desolate battlefield. The great phoenix Havaru loses consciousness, its long reign of pride ending abruptly. They look down at the silhouette of what remains, Hiroyuki smiling, Masaru wary. When it awakens, it is a bizarre, two-headed, featherless creature, its glory gone. It panics, realizing its sacred flame of immortality has been extinguished forever. Hiroyuki looks at the pathetic creature with pure, unadulterated delight. Masaru, however, is horrified by the sheer cruelty of its transformation. The creature, now named Hell, collapses, weeping that its long life is finally over. Hiroyuki watches the display of despair with a calm, analytical expression. He declares that, on the contrary, its true life has only just begun. Masaru looks at him, completely baffled by his strange philosophical turn. He begins his lecture, explaining that the creature is suffering from a misunderstanding. With a grand gesture, he proclaims that immortality is irrelevant. All things must die. Hell looks up, its two heads utterly confused by this cosmic declaration. He continues, describing supernovae and the eventual heat death of the universe. The weight of this inescapable, universal truth hangs heavy in the air. The fact that Hell would one day die, he concludes, has always been true. This simple, irrefutable logic strikes the creature like a bolt of lightning. It collapses once more, realizing its despair was a foregone conclusion from the start. He explains that life is simply a way to kill time before the inevitable end. A serene, knowing smile plays on Hiroyuki's lips as he speaks. Masaru is stunned, her own worldview shaken by his bleakly pragmatic philosophy. Hell looks up, a flicker of curiosity replacing its despair. The only thing that matters, Hiroyuki states, is how much one enjoys the ride. The creature listens intently, this new concept taking root in its ancient mind. It stomps its foot, feeling the emptiness of its past 4,000 years. Masaru has a sudden, shocking realization about the true nature of his power. And now, Hiroyuki continues, it is time to get to the main point. He asks Hell what it wants to do, now that it understands its own mortality. A sly, determined smile spreads across one of the creature's beaks. Its two heads share a look, a silent, mutual understanding passing between them. Masaru watches, a blush on her cheeks, moved by this strange rebirth. A moment of silence passes as the creature considers its newfound purpose. Hiroyuki looks on with mild interest, waiting for the creature's answer. He remarks that to have no desires at all would be, conversely, amazing. Hell stands before them, its posture now filled with a strange, new confidence. Hiroyuki grins, clasping his hands together as if to applaud the moment. The creature's eyes narrow, its new purpose solidifying into a concrete plan. It declares that it has found one thing it wants to do, and Hiroyuki congratulates it. A fire of pure vengeance burns in its eyes as it vows to make Hiroyuki cry. With its goal now clear, the creature makes a practical proposal to the group. Soon the trio is gliding across the barren landscape on the back of their new companion. Hiroyuki throws his arms up in delight, declaring that this is truly fun. Hell looks back with a smug grin, proud of its impressive speed. The Death Emperor Havaru, now reborn as Hell, has officially joined the party. Masaru watches Hiroyuki, a thoughtful, almost admiring look in her eyes. She remarks on how vibrant Hell has become, and the creature agrees, feeling reborn. She marvels that by losing its power, its spirit has somehow grown stronger. Hiroyuki muses that the creature's past life was just a 4,000-year warm-up. Masaru feels that she is not yet as strong as Hell, but a change is coming. Her expression hardens, her own resolve solidifying in the face of this revelation. She realizes that one rich day is better than an eternity of emptiness. In that instant, a glowing seed of light bursts forth from her chest. Hiroyuki looks back over his shoulder, his curiosity piqued by the sudden flash. Hell turns its head, asking what is happening behind them. The seed, which bears a faint, worried face, floats above Masaru's head. With a soft crack, the seed bursts open in a shower of light. The light quickly fades, leaving behind only glittering motes in the air. The seed vanishes completely, leaving the group in stunned silence. Masaru and Hiroyuki look at the empty space where the seed once was. She asks what just happened, her voice filled with confusion and awe. She explains that the feeling came when she resolved to live in the now. Hiroyuki strokes his chin, a theory already forming in his analytical mind. He explains the idiom from his world, the seed of worry. Masaru realizes this is connected to her summoning wish, to erase her worries. Hiroyuki speculates that the hero summoning ritual still holds many mysteries. He adds that the summoning also grants the user automatic translation magic. Masaru wonders if this was the first of her worries to be resolved. Hiroyuki clarifies that her grand worry of world peace remains untouched. A flashback shows him explaining the complexities and failures of peace in his own world. Masaru understands now that some things must be experienced to be truly grasped. He notes that she is the type of person who learns through direct experience. She declares cheerfully that this is one step closer to him returning home. As they fly off, one of Masaru's seeds of worry has officially been vanquished. A powerful sound echoes as they crest a mountain range, a new vista ahead. A sprawling, magnificent city comes into view on the horizon. They have arrived at the respite city of Donendale, a hub of civilization. Hiroyuki and Masaru gaze at the city, their expressions filled with wonder. The city's outskirts are a bustling camp of tents and monstrous humanoids. A lively market is filled with strange creatures selling even stranger wares. A hulking orc and a group of dwarves walk the streets among other races. A muscular lizardman and a human are engaged in a friendly sparring match. Hiroyuki is thrilled, saying it's like a movie, and asks about local beer. Masaru is surprised by his boisterous attitude, noting his love for travel. He turns to her, his expression suddenly serious, asking if something isn't strange. He points out that for a world ruled by demons, the city is thriving. Masaru looks on, a bead of sweat on her cheek, contemplating the paradox. The two-headed bird demanded an explanation for their strange and developing situation. Hiroyuki admitted he'd gotten lost in his own explanation and arrived here. Hell decided that it would be much faster to just show them everything. The strange bird promised them they would soon see something quite interesting. Masaru sighed with exhaustion, already weary of the unfolding events. Hell gestured towards the city, promising that everything would make sense soon. It offered a strange clue, the reason why the city has no beer. Suddenly, a massive gavel appeared in the sky, poised directly over Hiroyuki. He looked up with mild surprise, uttering a simple sound of confusion. Masaru cried out the hero's name in a panic-stricken voice. The tiny creature, Odatama, cheered, saying it served him right. Far away, the ominous Demon King's castle stood against a stormy sky. Lightning cracked around its dark, foreboding spires, a place of evil. Inside the throne room, a new emperor sat upon a seat of skulls. He mused that a hero had somehow managed to survive the Hame-Goroshi. The trap-kill strategy was not a perfect solution, he considered. A hero with a unique characteristic could potentially slip through the cracks. He conceded that while improbable, such an event could indeed occur. It seemed that incredible luck was favoring this particular summoned hero. He noted the elimination of the great demon emperor, Havaru. But even that would not stop the plan he started centuries ago. A voice called out his name, Volgark-sama, Num. He was haunted by the vengeful ghost of the strategist Laplace. Back in the city, Hell stuttered in disbelief, asking about money. It couldn't believe they were completely broke after their great victory. Hiroyuki explained their funds were confiscated when they were summoned. He mused about the billions of yen available back on Earth. Masaru sighed, realizing she had definitely allied with the wrong man. Hell worried they would starve to death, let alone get beer. Hiroyuki wondered aloud if this world had a welfare system. Their only option was to find work at the local establishment. The guild hall was a bustling hub of activity and armed warriors. Hiroyuki casually referred to it as a public employment agency. Hell loudly corrected him, announcing it was the Adventurers Guild. Their arrival caused all the hardened adventurers inside to turn and stare. These adventurers made their living by hunting monsters and gathering items. The guild was an international network centered in demon-controlled lands. A charismatic man spotted them, welcoming the newcomers to the guild. He introduced himself as Blair, the fiery guildmaster of Donendale. The tiny creature Odetama immediately found the guildmaster suspicious. Blair greeted them warmly, shaking the unconcerned Hiroyuki's hand. Hell was stunned that they were meeting the guildmaster himself. Blair suggested they register, as a guild card was useful identification. His friendly demeanor hit a sharp gaze as he assessed the trio. He found their clothing choices to be incredibly strange and impractical. A detailed diagram noted Hiroyuki's odd hoodie and Masaru's socks. The first step of the process was registering their names. Next, they registered their unique magic crests with a crystal orb. A straw training dummy stood ready for the practical exam. Finally, it was time for the practical evaluation of their skills. Blair decided he would personally oversee their test as well. The other adventurers were shocked the guildmaster was supervising personally. Blair started with Hiroyuki, asking him to state his profession. Hiroyuki calmly stated that he was, at present, unemployed. Masaru quickly interrupted, declaring him a unified mage instead. She had wanted to keep his true identity as a hero secret. A unified mage was a job class that utilized magical familiars. Intrigued, Blair asked to see the familiar's abilities for himself. The tiny creature Odetama looked up in utter confusion. Hell, the former phoenix, admitted it couldn't actually do anything. Hiroyuki asked about its fire breath, but its flame was gone. Masaru suggested it could still attack with its claws and beak. Hell proudly declared it was a phoenix and refused to attack otherwise. Blair sighed, forced to give the creature the lowest possible rank. Hell gloated at its own failure, much to everyone's confusion. Hiroyuki simply dismissed it and called for the next person. Blair then turned his attention to Masaru, the supposed mage. He asked her which magical attributes she was able to command. Masaru became intensely nervous, sweating under the guild's gaze. Blair noticed her hesitation and asked what was wrong with her. Hiroyuki spoke for her, stating she used lightning and water. He then wondered aloud what kind of attributes summoning was. The guildmaster and his assistant were left utterly speechless. The entire crowd of seasoned adventurers stared in disbelief. The crowd murmured in shock at the revelation of 3 attributes. They couldn't believe such a powerful combination was even possible. Blair was ecstatic, realizing she was one of the gifted 1%. He eagerly told her that he had a major job for her. He urged her to quickly demonstrate her power for them. He requested she begin with her lightning attack magic. But under the immense pressure, Masaru began to panic once more. Blair watched her confused, asking why she wouldn't cast her spell. The crowd began to whisper, their initial excitement turning to doubt. A single voice from the crowd declared, "Just as I thought." A witch named Faima appeared, pointing an accusatory finger. She called Masaru a liar, claiming this had all happened before. Blair asked if they were acquaintances, as Masaru looked on in horror. Faima pushed through the murmuring crowd to confront her old classmate. She revealed they were together during the academy entrance exams. Faima had passed with top marks, while Masaru failed miserably. The crowd began to jeer, calling her outfit a mere costume. They dismissed her as a fake, just playing the part of a mage. Faima sneered, asking how Masaru could live with such a charade. The public humiliation left the summoner knight trembling with shame. Without Hiroyuki's skill active, she was safe from physical harm. If it were, this emotional assault would be inflicting actual damage. Masaru stammered that she was just afraid of hitting someone. Hiroyuki watched the scene unfold with a calm, neutral expression. The crowd grew restless, calling her stubborn and creepy. They were quickly growing tired of her pathetic excuses. A monstrous, skull-faced spider screeches, its smaller kin swarming around its legs. The woman in insectoid armor warns her companion not to harm the humans the Demon King values. From the forest's edge, Hiroyuki, Masaru, and Hell watch the developing crisis. Hell observes that while the city has grown, its fundamental nature remains unchanged. Masaru clutches her staff, her face a mask of tense and worried concentration. The woman reveals herself as the poison empress Zola, one of the 4 heavenly kings. A vast, shimmering dome of spider silk is revealed, encasing the entire city. The citizens below, including a mother and her child, are oblivious to their prison. The baby sleeps peacefully, completely unaware of the invisible, creeping danger. Poised for attack, Zola prepares to unleash her insidious poison upon the populace. She smiles with chilling pride, declaring this new concoction to be her masterpiece. Her grotesque spider minions scuttle through the streets, silently spreading the toxin. Zola lists the poison's horrific effects: loss of senses, brain damage, and hair loss. A mother suddenly clutches her child, overcome with a wave of gnawing anxiety. Her face contorts in fear as the invisible poison begins its psychological assault. The citizens begin to feel the effects, coughing and collapsing from the unseen plague. 2 men sit at a tavern table, their meal forgotten, consumed by a shared dread. The entire city is now saturated with the miasma of Zola's meticulously crafted poison. An army of spiders, each carrying a jar of toxin, stands ready to spread more misery. From a high tower, Zola and her lieutenants observe their shimmering web of death. Hell explains that for the demon race, humanity's negative emotions are their source of life. Masaru is horrified, realizing that humans are nothing more than a food source to them. Hiroyuki strokes his chin, the pieces of the demon's grand strategy falling into place. Hell is about to offer a comparison, but Hiroyuki has already reached the conclusion. A spider watches its human victim, who is now producing the negative emotions it craves. Hiroyuki states the grim reality: the demons are treating the humans like livestock. Masaru cries out in shock and disgust at this cold, brutal assessment. Hell is crestfallen, realizing that was the exact analogy it was about to use. Hiroyuki explains the demon's plan: to cultivate a city and harvest its citizens' misery. He deduces the beer ban is to prevent people from dulling their precious anxiety. Hell confirms that Zola's preferred emotion to feed on is, indeed, anxiety. It adds that its former self, the immortal phoenix Havru, preferred to feast on jealousy. The late Demon King Begek, in contrast, was a tyrant who thrived on raw fear. Hiroyuki notes that the demon's methods of rule change based on their emotional diet. Hell describes a demon who enslaves people to gather despair in a dark city. Another cultivates resignation in a land of long-lived democratic elves. The succubus demon king Sakis rules a garden of lust, feeding on raw desire. Yet another rules a paradise of lethargy, where the motto is to work is to lose. Hell even mentions a town of academic complexes, a truly miserable place. A complex diagram shows the demon hierarchy, with Begek at the top and Zola below. Hell boasts of its 4,000 years of knowledge, though Hiroyuki seems unimpressed. Hiroyuki prepares to ask a question, and Masaru listens with rapt attention. He asks why the demon army doesn't simply wipe out all the summoner knights. Suddenly, an army of adventurers marches through the streets of Donendale. Zola watches them approach with a smug smile, utterly unconcerned by their arrival. The adventurers, led by Blair and Fema, gather to confront the Poison Empress. Zola taunts them, saying they've spent their lives trembling with the anxiety she provides. Blair angrily asks if they are meant to die without ever knowing love or family. Fema listens to his impassioned speech, a look of grim concern on her face. Blair recalls the determined faces of his comrades, united in their desperate cause. He grips his sword, refusing to accept such a pathetic, miserable existence. He unleashes his ultimate technique, the burning sword of fury, channeling his rage. A flashback shows a younger Blair vowing to defeat Zola with his congenital magic. He reveals that he spent 12 long years gathering allies who could wield fire magic. He knew it was just a matter of time, and this morning he finally decided to act. But something unexpected happens, something that fills him with utter shock and awe. He feels a divine presence, realizing he has received a revelation from a god. The power of the immortal bird Haveru manifests before him in a brilliant flash. He is filled with a zealous fervor, a passionate devotion to the Phoenix god. He sees his allies not as soldiers, but as fellow believers in a holy crusade. He rallies his troops, declaring that a day hotter than today will never come again. Fema raises her staff, calling on the flame of immortality to guide them to victory. The adventurers unleash a combined torrent of fire, channeling it all into Blair's sword. The resulting blast is a massive pillar of energy, far exceeding their wildest expectations. Blair feels a surge of confidence, believing that this powerful attack will surely succeed. Zola is unimpressed, calmly chanting the words, "Immortal bird, descend and destroy." Hiroyuki watches the scene from afar, a look of quiet understanding on his face. He realizes that Blair's power is a form of congenital magic, an innate ability. Masaru, too, feels the surge of power, recognizing the energy of a summoning. Hiroyuki realizes that Blair is a natural-born summoner, just like Masaru. Hell explains the demon's true strategy, monopolizing all the magic stone deposits. Hiroyuki concludes that the Heimgoroshi is a truly demonic and brilliant plan. Hell scoffs, saying a muscle-brained fool like Begek could never have devised it. Hell reveals the true architect was Volgark, who was assassinated by Begek for his genius. Hell admits that it sounds like a cunning and cruel plan Volgark would indeed devise. Hell asks Hiroyuki and Masaru if they know of the legendary fourth hero. Hiroyuki's eyes widen slightly, his interest piqued by this new piece of information. Masaru looks on in stunned confusion, unaware of this chapter of her world's history. Zola completes her incantation, summoning the dark power of the immortal bird. The party on the cliff can only watch, a sense of dread filling the air. The spectral phoenix descends, its dark flames extinguishing the adventurers' collective hope. Blair stands amidst the smoldering ruins, his face a mask of agony and disbelief. His comrades lie scattered, their bodies covered in horrific poison-induced boils. The onlookers are horrified, realizing that the attack had a 100% mortality rate. A woman cries for help, unable to even recognize the disfigured face of Blair. Zola smirks, noting that the burning sword Max didn't even leave a single scratch. The title page for the chapter is shown, featuring Hiroyuki, Masaru, and Hell. An unseen man laughs, asking Masaru if she has a big job for him now. Masaru is consumed by guilt, believing if she had fought, the outcome would be different. The tip of her staff begins to glow with a brilliant, holy light. She leaps into the fray, unleashing her ultimate spell, Divine Grief, Circlet of God. A massive sphere of divine energy erupts from her, stunning the onlookers below. The sacred light washes over the fallen adventurers, purifying Zola's insidious poison. The crowd is amazed, wondering if she can cure the poison completely. Masaru admits that the poison is too strong. She can only mitigate the symptoms for now. She thanks Faima for her efforts, apologizing for her earlier hesitation. Faima, still weak but alive, tearfully apologizes for her earlier harsh words. Masaru cries out in frustration, lamenting her own powerlessness in the face of such evil. Hiroyuki stands behind her, a silent, observing presence in the aftermath. He looks on with an unreadable expression. The next move in this grand game is to make. Hiroyuki calmly advises Masaru that it is simply better not to fight at all. Masaru is utterly stunned by his words, her eyes wide with disbelief. He assures her she is not wrong, as she admits her fear of hurting others. The simple truth of his words leaves her speechless, frozen in her tracks. He explains that avoiding risk and living peacefully is a perfectly valid choice. He then poses the ultimate question: does she truly desire to change the world? His question strikes her with the force of a physical blow, leaving her stunned. Even the cynical Hell seems to ponder the weight of his words about the world. He simplifies her conflict into two incompatible desires: fighting versus protecting everyone. This is not a worry, he declares, but a simple comparison of her feelings. The idea of comparing her core beliefs sends Masaru into an anguished spiral. Her eyes reflect the intense, silent battle that is now raging within her soul. Suddenly, the Poison Empress Zola appears, erupting behind an unsuspecting townsgirl. The Demon Empress looms over her terrified victim, radiating an aura of menace. Hiroyuki watches the sudden turn of events with a calm, analytical gaze. Hell, too, is shocked by the Empress's sudden and terribly cruel appearance. Zola seizes the girl, her touch sending a palpable wave of terror. With sadistic glee, she declares the flavor of the girl's fear to be delicious. She savors the complex anxiety, which has created a superior, high-quality thread. Hell explains to a thoughtful Hiroyuki that this is the source of Zola's power. By consuming anxiety, she creates a special thread that grants her damage reduction. The thread is tough and transparent, wrapped in dozens of protective layers. The wounded Blair realizes he misjudged her defense. His weakest flame was useless. Zola grabs the fallen guildmaster, intending to make him her personal bento box. Before she can act, Masaru finds herself suddenly ensnared in invisible threads. Hiroyuki and Hell watch intently as the Empress turns on her new captive. Zola plans to carry Masaru around, endlessly harvesting her delicious anxiety. Masaru struggles with all her might, refusing to accept such a grim fate. A sudden interruption causes the Empress to pause, her expression confused. Masaru, too, looks up in confusion, wondering what is happening now. Hiroyuki casually steps forward, breaking the tense standoff with his mere presence. He calmly asks what all the commotion is about, completely unfazed by the danger. The crowd erupts in panic, calling him a fool for disrespecting Lady Zola. The Poison Empress turns her full attention to this strange, unassuming man. He meets her deadly gaze without a hint of fear, his own eyes sharp. She is baffled by his complete lack of anxiety, wondering what he could be. He cheerfully asks her to repeal the beer ban, citing its counterproductive effects. Enraged by his insolence, Zola lunges forward, deciding to kill him instantly. Her attack is a blur of motion, a swift strike meant to end the debate. The onlookers can only gasp in terror, certain he is about to die. The Empress's deadly strike closes in on the seemingly defenseless hero. Masaru screams his name, convinced she is watching her hero die. Hell grimly concludes it's over. While immune to poison, he cannot survive this. He continues his lecture, explaining that alcohol does not actually reduce anxiety. He explains the cycle of dependency, where drinking ultimately increases anxiety. He calls her strategy counterproductive, labeling her a completely useless worker. The source of her power, anxiety, is now being turned against her. He smiles, concluding that she is the one most controlled by her own anxiety. The force of his refutation blasts her backward, her mind reeling in agony. The invisible threads vanish, and Masaru collapses to the ground, finally free. Even her monstrous spider minions screech in confusion at their master's defeat. The townspeople stare in utter disbelief, unable to process what they just saw. The wounded adventurers, Blair and Faima, wonder if they are dreaming. Masaru, exhausted but safe, offers a weak but heartfelt word of thanks. Hell watches, finally understanding the true nature of Hiroyuki's bizarre power. Zola acknowledges his words as a premium annoyance that pierced her defenses. Hiroyuki calmly prepares to press his advantage, his mind on the next step. Zola makes a final, desperate move, lunging forward with incredible speed. She seizes the hero, not to kill, but to enact a new, cunning plan. In a blur of motion, she moves him toward one of her spider nests. Masaru can only watch in shock, her relief turning back into terror. Hell is equally stunned, caught completely off guard by this sudden reversal. She shoves him headfirst into a large, vase-like spider's nest. Masaru screams out, unable to believe Zola's cruel and desperate tactic. Hell is equally bewildered, shouting in disbelief at the bizarre turn of events. With a final, decisive motion, she seals the top of the nest shut. A single drop of fluid drips from the seal, trapping him inside. Inside the vase, Hiroyuki hangs upside down, seemingly helpless. Zola explains that nullifying attacks is useless if you cannot breathe. She sneers that even the king of refutation will die from suffocation. Masaru and Hell look on in absolute horror, realizing he is doomed. Hiroyuki calmly assesses the situation. The worst case, his skill is now known. The trap is sprung, the king of refutation helpless against simple suffocation. Still trapped, he continues to run through the worst-case scenario in his mind. Zola smiles, confident that she has finally found a way to win. She reveals her knowledge of a past hero with the same power, Socrates. This revelation seems to catch even the unflappable Hiroyuki by surprise. Masaru and Hell are completely lost, unable to follow this historical turn. Zola explains that a king of refutation hero is not an unprecedented threat. Masaru realizes the demons possess historical knowledge long lost to humanity. Zola says they naturally develop countermeasures, always anticipating betrayal. Hell furiously accuses her of cheating, demanding a true battle of wits. Masaru is shocked by Hell's passionate outburst for a fair fight. Zola dismisses Hell's plea, calling it a mere quarrel from a strange bird. From within the vase, a sudden sharp kick shows he is not yet beaten. His legs remain still for a moment, a silent pause before the next move. Then a calm, muffled voice speaks from inside the supposedly airtight prison. Zola is completely stunned, her triumphant expression shattering as she hears him. His companions are equally shocked, their despair turning to wide-eyed disbelief. The secret to his strategy is revealed: worst-case simulation. Zola clutches the vase, realizing her plan to silence him should have worked. His thought process is explained. He always considers the worst and plans accordingly. He had already experimented with his skill, learning its true characteristics. The nature of his power is absolute. It is entirely unblockable. His words bypass all physical barriers, transmitting directly into his target's mind. Zola realizes she is the one running out of time in this situation. He smiles, ready for his final greeting, confirming this was his worst-case scenario. A sudden realization strikes Masaru, her eyes wide with a new understanding. Hell, however, remains completely baffled by this bizarre turn of events. From his absurd prison, Hiroyuki calmly addresses the summoner knight by name. Masaru's face contorts in a mask of pure, unadulterated humiliation and shock. She recalls Hiroyuki's casual critique, expecting a different reaction to his observation. The bizarre comment leaves Masaru, Hell, and even Zola utterly speechless. He had finished his critique by declaring her choice of socks was weird. The townsfolk are completely baffled by the hero's strange line of commentary. A close-up highlights the thigh-high socks that earn the hero's bizarre criticism. Overwhelmed with confusion, her mind fills with frantic question marks and tears. She screams in agony, questioning why he'd bring that up right now. Meanwhile, the hero remains trapped upside down, his face placid and unconcerned. Hell the strange bird observes the scene with a blank yet thoughtful expression. The Poison Empress Zola sneers, wondering if he's trying to sow discord. Hell's large, round eye reflects the gravity of the unfolding situation. The bird is utterly shocked by the Empress's cruel and taunting words. The crowd murmurs in confusion, wondering who this strange man really is. From the ground, the wounded Guildmaster Blair watches the scene unfold. With a mighty roar, Blair reveals the man's true identity: the hero. The townspeople gasp, their faces a mixture of disbelief and dawning hope. They question how it's possible, as the hero was supposedly trap-killed. Blair vows to protect this vessel of hope, refusing to let the hero die. Tears of blood stream down his face. This is humanity's greatest chance. His resolve hardens, a millennium of despair fueling his newfound conviction. Hell muses that the prophecy of the immortal bird was indeed correct. The bird's expression remains unreadable, its ancient eyes seeing a larger picture. Masaru steels herself, realizing she is the one who must act now. The crowd watches with bated breath, their anxiety and hope hanging in the balance. Zola taunts Blair, knowing his defeat will spread anxiety among the people. She reveals she was dispatched specifically for this purpose, to cultivate their fear. The other adventurers can only watch in helpless horror as their leader is captured. She dismisses the fallen heroes as burnt-out husks who have served their purpose. Her sharp-bladed tail poises to strike, dripping a single drop of poison. The viscous, dark poison lands on the cracked earth with a sizzle. With a terrifying grin, she promises him a hero's death by suffocation. The poison begins to envelop Blair's face, his end seemingly imminent. She declares with certainty that their anxiety will never truly disappear. Suddenly, the strange bird Hell appears, its presence commanding unexpected attention. Both Zola and Masaru can only mutter at the appearance of the weird bird. Even Blair, in his final moments, is confused by the strange bird. Zola mockingly accuses the bird of trying to soothe its own anxiety. Her expression is one of cruel amusement, confident in her psychological assessment. The bird's thoughts seem to echo from a higher, more philosophical place. Masaru looks on, completely bewildered by the turn of events. Blair lies defeated, his fate now in the hands of this strange creature. Hell interrupts with a loud, squeaky declaration that her efforts are pointless. It launches into a lecture on cosmology, declaring the universe itself is finite. The sheer absurdity of the argument leaves the Poison Empress completely stunned. Masaru stares, mouth agape, unable to process the bizarre philosophical debate. Hiroyuki remains trapped and silent, the source of this strange logic. Hell's expression is one of pure, unadulterated, and slightly unhinged determination. With tears in its eyes, it vows not to let Hiroyuki's death be meaningless. Masaru screams in frustration, trying to point out that he's not dead yet. Zola's eyes widen as she realizes this is a creature of intellect. The battle continues under the title, The One Who Imitates the King. In a flash of insight, the Poison Empress understands Hiroyuki's true strategy. She realizes he allowed himself to be captured, to be approached so carelessly. It was all part of his plan, a calculated risk. He was creating a successor, an imitator, to aid him in his absence. Hell reacts with alarm, telling her to stop with the dramatic buildup. She lunges toward the trapped hero, determined to end the master. But the small bird moves with impossible speed, intercepting her attack. Its eyes are wide with focus as it prepares its counter move. It executes a perfect body evasion, spinning to deflect her strike. Zola and the crowd cry out in shock at the bird's surprising agility. Hell cheerfully taunts her over her spider minions, calling her an insect freak. Zola is struck by a piece of debris, her attack thwarted. Masaru watches, her face a mask of pure, dumbfounded amazement. Blair, still on the ground, questions if the bird possesses a flight skill. A diagram explains flight is rare for heavy demons, but easy for small creatures. Zola screams in frustration as the agile bird easily evades her attacks. She realizes the hero was confident because he had such a powerful ally hidden. The crowd erupts in cheers, calling Hell the hero's amazing companion. Hell dismisses their praise, commanding them to watch in reverent silence. The entire crowd immediately falls silent, mesmerized by the strange creature's command. For a moment, Hell floats high above the city, a strange, majestic beacon. The crowd's silence is broken by a new wave of awe and cheering. Hell sheds a tear of pride, then its expression shifts to sudden realization. A single tear of joy rolls down its cheek, a sparkle in its eye. Its eye snaps open, remembering something crucial it had momentarily forgotten. It remembers Hiroyuki, still trapped, his legs sticking out of the vase. The bird realizes with a jolt that its master is still alive. It senses his skill is still active, which can only mean one thing. Zola knows his time is limited and decides to strike while she can. Masaru cries out their names, her voice filled with desperate worry. Blair can only watch, his face a mask of pained helplessness. Hell's expression hardens, its resolve now absolute and clear. Zola's face is a mask of grim determination, ready for the final blow. Hell swoops in, once again addressing the Empress as an insect freak. It declares its independence, stating it is no mere disciple of Hiroyuki. Zola is taken aback by this sudden, defiant declaration of self. It proclaims its new purpose, to be the one who refutes Hiroyuki. The Poison Empress is stunned by the bird's profound and bizarre motivation. Hiroyuki remains trapped, the silent catalyst for this strange evolution. Masaru's expression is one of complete and utter, wide-eyed confusion. It realizes that Hiroyuki is, in a way, its entire reason for being. It screams its newfound purpose to the heavens, its reason for living. Zola looks on, her mind unable to process this strange, pure conviction. Her eye twitches, a sign that her own worldview is beginning to crack. It declares that it cannot let Zola kill the man it is destined to refute. Masaru cries out its name, moved by its strange and powerful loyalty. A broken, almost pitying smile spreads across Zola's face. Her pity turns to manic, unhinged laughter, her composure finally shattering. Hell, the two-headed bird, looks up in absolute, wide-eyed shock. Nearby, the summoner knight Masaru mirrors its expression of utter disbelief. The Poison Empress Zola descends from above, a triumphant, cruel laugh on her lips. Hel watches her approach, sweating nervously, wondering what is happening. Zola points, declaring that her master's reason for living is now her own. A wave of psychic energy strikes Hel, causing it to cry out in surprise. Zola whispers a taunt, her eyes narrowed in sadistic glee. She feigns tears, crying that they must save her precious one from suffocating. Dark, inky drops of mental poison splatter across Hel's form. The bird screams at her, calling her an idiot for her transparent act. Zola feigns a wounded expression, her mouth agape in mock surprise. She asks if this is truly the ultimate way to save a loved one. This is a battle of hearts, she gloats. A fight Hiroyuki cannot win. Hel struggles to think, its mind thrown into a complete panic. Masaru can only watch in horror, her hands clenched helplessly. Zola muses that her master has hidden the most important parts of his heart. She grins, realizing she has discovered his greatest, most hidden taboo. This bird, she notes, is an insignificant being, lacking any talent for verbal sparring. Hel shouts in denial, refusing to believe it has no talent for debate. For a millennium, she has perfected the art of ruling through anxiety. The terrified townspeople know her as Zola, the Poison Empress. She was a specialist in poison tongue, making her refutation target foolish. If that man is so annoying, she sneers, she'll simply let him suffocate. More psychic venom splatters across Hel, its face contorting in agony. The relentless psychological assault continues to batter the small creature. Zola asks if trying to trick Hiroyuki with a physical attack shows a lack of sense. Masaru lets out a small gasp, understanding the dire situation. Zola looks down at her victim, her expression cold and merciless. She recalls Hiroyuki's annoying mannerisms, his face, his words, everything. Hel, mustering its last bit of strength, shouts back, "But!" The very name Hiroyuki is annoying now. She orders him to stop being smug. The bird is struck again, reeling back from the force of her words. The invisible assault continues without pause. Hel screams that even if she kills it, she hasn't defeated Hiroyuki. Masaru watches, tears of despair streaming down her face. The crowd of townspeople looks on, their faces masks of pure terror. The wounded Blair grits his teeth, his face twisted in pain frustration. Zola stands triumphant in the square, surrounded by her spider army. She closes her eyes for a moment, savoring her absolute victory. Her eyes snap open, filled with a cold, calculating determination. She muses that she got a little too passionate talking about her precious feelings. A massive spiny tail slams down, crushing Hel into the cobblestones. She notes that having a dream is certainly a wonderful thing. Hel, with its last breath, tells Blair that it is burning with passion. Zola sneers that, as her master can see, the bird has no talent for debate. Hel lies broken on the ground, twitching and defeated. A dream that can't come true, Zola declares, is better left undiscovered. The two-headed bird lies motionless, its brief stand at an end. A massive bladed tail rises from Zola's back, poised to strike. The tail lashes out with blinding speed, a blur of destructive force. Masaru screams in absolute terror as she witnesses Hel's defeat. Blair can only watch, helpless, his face a mask of agony. Zola whispers with finality, declaring that it is over. The hero's legs remain sticking out of the top of the spider's vase. Hiroyuki himself, however, had realized this outcome was inevitable. He knew he would eventually be finished by the demon's overwhelming power. He had been running a worst-case simulation inside his mind all along. But he had reluctantly devised one single, improbable path to victory. With Hel defeated, Zola looks over the battlefield and declares that it is finished. The onlookers cry out, their last vestiges of hope completely shattered. Blair lies defeated on the ground, too wounded to continue the fight. Masaru watches in horror, knowing that everything now rests on her shoulders. A brilliant flash of light erupts as she unleashes her full power. She stands transformed, a warrior goddess ready to deliver judgment. Zola grabs the recovering Blair, hissing that he will be her bento box. She begins to feed on the potent anxiety radiating from the wounded warrior. But she tastes something else, an impurity mixed in with the fear. Her eyes widen in shock as she tries to identify this new flavor. Masaru, still holding Blair, asks what kind of taste she is plotting. Zola's eye twitches, her mind racing to understand. A potion bottle, its contents glowing with healing magic, is shown. Zola whispers a single phrase of dawning comprehension. "I see." She realizes Masaru has been secretly healing the hero this entire time. Masaru's face is a mask of grim determination. She has been discovered. Zola is impressed. This is the work of a masterclass healer. A voice from off-panel calls out to Zola-sama. A new powerful figure has arrived on the scene. It is Zozoma, the king's sword and Zola's right-hand man. Blair recognizes him as a warrior whose power rivals a demon king's. Zola thinks to herself that his timing is perfect. Zozoma reports that Blair is not fully healed, and the distance is too great. He advises her to stop the healing now, but Zola has a better idea. Masaru sweats, concentrating on maintaining the healing spell. Zozoma, mounted on a spider, addresses his waiting soldiers. Zola gives a horrifying order: slaughter the adventurers and half the townspeople. Masaru's face contorts in a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. The defeated form of hell lies motionless on the ground. Blair grits his teeth, helpless to stop the coming massacre. The townspeople look on, their faces frozen in abject terror. Zozoma roars his acknowledgement. As you wish, the army charges. Masaru knows she must shatter the vase to free the hero, but her eyes fall upon a small girl standing in the line of fire. The terrified child stands directly in the path of her destructive magic. In that moment, the girl's face reminds Mishru of her own lost sister. Zozoma bellows at the cowering crowd, telling them not to forgive him. Zola smirks, knowing Masaru's compassion has paralyzed her. In her despair, Masaru cries out to Hiroyuki, asking what she should do. Hiroyuki remains trapped and silent, only his legs visible. Her mind flashes back to his final words, a bizarre critique of her socks. In that desperate moment, Masaru finally remembers Hiroyuki's final greeting. Kneeling in the rubble, Masaru felt something was wrong with Hiroyuki's final words. A sudden, shocking realization began to dawn on her from a distant memory. She recalled his phrase, final greeting, suspecting it held a hidden, deeper meaning. She remembered a classmate calling her socks strange as they rested in a forest. In the memory, Hiroyuki had asked her why her left and right socks were different. She had explained she couldn't choose between the two precious gifts from her sister. Hiroyuki had laughed heartily, finding her choice to wear both at once fascinating. The memory connected to her current struggle. Her inability to choose was the key. She visualized her two great, conflicting desires: to fight and to not involve others. It wasn't a worry, but a simple comparison of two equally strong feelings. She felt that their past conversation had been leading to this very moment. Her sister's voice echoed in her mind. She chose both because both were precious. Masaru understood she could fight the demons and also not involve people. She didn't have to sacrifice one for the other. She would choose both paths. The demon knight Zozoma charged, vowing to eliminate the annoying cultist first. The adventurer he struck was unharmed, his body suddenly hard as stone. Zozoma was shocked as his powerful blade deflected harmlessly off the human skin. He looked around the chaotic battlefield, confused by this impossible turn of events. His furious gaze swept the area, trying to find the source of the magic. A spider minion tried to bite a citizen, but its fangs couldn't pierce their skin. A young girl cried out as a monster's attack failed against her hardened body. Zozoma watched, bewildered, as his army's attacks failed against the entire crowd. He exclaimed in disbelief that the humans' bodies had become as hard as iron. Sola, appearing over his shoulder, shared his enraged confusion at the sight. She noted that hardening was a simple support spell, meant only to dull movement. Zozoma wondered how anyone could cast it on so many people so quickly. He screamed into the chaos, furiously demanding to know who was responsible. A figure moved in a blur, appearing suddenly in the middle of the battle. Zozoma snarled at the little brat, wondering what she could do in a few seconds. Masaru raised her staff high, her face a mask of pure, determined fury. A swirling sphere of immense, destructive energy gathered at the staff's tip. The chaotic energy coalesced into a single, blindingly bright point of power. With blazing eyes, Masaru resolved that this time, she wouldn't involve anyone. She launched herself into the sky, a living projectile of pure magical force. She soared high above the city rooftops and the stunned demon army below. Zola could only look up in disbelief as the summoner knight took flight. Masaru looked down upon her enemies, a fierce and joyful resolve on her face. A massive, dark sphere of energy began to form in the sky beneath her. The sphere grew, hovering like a black sun over a tall city tower. Zozoma looked up from the street below, his arrogance melting into absolute terror. The attack was unleashed. The dragon-slaying thermal meteorite fell from the heavens. The city square erupted in a cataclysmic explosion of dust, stone, and fire. Zozoma screamed in terror as the overwhelming blast wave engulfed him completely. His entire army of spider minions was instantly vaporized by the intense force. The very ground was torn asunder, a massive crater forming in the city. The vase trapping Hiroyuki shattered, revealing him dangling upside down amidst the ruin. Zola, covered in dust and grime, grimaced in utter disbelief at the sight. She closed her eyes, unable to fully process the sheer destruction she'd witnessed. Hiroyuki's eyes widened in surprise from his precarious upside-down position. Zola's monstrous spider-like lower body was shown amidst the city's rubble. The surviving townspeople cried out, shocked and terrified by the devastating blast. Smoke and dust billowed from the crater, obscuring the heart of the city. Masaru landed gracefully, staff at the ready as the others stared in awe. Zola, clutching her wounded arm, demanded to know what had just happened. She realized Masaru's hardening spell was on a completely different level of power. Zola recalled the other special grade spells, wind magic and a burning meteorite. She wondered aloud how this brat could possibly use so many special grade magics. Masaru retorted that it was unheard of for a recovery specialist to have 4. Hell, the two-headed bird grudgingly admitted that the little girl was impressive. The wounded Blair couldn't believe Masaru was capable of such an attack. From the smoking crater, a calm, disembodied voice spoke out. Hiroyuki emerged, cheerfully telling Masaru that the meaning of the socks got through. Masaru blushed, shocked that his bizarre comment had been a genuine hint. She sheepishly admitted that overthinking things had finally proven useful for once. Hiroyuki, drenched and smiling, looked up and said he understood completely. He beamed at her, praising her for her excellent performance in figuring it out. Masaru was flustered by the sweet praise, which felt better than a winter bonus. Hiroyuki turned to Zola, asking if she would finally repeal the beer regulations. Zola, enraged, remembered his initial demand and wondered why he brought it up now. Hiroyuki proposed they end the pointless fighting and sign a treaty regarding her poison. Zola refused, declaring that she would not be swayed by his glib tongue. Masaru and Hiroyuki looked at her, baffled by her continued illogical defiance. Hiroyuki explained he interrupted because her chances of winning were already low. Now that Masaru had awakened her true power, he stated her chances were 0. Hiroyuki paused, letting the cold, hard logic of his statement sink in. Zola remained silent, her face a mask of pure, angry defiance. Hell wondered aloud if there was any good reason for her not to surrender. With a crazed, wide-toothed grin, Zola declared that there was no such reason. Hiroyuki psychoanalyzed her, asking if she refused out of pride or stubbornness. He landed on the final, most likely reason, her fear of being executed. The word struck Zola with the force of a physical, shattering blow. Hiroyuki laughed, finding her extreme and telling reaction to the idea hilarious. He mused that the old Demon King Begik would have executed her instantly. Zola clutched her head in agony, the memory of Begik's tyranny vivid. Blair and Fama watched, sweating, as the intense psychological battle unfolded. The terrified townspeople looked on, caught in the crossfire of this war of words. For over 1,000 years, Zola had lived with a constant, trembling anxiety. She was haunted by the overwhelming fear that she could be killed at any moment. Hiroyuki laughed, saying he understood her type perfectly. Those who snap for no reason. Zola gritted her teeth in fury, his words striking her very core. He compared her to Havaru, who got angry over a simple, pretty stone. Hell on the ground told Masaru to stop him from being so reckless. Zola realized in horror that he had seen through to the source of her anxiety. Hiroyuki told her to relax, as they had both lost their powers now. Zola was shocked he would dare compare her to someone like Lord Begik. Fama watched, her expression one of dawning comprehension of the hero's strategy. Blair also looked on, realizing the incredible depth of Hiroyuki's plan. He was stunned, wondering aloud if this had been the hero's goal all along. Masaru worried, thinking it was better not to say these things, suspecting another motive. Zola clutched herself, whispering that everything he was saying was a complete lie. Hiroyuki, sweating, tries to think calmly, though a certain desire pulls at him. He posits a chilling thought. Since he survived, the Demon King could be alive. The logic strikes Zola with a jolt of pure, unadulterated terror. Masaru gasps, realizing the horrifying possibility is indeed true. Zola's own ambitions are thwarted, leaving her paralyzed by overwhelming anxiety. He then points to the strange sleeping bird, identifying it as Havaru. The tiny creature mutters in its sleep about a lost stone from ages past. Zola's face contorts in horror as she recognizes the implications. She remembers the true Death Emperor Havaru, a legendary phoenix of fire. The impossible truth of the situation begins to settle upon the Poison Empress. The sheer psychic weight of this new reality causes her to bleed. She wonders if this overwhelming shock has finally extinguished her own anxiety. Hiroyuki cheerfully dismisses her crisis, noting that Masaru is with him now. His casual dismissal only serves to stoke Zola's seething rage. With a manic grin, he reminds her of Masaru's terrifying instant-kill power. Zola demands to know the true identity of this impossibly powerful girl. The reborn Demon King muses that insults sting, but defense is irrelevant. The former Phoenix reflects on accepting the command to attack with full force. Hiroyuki quietly considers what point he truly wants to make. Masaru suggests that anxiety can be a good trait, leading to deeper thought. Zola concedes that being too anxious to think clearly is not a good thing. Hiroyuki stands silently beside Masaru, his final argument taking shape. He looks across the ruins, asking if she truly understands the situation yet. He reveals his stunning conclusion. He has been protecting her all along. The incomprehensible statement sends shockwaves through Masaru's mind. Zola's face is a mask of horror as the truth begins to dawn. The negative emotions of humanity give rise to anxiety, a force with another name. This force is known to the world as the ominous, dark energy. From this swirling energy of negative emotion, new life is born into the world. Monstrous, multi-legged creatures are the first to emerge from the darkness. This dark power then coalesces, taking on a more humanoid shape and form. From this genesis, the beings known across the land as the demon race appear. By feeding on these emotions, demons grow, becoming more human in body and spirit. Zola was born in a town where one had to be calculating to survive. From a young age, the demon Zola possessed an extraordinarily sharp intellect. Joining the Demon King's army, she quickly distinguished herself with her potent talents. Her skills caught the attention of Alkera, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Young Zola looked up to her new mentor, her face shining with adoration. He praised her, noting her village yielded the greatest harvest of negative emotions. A curious Zola then asked her lord if he had devised a special method. Alquera humbly replied that it was nothing particularly special or difficult to do. He revealed his strategy: protecting humans increased the long-term emotional harvest. He then questioned Zola, asking if she had stopped using poison to spread anxiety. Zola stood in quiet contemplation, a thoughtful expression on her small face. Her face then twisted into a grin. She was spreading a completely harmless powder. She explained humans would blame any misfortune on the fake poison, creating their own anxiety. Alkera, stunned by her terrifying talent, declared that she should be Demon King. She disagreed, wishing only to live peacefully under the rule of a true king. Her ideal king would be as strong as Begek and as wise as Volgark. He must also listen to anyone's story. For her, only Lord Al was king. Her words left Alquera speechless, a moment of profound silence passing between them. He laughed, impressed by her silver tongue and its power to sway others. As she worked on a gift for him, Zola realized she hadn't felt anxious lately. Years passed, leading to the 1181st year of the Brave Calendar. A council of high-ranking demons convened within the great Demon King's castle. The Demon King raged that his tax of negative emotions was steadily decreasing. Decades had passed since the last hero had simply died of old age. To crush humanity's renewed hope, he demanded his army become despair itself. His minions understood this as a call to brutal, direct, and bloody conquest. Zola thought to herself that she truly hated the brutish Demon King Begek. Alkara, her mentor, was clearly troubled by their king's short-sighted command. Zola interjected, stating she had a successful method working in her own territory. The Demon King acknowledged Alquera, one of his 4 heavenly kings. Alquera boldly announced their radical strategy: to deliberately protect the humans. A brutish general scoffed, insisting humans were useless and needed to be tormented. Zola seethed, despising the muscle-brained king who refused to listen to reason. A young strategist proposes breeding humans like livestock for a more efficient harvest of fear. The demon lord Alquera praises her idea, noting it is an interesting one. A smug smile crosses Alquera's face, confident in this new strategic direction. Filled with admiration, Zola praises her mentor Alquera for his brilliant, clear logic. The brutish council members are baffled, asking each other what livestock even is. Some council members note Volgark is absent, perhaps off investigating some old ruins. Alquera acknowledges the concern of managing a larger population and the risk of revolt. With a confident grin, Alquera assures them he has already considered this problem. Zola starts to explain their solution, but a violent beam of energy interrupts her. With immense force, Demon King Begek brutally strikes down the brilliant strategist. Blood splatters across Zola's face as her eyes widen in absolute stunned horror. The world spirals in her horrified eye, the brutal moment forever seared into memory. Begek bellows with rage, condemning the plan as an unforgivable act of betrayal. Terrified by his outburst, the other demons can only watch in absolute fear. A sycophantic demon agrees with the king, declaring increasing humans is unforgivable. The Demon King pauses, his simple mind latching onto the detail about increased taxes. He agrees that more taxes are good, but he has already forgotten his reason for killing. Her mentor is dead, and in that moment, Zola's world is shattered. Overwhelmed by despair and terror, Zola's entire being begins to break apart. Despair, fear, and hatred washed over Zola, forever changing her very personality. In the dark forests of the demon realm, the young Zola was reborn. And so the young girl's life became completely dominated by a singular force. She was forever haunted by a fierce, unrelenting anxiety born of that single moment. Many years later, the city lay in ruins, following her ultimate defeat. The hero smiles down at her, revealing he had been protecting her from the start. She looks up, her mind racing as she questions his impossible statement. A memory surfaces of her minion turning to stone, an act that saved her. The hero's skill had protected them all, nullifying any physical harm. Even now, the summoner knight stood as a shield, protecting her from harm. As she thought about it calmly, a profound realization began to form. She realized this state of absolute safety was the true peace she always craved. He looked down at her, about to state the final, irrefutable truth. The horrifying truth crashed down upon her, shattering her entire reality. Sweating, Hiroyuki smiles, explaining Zola's fatal mistake. She should have considered using him. Zola's mind fractures, her face a mask of pure, unrestrained fury. Memories of her past battles and ambitions flash through her consciousness. She whispers a cruel vow to keep her victims anxious until death. A swift, desperate motion shows her final attack is about to launch. She realizes with horror that she cannot take any irreversible action. Hiroyuki calmly stands amidst the rubble, looking down at her defeat. He casually states he wanted a constructive talk, but she refused to listen. Her face contorts with rage as his calm voice cuts through the chaos. She screams her defiance, then immediately tries to negotiate a pact. Gritting her teeth, her pride and logic are locked in a losing battle. Hiroyuki turns to the crowd, preparing to deliver a simple truth. He smiles, advising them all that it is better to listen carefully. Zola's mind flashes back to a time of unwavering loyalty. She remembers her younger self, declaring fealty only to her mentor, Alquera. She recalls her seething hatred for the brutish demon king Begek. A slow realization dawns on her. Before I even knew it, her mentor's hopeful philosophy had become twisted into a tool of fear. She understands now that her own side refused to listen to reason. A rock suddenly flies through the air, heading straight for her. A memory. Alquera told her to aim for the rank of Heavenly King. He had praised her, saying her sensibilities were different from others. He believed that she, of all people, could find a better future. Her eyes snap open, the past colliding violently with the present. She finds herself on the ground, confused and disoriented. Hiroyuki and the others calmly note that she has finally woken up. Hell explains that those refuted by the hero lose all their dignity. Zola thinks of the fates of Begek and Haveru with dawning dread. The thrown rock smacks squarely against the side of her head. The townspeople, no longer afraid, begin to close in on her. A small girl screams that the demon is responsible for her sister's death. Masaru and Hiroyuki watch the grim turn of events with shock. The entire party, Blair, Hell, Masaru, and Hiroyuki, are stunned witnesses. Zola realizes her protective threat of anxiety has completely vanished. The vengeful crowd surrounds her, questioning if her end has finally come. Masaru, watching the mob justice, wonders if this is truly right. Hell resigns itself to the situation, figuring this was always the outcome. Zola laments that her anxiety will follow her even into death. Her eyes fill with tears of absolute final despair. Hiroyuki's calm face appears, cutting through the mob's angry shouts. He steps forward, offering a discussion that would benefit everyone. Zola is baffled, questioning why he wants to talk to her now. Blair and his companions are shocked that he would offer her a merit. The crowd murmurs, wondering if the hero is telling them to wait. Zola cries that she was the one harmed, yet is being offered a chance. Hiroyuki logically asks if it's wrong not to talk after being harmed. She furiously denies being hateful, her emotions in turmoil. Hell shouts that of course she is hateful, she can't help it. Masaru watches the bizarre negotiation, her expression impossible to read. Hiroyuki insists their discussion should be based on mutual benefit alone. He asks if she is the type to be ruled by emotional arguments. Zola begins to break, stammering as she tries to answer. She remembers Begek's court, where emotion was law and displeasure was death. This fear of a single mistake was the cause of her mental collapse. Hiroyuki calmly asks for the town's demands, offering to negotiate. Zola's eyes widen in a moment of profound, world-shattering clarity. In her eyes' reflection, Hiroyuki's logic stands against Begek's tyranny. Her face flushes a mixture of shame and sudden understanding. She finally breaks, weeping that she had always relied on reason. The entire party stares in utter disbelief at the sobbing demon lord. Blair and Faima can only watch, stunned by the surreal turn of events. The townspeople are frozen in a state of silent, bewildered confusion. The scene changes to a massive, joyous festival under a starry sky. The town is celebrating, raising their mugs in a toast to the hero. A hand firmly grasps a wooden tankard overflowing with frothy beer. Blair and his friends toast, celebrating the first of Hiroyuki's demands. The second demand, Zola's pardon, is discussed amongst the townsfolk. The crowd eagerly awaits the reveal of the third and final demand. A man cries out in gratitude as his mug is filled from a barrel. Zola sits atop the barrel, lifting the ban on Zola beer. The people marvel that her poison could be so delicious. Zola blushes, recalling her plot to kill Blair with that same beer. Hiroyuki raises his own mug with a wide grin, ready to toast. He welcomes Zola as the party's newest, most unlikely member. The Poison Empress has joined them, providing peace of mind via beer. Masaru quietly admits she isn't fond of Begek's former underlings. Hell cheekily welcomes Zola, already planning to exploit her weaknesses. Masaru announces she has something important to discuss with the party. Her serious tone immediately captures everyone's attention. But Hiroyuki lets out a massive yawn, saying he's too sleepy to talk. A flashback shows his philosophy. Sleep is more important than anything. The exhausted party makes their way to a local inn for the night. The innkeeper offers the strange trio of travelers a single room. Hiroyuki is delighted at the prospect of sharing a room with two women. Hell is scandalized, exclaiming that the hero already has a wife. Masaru is equally shocked, asking if Hiroyuki even falls in love. Zola states it is irrelevant. She promised to provide him peace. She declares it her duty to protect him with her hardening magic. Hiroyuki seems to ponder her strange but dedicated logic. Hell complains about babysitting and giving up its beer privileges. The inn is quiet, the party having settled in for the night. Inside the room, everyone is tucked into their separate beds. Zola, wide awake, softly calls out Hiroyuki's name in the dark. She demands to know why he cared so much about unbanning beer. Masaru, peeking from her covers, wonders if he just likes it. Lying down, Hiroyuki calmly states that alcohol is, in fact, a poison. He explains that since life is finite, he wants to enjoy it freely. Masaru is surprised that he actually has a well-thought-out reason. Zola grunts, quietly considering his surprisingly deep philosophy. She then asks if he is annoyed at being summoned to this world. Masaru's expression turns serious, clearly invested in his answer. Hiroyuki lay still, his eyes closed, lost in a moment of quiet thought. He was rather enjoying himself, having experiences that money could never possibly buy. The unexpected turn of conversation left Masaru utterly flustered and wide-eyed. Zola admitted that at first she didn't want to die, but now felt different. She looked down, her thoughts turning to the enigmatic man, whispering Hiroyuki's name. Her eyes wide with intensity, she asked if friendship between genders could truly exist. Half asleep, he affirmed that it could, as he actually had female friends. Her expression softened as she considered his simple, yet profound answer. She pressed further from under her covers, asking about face versus personality. The late-night philosophical debate sent Masaru into a silent, wide-eyed panic. Hell, the two-headed bird, remained silent, clearly annoyed by the entire discussion. The unproductive debate continued until Zola finally drifted off to sleep. Hell grumbled angrily, suggesting they find a stable for their next meal. Masaru, now hopelessly awake, wondered what kind of person Hiroyuki even liked. The city of Donendale rested peacefully under a blanket of stars. But the fragile peace of the night was destined to be broken. The next morning arrived not with sunlight, but with a violent, earth-shaking tremor. Hiroyuki was instantly awake, his calm demeanor gone in the sudden chaos. Zola's face was a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. The room was in chaos as Zola demanded to know what was happening. From the city walls, a frantic cry echoed through the morning air. "Enemy attack!" Panic erupted as defenders scrambled along the ramparts, shouting in alarm. A vast demon army had appeared, a terrifying legion led by a new king. He sat upon his throne, a lion-faced monarch radiating immense ancient power. He declared his purpose with a snarl. He had come for the country and the hero. On the wall, Hell wondered aloud who this new demon king could possibly be. Zola, however, recognized him and seethed, vowing to kill the nuisance immediately. Hell noted that their enemy had made a clear declaration of war. Masaru gripped her glowing staff, her expression grim as she prepared for battle. The Demon King's gaze settled upon her, identifying her as the summoner knight Masaru. He raised his hand, forming a strange lens with his thumb and forefinger. He peered through it, ominously stating that her most precious secret would be exposed. A wave of psychic energy washed over Masaru, leaving her utterly stunned. The Demon King nodded to himself, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. Zola frantically told Masaru to ignore him, calling him a bento box woman. His attention then turned to the ornate staff she held in her hands. He revealed it was a memento of her sister, a precious, godly instrument. The townspeople on the wall gasped, amazed that such legendary items actually existed. Even Faima, Masaru's old rival, was left speechless by the revelation. Masaru was horrified, wondering how this stranger could possibly know her deepest secret. He roared, accusing her of simply using her sister's legacy for undeserved praise. The words struck her like a physical blow, exposing her deepest insecurity. Hiroyuki watched the exchange with a calm, analytical expression, piecing things together. Hell looked on, its massive eyes wide with a growing sense of alarm. Zola gritted her teeth, recognizing the immense danger this new king represented. He introduced himself as Basra, the Exposure King, threatening to reveal everyone's secrets. Zola realized this king was the worst possible opponent for Hiroyuki's refutation skill. It was a pure dream to make the king of refutation cry. Other emperors had tried and failed, left to look pathetic in their defeat. Zola knew, however, that this particular opponent was truly bad news. Hell explained that even the hero's cheat skill had a natural, opposing power. Basra threw his arms wide, declaring that his time had finally arrived. This power of exposure, he claimed, was the very skill of a demon king. The defenders wondered if they would all be exposed if they defied him. Masaru could only look on, her own secret already laid bare for all to see. Hiroyuki, however, smiled, believing he had already figured out the king's true skill. Blair roared defiantly, claiming he had no secrets and would kill him first. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the special magic, Phoenix Sword. A colossal phoenix of pure flame soared directly toward the Demon King. The guild members on the wall erupted in cheers for their powerful master. The devastating attack closed in, ready to incinerate its target in an instant. But Basra simply clapped his hands together with a deafening smack. The flames vanished and Basra flipped gracefully back onto his throne, unharmed. Zola was stunned, declaring his evasive skill was beyond that of a heavenly king. Settling back onto his throne, the Exposure King prepared his counterattack. He would start with Blair's one secret he'd never want revealed. He revealed the Guildmaster had been nursing a one-sided love for 20 years. Blair's face was a mask of horror. He demanded to know how he knew. The crowd erupted in disbelief, recalling Blair's stoic and loveless persona. The Demon King savored the moment, a cruel, knowing look on his face. He revealed how Blair acted aloof to hide his feelings from his beloved. He described Blair's nightly prayers for his love's relationship to end. He even knew of the secret portraits that Blair would draw and kiss. The public humiliation was absolute, leaving Blair sweating and speechless. Basra mocked the stoic swordsman, calling him a lovesick teenager at heart. His companions could only wonder who this secret love could possibly be. Basra continued his torment, threatening to reveal the woman's name to everyone. Blair squeezed his eyes shut, enduring an agony worse than any physical wound. He roared that he had forsaken his own happiness to defeat the demon army. He reached for his sword, his rage giving him the will to fight back. His hand gripped the hilt, ready to strike down his tormentor. But his body refused to move, paralyzed by the weight of his own shame. Basra explained that everyone has secrets and society functions by hiding them. But for those exposed, he sneered, it is a living hell worse than death. Hiroyuki looked on, the full insidious nature of Basra's power becoming clear. Basra then unleashed his ultimate weapon, a storm of paper leaflets. A massive, spiraling appendage made of paper unfurled from his back. The black papers rained down upon the confused and unsuspecting citizens of Donendale. They looked up in confusion, wondering what this strange paper storm could be. He declared himself their new king and announced he had brought them all gifts. Hiroyuki calmly caught one of the fluttering papers, his curiosity piqued. Masaru immediately recognized it as the latest edition of the dreaded black paper. The front page was a scandalous expose on Zola's past failures and present fears. Masaru read the humiliating headlines, her expression a mixture of pity and concern. Hell cackled, mocking Zola for her newly revealed fear of ghosts. The townspeople read the paper, shocked by the gap between her image and reality. Zola was utterly humiliated, her authority now completely shattered. Hiroyuki watched her reaction, his mind connecting the final pieces of the puzzle. He finally declared with certainty that the Demon King's skill was mind reading. Hell explained how he used this power to maintain control through threats and blackmail. The crowd marvels, realizing the infamous Black Paper's publisher was that very demon. Basra's ghostly image offers the newest scandals to citizens of his kingdom. The townsfolk are completely captivated, their faces a mix of shock and intrigue. Hell explains Basra's true power, using mind reading and extortion from the shadows. Hiroyuki ponders the outcome, wondering about the final, crucial detail of the fight. He questions why a mind reader is considered the natural enemy to his ability. In memory, Basra had smiled, completely confident in his impending victory. Zola had looked on in absolute terror, fearing the worst for their hero. Masaru's eyes were wide with fear, certain of their imminent defeat. The Exposure King declared Zola's allies were neutralized, leaving only the hero. He saw his chance, knowing the hero's cheat skill was king of reputation. An ancient scroll illustrates how the skill turns words into spiritual attacks. Basra understood the battle would be a debate, a true war of words. His strategy was simple: use mind reading to control the debate's flow. He believed this victory would finally make him the great Demon King. He demanded to know Hiroyuki's secrets, planning to expose them all. Zola, Hell, and Masaru watched in shared terror, expecting the worst. Hiroyuki simply stared back, his expression calm and completely unreadable. The hero offered only a simple, non-committal, in response. Basra clasped his hands, unleashing the full force of his mind-reading ability. A psychic vortex connected them, opening a direct channel into Hiroyuki's mind. Basra's mind was flooded with a chaotic torrent of incomprehensible thoughts. Within the mental storm, the Demon King's eyes widened in sheer horror. His eye reflected the overwhelming psychic chaos that was destroying his mind. The mental assault was too much, a storm he could not possibly withstand. His eyes bulged, filled with a pure terror he had never known before. The psychic backlash was absolute, causing the Demon King's head to explode. A new lion-like demon growled, wondering what Basra had been plotting. Hiroyuki simply said, again, his unique skill identified for the audience. He recalled the moment their minds had connected in the psychic duel. He remembered the Demon King's eye widening in the face of his thoughts. The king's face had twisted into a mask of absolute, mind-shattering horror. The psychic feedback had struck the Demon King with catastrophic force. His head had then erupted in a final, devastating psychic explosion. The entire party stared in stunned disbelief at the gruesome aftermath. With their master gone, the Demon King's golem soldiers crumbled to dust. The townsfolk surveyed the ruined army, wondering what had just happened. Zola stammered, a blush of horrified realization spreading across her face. She realized the Monkey King took immense mental damage from Hiroyuki's thoughts. Hell asked if it was a strategy, but Hiroyuki said he was normal. Hell could only stare, completely dumbfounded by the hero's casual admission. Masaru was equally speechless, her mind struggling to process this new information. Zola stared in disbelief, her own cunning seeming pathetic by comparison. His companions concluded his normal personality was deadly, a true cheat skill. A new question arose as the party surveyed the city from the walls. The spot where the king exploded was now empty. Where had he gone? A small, strange mound of plants had begun to grow from the remains. From the mound emerged a pathetic, weeping monkey with butterfly wings for ears. The reincarnated Basra wailed, knowing he could never defeat such a monster. He fled, realizing his mind reading should have been the perfect counter skill. He understood now. Hiroyuki had been his own true natural enemy. The tiny creature bumped into a massive figure, receiving a painful shock. Dazed and confused, the small creature looked up at the new threat. It screamed in pure terror as a massive, dark shadow loomed over it. Two massive, terrifying eyes stared down, promising a fate worse than death. The tiny creature looked up and could only stammer, "You are..." A hulking horned demon with swirling tattoos was revealed in full. The city of Donendale erupted in cheers, hailing the great hero. Hiroyuki, Masaru, and Hell waved to the adoring, celebrating crowd below. A man drunkenly recounted to Faima how the hero won with an Faima felt the country was safe now, while Blair looked on glumly. Hiroyuki raised his mug, announcing to the crowd their imminent departure. The crowd reacted with immediate shock and dismay at the sudden news. He cheerfully presented a flustered Zola as their ruler for further explanation. Hiroyuki joked that Zola was exhausted from her debate with the king. Zola seethed, muttering that her time as a ruler was in the past. Her authority was now gone. She believed the people would never listen. The crowd simply stared back at her, their expressions serious and unreadable. She recalled the immense effort she had put into maintaining her authority. The people continued to stare, their silence more unnerving than any jeer. Suddenly, the crowd erupted, begging Zola to continue ruling their country. Zola was completely stunned by their reaction, wondering what was happening. Hiroyuki wondered why she was so popular with such strange fans. Masaru realized her exposed weaknesses made her seem more approachable to people. Hiroyuki agreed, finding their newfound adoration to be a natural reaction. Hel explained she had transformed from a feared demon into a guardian. Hel concluded she was a better ruler than most humans, leaving Messeru speechless. Zola was moved, realizing this support was good for the country's future. From a high tower, a new thought began to form in the quiet. A memory surfaced, showing Zola standing beside her loyal subordinate, Zozoma. Hiroyuki announced that his presence put them all in danger, so he must leave. The crowd despaired, fearing for their future without the hero in Zola. Zola and her subordinate considered the possibility of a better future. Zola commanded the humans to never give up on annihilating the demons. She explained that demons are born from the negative emotions of humankind. The citizens were utterly shocked to learn of this symbiotic relationship. Hel told them to abandon this idea, as demons will always be born. Blair listened to this new truth, his expression hardening with conflict. Hel reminded them that demons create the very magic stones they use. Zola then turned her attention to the demons gathered in the crowd. The various demons in the crowd looked back at her, their expressions confused. She explained that since demons need them, destroying humanity is impossible. She concluded they were two sides of one coin, destined to fight forever. Hiroyuki listened to her grim conclusion, his expression calm and thoughtful. Messeru also listened, her face etched with worry at this grim pronouncement. Hel looked on, seemingly resigned to this inescapable and violent truth. Blair's jaw was set, this truth only reinforcing his own hardened beliefs. The demons in the crowd absorbed her words, pondering their strange fate. The human citizens listened as well, the weight of her words sinking in. Hiroyuki stepped forward, quietly asking the entire crowd, "Is that really so?" Zola passionately declares her radical new vision, human-demon co-prosperity. Since they cannot be separated, she argues, they should prosper together. The crowd murmurs in disbelief, stunned by her unbelievable proposal. She first lays down the law for the demons, no more forced fear. A bandaged demon and Zola herself react with utter shock. Humans will grow anxious anyway. It's better to redirect that energy. Hel notes that on a 1,000-year timeline, a hero would eventually win. Then she commands the humans. They too must accept the demon race. Masaru stares, completely bewildered by this turn of events. Zola continues her speech, her words shaping a new world. Blair, the guildmaster, watches with a skeptical expression. Humans and demons will protect this country together, she proclaims boldly. Blair's expression hardens, his resolve tested by this new reality. The mysterious bandaged demon seems to approve of the new plan. The faces in the crowd are filled with uncertainty and apprehension. Hiroyuki wonders if the crowd needs one more little push. Zola's gaze is sharp and unwavering, determined to see this through. A confident, almost predatory smirk plays across her lips. She adds that it would be a problem if they didn't get along. Hiroyuki is taken aback by her sudden, charmingly threatening display. Even the bandaged demon is flustered by her unexpected tactic. The new leaders stand on the balcony, overlooking the uncertain city. Hel, the two-headed bird, stares with its large, unblinking eyes. Blair's face is a mask of shock and barely contained anger. Masaru is utterly flabbergasted, her mind struggling to keep up. Zola blushes, wondering if her cutesy threat was a bad idea. But her tactic works. The entire crowd erupts in a massive cheer. Faces in the crowd are filled with joy, relief, and newfound hope. Zola looks pleased, while her bandaged companion seems utterly defeated. Hiroyuki looks on, surprised by the simple effectiveness of her appeal. Hel observes the scene with its usual detached, bird-like curiosity. Masaru's shock has not subsided in the slightest. The next day, a sense of fragile peace settles over the city. To be honest, the people gather, a new system being put in place. Blair admits his anxiety, but knows he has no choice but to proceed. Zola, in her full arachnid form, asks if he is truly okay. A plume of dark, smoky energy rises from the pot before him. He knows that to achieve his goal, he must face his own weakness. She smiles, encouraging him, before calling for the next person in line. People vent their anxieties, and demons gain sustenance in a mutually beneficial system. Masaru wonders what her past suffering was for, as Hiroyuki philosophizes. Meanwhile, far away, a massive battle rages between humans and spiders. A soldier on a spider mount clashes violently with a skull-faced spider. The chaotic battle continues, a maelstrom of violence and desperation. A fox-eared woman, Tyras of the Forbidden Arts, commands her troops. The party observes from afar, with Hel asking who this newcomer is. Zola explains she was a very famous strategist from a human kingdom. Tyras claims Basra used her secret to force her into servitude. She tearfully confesses to having a socially unacceptable, perverted hobby. Zola declares that this country will accept humans, demons, and perverts. Hell thinks to herself that she probably just said that. Zola gives a confident, knowing glance to the side. Masaru looks to the sky, believing this must be the new future. Her ornate staff begins to glow brightly, absorbing ambient magical energy. Her friends marvel at the godly instrument's incredible storage capacity. Hell wonders if the charging cost for such power is free. Faima smiles, saying they couldn't possibly charge their savior for it. Masaru looks at her former rival and gratefully accepts the help. Faima suddenly notices the staff, a look of recognition on her face. She cheerfully remarks that it's normal for family to inherit mementos. Masaru becomes flustered, insisting that's not what happened at all. Faima watches her friend's strange reaction with a confused expression. Hiroyuki senses the shift in mood, his expression growing serious. Hell tries to comfort the distraught Masaru, asking what is wrong. Masaru's eyes are squeezed shut in a mask of pure anguish. Turning her back, she confesses in a whisper that she killed her. Tears stream down her face as she admits she killed her older sister. Faima stares, her face a mask of horrified disbelief. Hiroyuki is also stunned into silence by the shocking confession. Hell realizes she was hiding a bomb-level worry this entire time. The two-headed bird looks on with an expression of grim sympathy. Zola watches the emotional scene unfold from a distance. Hiroyuki can only manage a questioning sound, processing the revelation. Zola begins to explain the fundamental truth of their world to the humans. A diagram shows how negative human emotions coalesce to create demons. The crowd of humans listens, their faces filled with utter confusion. Hell shouts that as long as humans exist, demons will be born. Blair stands silently, the weight of this new reality sinking in. Hell explains that human magic relies on stones created by demons. Zola then turns her attention back to her own kind. The demons look just as confused as the humans by her speech. She explains that demons need human negativity to live, or they starve. She concludes that humans and demons are two sides of one coin. Hiroyuki listens thoughtfully, processing the complex symbiosis. Masaru looks down, the endless conflict weighing heavily on her. Hell too seems saddened by this inescapable truth. Blair's expression is grim, his simple worldview shattered. Zola and her companion look forward with grim determination. Even the brewers, symbols of the new peace, look on seriously. Hell asks the crowd if they truly understand the situation now. Zola passionately declares her radical new vision, human-demon co-prosperity. Since they cannot be separated, she argues, they should prosper together. The crowd murmurs in disbelief, stunned by her unbelievable proposal. She first lays down the law for the demons, no more forced fear. A bandaged demon and Zola herself react with utter shock. Humans will grow anxious anyway. It's better to redirect that energy. Hell notes that, on a 1,000-year timeline, a hero would eventually win. Then she commands the humans. They too must accept the demon race. Masaru stares, completely bewildered by this turn of events. Zola continues her speech, her words shaping a new world. The Guildmaster Blair watches the unfolding scene with a skeptical scowl. Zola passionately declares that humans and demons will unite to protect their country. Blair's expression hardens, his arms crossed in a show of stubborn resistance. A heavily bandaged warrior observes from the shadows, his thoughts a complete mystery. The faces of the townspeople are a sea of apprehension and deep-seated worry. Hiroyuki's party notes that the crowd still needs one final push to be convinced. Zola's eyes narrow with cunning as a new, brilliant strategy forms in her mind. A close-up reveals a sly, confident smile spreading across the Poison Empress's lips. She winks playfully, cooing that they'll be in trouble if they don't all get along. Hiroyuki watches her performance with an expression of mild, thoughtful surprise. The sudden change in tactics leaves Masaru and Zola comically shocked. The group stands triumphant on a stage before the now cheering townsfolk. Hell, the two-headed bird, looks on with wide, slightly confused eyes. Blair's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock at the crowd's sudden reversal. Masaru is equally stunned, her eyes wide and mouth agape at Zola's success. Blushing and sweating, Zola nervously wonders if her cutesy act was a bad idea. A massive crowd roars with thunderous approval, their arms raised in celebration. The people of Donendale are ecstatic, laughing and embracing one another in the street. Zola is smitten with her own success, while the bandaged warrior remains unimpressed. Hiroyuki looks on, a flicker of amusement on his face as he takes in the scene. Hell glances sideways, its expression unreadable as it observes the joyful chaos. Masaru seems slightly overwhelmed by the sudden, positive turn of events. The next day dawns, casting a bright, hopeful light over the city of Donendale. A large crowd gathers outside a stone building, a sense of anticipation in the air. Kneeling over a pot, Blair admits his anxiety but resolves that he must proceed. He turns to Zola, asking with genuine concern if she is truly all right. Dark, potent energy steams from the pot as Zola watches him calmly. Blair steals his resolve, knowing he must confront his own weakness to move forward. With a sharp-toothed grin, Zola tells him to do his best and calls for the next person. Blair stands tall, feeling refreshed and ready for their new, mutually beneficial venture. The party walks together, with Hiroyuki cheerfully noting that anxiety is just being human. In a desolate valley, a vast and terrifying army of skull spiders amasses. Brave warriors clash with the giant arachnids, their blades sparking against hard carapaces. The chaotic battle rages on, with humans fighting desperately against the monstrous horde. A fox-eared woman named Tyrus commands her butterfly formation to begin a pincer attack. Hiroyuki's party watches from a distance as Hell asks who the newcomer is. Zola explains that Tyrus was a highly renowned strategist from the human kingdom. Tyrus dramatically explains how Basra blackmailed her into pitiful, forced servitude. She cheekily asks if it's all right for her to enter their country with her perverted tastes. Zola passionately declares that their nation accepts everyone, perverts included, without issue. Hell mutters to Zola that she probably just said that out loud. Zola looks away with a deadpan expression, perhaps reconsidering her bold declaration. The sun shines brightly in the sky, its rays heralding a new and hopeful future. Masaru's ornate staff glows with power, absorbing the sun's energy with a hum. The group marvels at the godly instrument's incredible capacity to store magic. Hell asks in disbelief if the immense magical charge is truly being offered for free. Faima beams, declaring that a savior wouldn't dream of charging money for their help. Masaru accepts Faima's assistance, her expression one of sincere gratitude. Faima's eyes widen in surprise as she gets a closer look at the divine staff. She cheerfully says that it's normal for family to inherit such amazing heirlooms. Masaru's face falls and she stammers that Faima is mistaken about something. Faima looks on, her expression shifting to one of confusion and concern. Hiroyuki watches Masaru's sudden change in demeanor with a curious, tilted head. Hell gently prods Masaru, sensing her distress and telling her to spit it out. A chaotic scribble represents the sudden fracturing of Masaru's composure. With her back turned, Masaru quietly confesses that she was the one who killed her. Tears streaming down her face, she admits she killed her sister when her magic went wild. Faima is shocked into silence, her eyes wide with disbelief at the confession. Hiroyuki's expression is one of wide-eyed surprise, the truth catching him off guard. Hell calls it a bomb-level worry, wondering if Hiroyuki will ever get home now. The two-headed bird looks down, its expression grim after the shocking revelation. Zola looks on, her face a mixture of shock and deep concern for Masaru. Hiroyuki touches his chin, his surprise quickly giving way to thoughtful analysis. He calmly asks if her worry about killing her own sister will truly disappear. Hell asks Zola why Masaru chose this exact moment to reveal her devastating secret. Masaru timidly explains that it was because Zola herself was there with her. Zola lets out a surprised yelp, completely flustered by this unexpected revelation. Masaru says that seeing Zola overcome her past made her want to change too. Zola is left utterly speechless, her expression a mix of embarrassment and confusion. Hiroyuki reassures Masaru, telling her that she has already started to change. Masaru looks up at him, surprised and confused by his confident statement. He explains that speaking a secret is a sign of resolve, not just weakness. He continues, saying that while the worry won't vanish, she is now ready to overcome it. Hell is taken aback by his insight, muttering that he is a positivity monster. Faima stares, her mouth agape, surprised by the hero's unexpectedly profound words. Masaru smiles through her tears, thanking him and admitting she feels some relief. Faima watches the group, a thoughtful and slightly confused expression on her face. She remarks that the hero is surprisingly gentle, a stark contrast to his reputation. Hell vehemently disagrees, warning her not to be fooled by his occasional kindness. Hiroyuki just laughs it off, claiming he's just being himself, to Hell's great annoyance. A crowd gathers in the town square, a low murmur of anticipation rippling through them. Blair, his face contorted with raw emotion, screams that he has always loved her. He stands before the woman of his dreams, his heart on his sleeve for all to see. The woman, Urini, is completely stunned, stammering that she had no idea. She covers her mouth, gently but firmly telling him that it's impossible. Blair is plunged into a world of darkness, his heart shattering at her rejection. The group watches as Blair stands frozen, a living statue of profound heartbreak. Irene cheerfully adds that she recently broke up with her boyfriend and is now available. Faima shouts that she told him handsome rich men are 200% likely to cheat. Masaru and Zola are utterly shocked by this sudden, unexpected turn of events. Fima urges Irene to just go for Blair already, given the circumstances. Irene looks down, a blush on her cheeks, clearly flustered by the bold suggestion. Blair's face twists with a desperate, hopeful grimace as he awaits her decision. Irene regretfully explains that Blair isn't in her box of romantic interests. Blair's face darkens, his last glimmer of hope being brutally extinguished. He lets out a primal scream of anguish, which the crowd misinterprets as manliness. Zola observes with a smirk, noting he has somehow become stronger through rejection. Irene watches his dramatic exit, musing she should have told him 10 years ago. The view pans across the rooftops of Donendale, finally settling on the inn. In their shared room, Zola asks Hiroyuki if he truly intends to return to Earth. In the quiet inn room, Zola realizes another of Hiroyuki's interrogations has begun. He casually replies that he'll return someday, prompting Zola's immediate, frantic demand for specifics. Beside them, the summoner knight Masaru appears to be fast asleep, oblivious. The two-headed bird Hel, their strange companion, rests nearby, observing the late-night discussion. Hiroyuki explains that his return home depends entirely on resolving Masaru's many worries. A devious thought begins to form in the former Poison Empress's mind. She gleefully suggests making Masaru worry about lunch, trapping Hiroyuki here forever. Yet keeping the perpetually anxious summoner knight happy is a monumental task in itself. Hel reminds her that Masaru's worries are what forced them into this difficult alliance. Zola furiously retorts, now fiercely protective of the nation she is helping to build. Masaru reflects on their success, still feeling a lingering guilt about allying with demons. The hero's calm, analytical gaze seems to see through all the world's complexities. He explains that cooperation is logically more prosperous than conflict, stunning Masaru with his logic. This model of cooperation, he muses, will inspire others and bring about greater peace. The sheer scale and simplicity of his plan for world peace leaves her astounded. Zola scoffs, arguing that defeating the king has only ushered in a new era of war. She rises from her bed, declaring that she has her own complaints for him. She accuses him of abandoning his duty as a hero for selfish sightseeing. Hel chimes in, wishing to visit a paradise of debauchery and never leave. Terry stands at the door, which creaks open, interrupting their late-night discussion. A sharp, insistent knocking echoes through the quiet inn, demanding their attention. Masaru sits bolt upright, startled and wondering who could be visiting so late. With a casual invitation, Hiroyuki allows the mysterious late-night visitor to enter. Terry bursts in, clad in a scandalous outfit, with an urgent message for Masaru. The summoner knight points to herself in disbelief, wondering why the message is for her. Hel looks on with disdain, creeped out by Tyrus's strange, excited energy. Terry's breathless, asks if they know of the Elf Kingdom, ignoring questions about her attire. She describes a stagnant democracy of the long-lived, which reminds Hiroyuki of Japan. Zola begins to stammer nervously, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. It is her birthplace, she reveals, and the domain of the troubled empress, Rulamea. Therese explains that her former master, Basra, had been investigating a certain individual there. She delivers the shocking news. There is a high probability Masaru's sister is still alive. The entire party is stunned into silence by this world-shattering revelation. Masaru is utterly aghast, though Tyrus's outfit makes the news hard to process. The tale shifts to the Elf Kingdom, a land of peaceful, democratic, long-lived people. However, their long lives meant the elderly dominated, creating a stagnant nation of old fogies. The desperate younger generation ultimately turned to the hero Hiroyuki for their salvation. As their journey continues across the sea, a brand new chapter of their story begins. Riding upon Hel, Hiroyuki marvels at the giant flower that marks the Elf Kingdom. They approach the magnificent capital city of Hardom, nestled within the colossal bloom. At its heart stands the ornate and imposing structure known as Goryu Castle. Inside, they are led into a vast throne room, lined with stoic elven guards. A powerful, winged silhouette descends before the throne, radiating an immense demonic aura. The throne room is adorned with intricate draconic carvings, hinting at its ancient history. Two elven attendants solemnly pull back a heavy curtain, preparing for an introduction. Masaru and Hel watch in silence, sensing the gravity of the moment. She takes in her surroundings, whispering to herself that this is the Elf Kingdom. She steels her resolve, knowing her sister could be here and she must stay focused. A soft, almost amused sound cuts through the silence of the grand hall. Hiroyuki is simply fascinated by the elves' pointed ears, earning a sharp rebuke from Zola. A row of impassive elven guards watches the newcomers with cold, suspicious eyes. An elven diplomat observes the odd group, noting the many unfamiliar faces among them. The court murmurs amongst themselves, questioning the identity and purpose of these strange visitors. Masaru is presented as the Summoner Knight, her objective, to find her lost sister. Hiroyuki is introduced as the King of Refutation, here for sightseeing and a return home. Zola is presented as an apprentice diplomat, her stated goal being to find true peace. Hell is introduced as a simple mount, with the sole purpose of making Hiroyuki cry. They present themselves as diplomats from the Zola Empire, carrying a letter for Rulamaya. An elven official steps forward from the assembled court to greet the strange delegation. He introduces himself as the foreign minister, noting it has been 300 years. A horned demon, acting as their own minister, questions the minister's sense of time. The officials find common ground, though the demon wonders what they are negotiating. Hiroyuki whispers that he wanted no part of this, earning a glare from Zola. The former empress is clearly distressed, sweat beading on her forehead. She reflects on how she, a heavenly king, has avoided the others for centuries. Standing before the throne, Hell finds the entire situation utterly unbelievable. A delicate hand, adorned with a small bow, rests gracefully, hinting at its owner. The troubled empress, Rulamaya, asks if the demon king truly lost to the hero. Her diplomat confirms the news is true, just as they had previously reported. Zola looks away, her face flushing with a mixture of embarrassment and anxiety. The very idea of the demon king's defeat remains almost impossible to believe. Even the ancient Hell is taken aback by this confirmation of the impossible. Zola's eyes widen, the full weight of the truth finally sinking in. A powerful draconic voice laments this outcome, revealing it as the reason he fears Rulamaya. This is Firesent the Almighty, strongest of the four heavenly kings, the heir apparent. Hell whispers that the rumors about his immense power were indeed true. Hiroyuki, however, simply grins with excitement, remarking on how strong Firesent appears. A playful, almost scolding voice calls out the Almighty Emperor's name. Rulamaya chides him, saying it's unseemly to cry in front of their guests. Masaru and Hiroyuki exchange looks of complete and utter confusion at this display. The entire party is baffled by the powerful demon's sudden subservience. The mighty Firesent can only let out a low, guttural growl of frustration. He then whimpers a pathetic apology to his empress, completely deflating his menace. Hell and Zola stare, their jaws agape at this unbelievable turn of events. The hero and the Summoner Knight are equally stunned by the bizarre power dynamic. A flashback reveals that 400 years ago, a succubus subjugated the strongest heavenly king. Zola panics, realizing Rulamaya's charm might bypass Hiroyuki's defenses, forbidding any debate. Hiroyuki casually agrees to behave, much to Zola's continued distress. Their horned diplomat clears his throat, attempting to begin the official negotiations. A soft murmur of agreement comes from the throne, signaling her attention. He offers to trade information about the hero for what she knows of Sekka. The diplomat smirks, confident that this advantageous proposal will be an easy victory. Masaru grips her staff tightly, whispering her sister's name with desperate hope. Rulamaya, looking utterly bored, casually dismisses their carefully crafted proposal. The diplomat's jaw drops, his confident smirk instantly vanishing in shock. Masaru's face contorts in disbelief at the Empress's sudden, casual rejection. Zola recoils, her own plans and predictions completely upended by this whim. Hell's wide, unblinking eyes betray its complete and total astonishment. Hiroyuki turns to the distraught Masaru, asking if her sister is truly that important. Masaru tearfully lists her sister's virtues, unable to grasp why she is more important than the hero. Hell asks for Hiroyuki's plan, wondering if they are simply leaving now. Rulamaya, lounging on her bed, dismisses the current topic with a thoughtful sigh. She then playfully points, demanding they give her Auntie Zola. Huran and Masaru stare in utter disbelief at the Empress's bizarre request. Hiroyuki seems mildly amused, while Hell looks on with a cheerful expression. The demand, however, sends Zola into a state of absolute soul-crushing panic. Rulamaya repeats her order, beckoning for Zola to be brought to her side. Huran explodes, questioning if this is a declaration of war against their new king. Hiroyuki can't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. The title Auntie hits Zola like a physical blow, a fact Hell points out. At over 1,600 years old, she is ancient, her youth a mere illusion. However, this simple fact ignores the painful reality of her long life. From childhood, she only knew fear, focusing solely on survival, never on youth. Her mind is still stuck in maidenhood, trapped by her traumatic past. She stammers, unable to comprehend this assault on her identity. Huran demands to know her purpose, accusing her of taking a hostage. Beside the bed, the imposing figure of Firesent remains utterly silent. Rulamaya calmly applies lipstick, explaining that nothing can begin without introductions. Her casual response leaves Hiran completely speechless once more. Hiroyuki, Masaru, and Odatama watch the bizarre scene unfold with confusion. Zola, blushing, can only stammer out the Empress's title. A horrifying realization dawns on her. The Empress might be romantically interested. Hel questions her sanity, but Zola retorts that they're both quite old. Rulame muses that both same-sex attraction and older partners have their charms. Hiroyuki listens intently, a new understanding dawning on his face. Masaru stares, shocked by the Empress's all-inclusive romantic philosophy. Zola grits her teeth, completely overwhelmed by the strange turn of events. The Empress finds Zola's lack of romantic experience to be particularly appealing. Zola can only grind her teeth, her embarrassment reaching its absolute peak. Rulamea beams with delight, finding this reaction equally charming. Zola is left utterly flabbergasted by the Empress's boundless positivity. Masaru quietly wonders if any of this is actually acceptable behavior. Teres despairs, finding the Empress incomprehensible and her mission impossible. The elven delegation watches the proceedings with cold, judgmental expressions. Hiroyuki strokes his chin, silently processing the chaotic scene before him. Zola lets out a small, defeated sound, her will completely broken. She rallies, declaring she could never hand over her own king. Rulamea's eyes widen as she recognizes Zola's mannerisms and appearance. Zola panics, realizing her flimsy disguise has been instantly seen through. Rulamea cheerfully asks if she is a young admirer of Auntie Zola. Being called a little kid is a fresh, new kind of humiliation for her. Rulamea lets out a soft, amused chuckle at the unfolding chaos. She wonders aloud if younger partners also have their own special charm. Zola seethes with rage, completely cornered by the Empress's logic. Hiroyuki silently questions the Empress's very nature, utterly bewildered. Hel declares her boundless positivity, wondering if she's a philanthropist. For a demon king, Hel notes, her methods are surprisingly peaceful. Her empire is famously peaceful, a land where all killing is strictly forbidden. She is described as emotional, whimsical, and fundamentally benevolent. This impression of her solidified within Masaru's party. But the narrator admits their assessment of Hiroyuki was completely wrong. It has been wrong from the very beginning. Hiroyuki steps forward, interrupting the scene with a single, simple question. His companions can only stare, completely shocked by his bold move. Zola screams at him, demanding to know why he can't act like an adult. Hel dryly asks why anyone ever thought he was capable of it. Rulamea turns to him, her expression one of playful curiosity. He tells her she doesn't need permission to manipulate people as she pleases. Her hand pauses, the lipstick held midair as she processes his words. Her eyes widen in genuine surprise, a flicker of a new thought. He challenges her directly. Why not simply use her charm skill? Rulamea looks down, her expression unreadable as she considers his logic. Hel has to admit that he has a very good point. Masaru watches the exchange with a deeply worried expression. Zola, the subject of the debate, looks on with anxious embarrassment. The mighty fire scent remains perfectly still, observing the proceedings. The elven delegation is appalled by this blatant breach of decorum. Rulamea looks up from her thoughts, her decision seemingly made. She slowly raises her hand, a gesture of quiet finality. Then with a charming wink, she declares that he isn't her type. At her words, the silent fire scent finally stirs, his expression grim. Hel cheerfully notes that Hiroyuki has just been thoroughly rejected. But Zola's eyes bulge in terror, realizing the rejection's true meaning. Fire Scent's monstrous hand tightens around the hilt of his massive sword. He unleashes his ultimate technique, a cataclysmic blast of lightning and force. The attack engulfs the throne room, but the party is safe inside a barrier. Masaru strains, holding the powerful defensive barrier against the onslaught. Rulamea observes the display of power with a smug, satisfied smile. The elven court recoils, shocked by the sheer violence of the attack. Fire Scent's hand rests on his sword, the attack seemingly complete. But a web of threads has ensnared the party during the chaos. They are caught completely off guard, wondering what has just happened. Fire Scent declares that the King of Refutation is now dead. Rulamea claps her hands together, thoroughly impressed by the display. Fire Scent looks down, his duty seemingly done. He notes the formidable, multi-layered defense magic that was deployed. One of the elves shouts in disbelief that his attack was blocked. His companion adjusts his glasses, equally bewildered by the outcome. Even Huron is confused by the sudden, complex turn of events. Zola wails that she just wants to go home, the situation now too strange. Hel demands to know if he wants war with the Zola Empire. Rulamea dismisses the idea of war, though she is confident she would win. Hel demands to know why she would attack Hiroyuki, Zola's guest. Rulamea stands serenely, surrounded by a radiant aura of hearts. Her expression, however, is one of complete and utter boredom. She declares that with Hiroyuki's help, she can finally find true love. Hell is completely stunned by this utterly nonsensical leap in logic. Hiroyuki simply nods along, a placid smile on his face. For Rulamea, Hiroyuki is completely outside her romantic interest. Understanding this twisted logic, Hiroyuki can only say, "I see." The bizarre bird Hell emphatically agrees with a previously stated point. It then explodes in a panic, questioning Rulamea's lack of common sense. A flustered Zola can only stammer in hesitant agreement. Masaru, equally taken aback, also voices her uncertain assent. Rulamea argues that a love created by her charm skill isn't true love. Hell concedes that this particular point is, at least, correct. Rulamea declares she could never love someone who suggests she settle for less. Standing calmly, Hiroyuki observes the chaotic philosophical debate. He interjects with a smile, noting the situation has been weird from the start. His comment leaves the perpetually confused Hell completely baffled. A vision appears of Rulamea on a throne, a queen of immense power. The sheer scale of her potential leaves Hell's eyes wide with shock. Masaru is equally stunned by the Empress's latent, world-ending capabilities. Zola looks on, annoyed but clearly impressed by this display of might. Hiroyuki analyzes that she is uninterested in power, so he questions her true goal. Suddenly, a voice-off panel exclaims that they have finally understood. The answer is revealed to be Rulamea's singular obsession, true love. Zola confirms there were rumors of her power, but this is beyond them. Standing alone, Masaru clutches her staff, a desperate plan forming in her mind. A close-up reveals her new, dangerous resolve. She believes that helping Rulamea might earn her information about her sister. Hell considers her logic, realizing that it might just work. But it quickly despairs, screaming that understanding the Empress is impossible. However, Hiroyuki has been watching, seeing things differently. From his unique perspective, the Empress is not what she seems. He saw her as a person one could actually reason with. He had deciphered her actions, finding a surprising logic within them. Her crude words were just a mask for her true, calculated intentions. She was simply weighing her options, avoiding unnecessary risks. Her no-killing rule was a pragmatic choice to protect her suitors. The narrator confirms that her internal logic was perfectly consistent. And since his opponent was rational, a path forward became clear. He knew if he understood her goal, negotiation was possible, and so he acted. As he walks away, a horrified Zola cries out for him to wait. Rulamea watches his approach with a curious expression. He calmly strolls towards the massive throne, ignoring the commotion. The elven guards are shocked, wondering what this strange man is doing. Hell can only ask what on earth he is planning to do now. Zola breaks down in tears, begging him not to say anything foolish. A guard reaches for his sword, ready to strike the intruder down. Rulamea calmly waves her guards off, allowing Hiroyuki to approach. He stops before her, offering a gentle, disarming smile. She returns his smile, intrigued by this strange human's audacity. He beams, making the most outrageous request, "Please try to charm me." Rulamea is utterly stunned by his words, her mouth agape. Masaru screams his name in a fit of panic and disbelief. Zola stares, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Hell wails that only handsome men can use that line, fearing this is death. The dwarven blacksmith backs and recoils as if physically struck. The entire elven court looks on, their expressions of shock mirroring each other. The powerful fire scent watches the scene unfold with a keen, silent interest. Rulamea, collecting herself, simply asks him why he would ask such a thing. Zola is still panicking, her mind racing with terrible possibilities. She screams, realizing with horror what he might be planning. She imagines Hiroyuki trying to teach the Empress the meaning of true love. Masaru covers her mouth, wondering if that is truly his intention. Hiroyuki explains that he just wants to test if the charm works on him. This simple, logical reason shocks Zola and Masaru yet again. Hell reasons that Hiroyuki's desires are too weak for him to be charmed. Masaru remembers his nullification skill, realizing he might have a point. She concludes that if the charm fails, Hiroyuki simply cannot lose. Zola realizes his true plan, to defeat her with logic and get information. Hiroyuki tells Rulamea it's fine if she can't do it. He offers her a gentle, almost pitying smile. Rulamea looks at him, a long, contemplative silence hanging in the air. She wonders what he could possibly be plotting with this strange request. She decides to play along, unleashing her arrow of troubled love. A shimmering, heart-shaped projectile of pure energy forms before her. The arrow strikes Hiroyuki directly in the forehead with immense force. He stands before the throne, completely lost in the spell's power. Zola watches with bated breath, her eyes wide with apprehension. Masaru is horrified, believing her hero has finally been defeated. Hell stares in wide-eyed shock at the power of the Empress's attack. Hiroyuki's head is thrown back, his body rigid in a state of pure ecstasy. A close-up reveals a sparkling eye filled with tiny, shimmering hearts. Rulemea's own eyes turn to hearts as she puts a finger to her lips. Hiroyuki is transformed, sparkling as he admits he was charmed by her. Hell is horrified by this sparkly, lovesick version of the hero. Masaru is completely stunned, her mind unable to process the transformation. Zola is equally shocked, her jaw hanging open in disbelief. The stoic guildmaster Blair is also taken aback by the sudden change. He can only stammer, unable to form a coherent thought. Hiroyuki suddenly crouches, his usual wry smile returning to his face. He cheerfully announces he was just testing if the charm worked on him. Rulemea breathes a sigh of relief, admitting that was a close call. The mighty fire scent is shocked, muttering the word hero in disbelief. The elven court erupts in a wave of confusion and surprise. Masaru is still reeling, her face a mixture of relief and embarrassment. Zola looks on, her mind still trying to catch up to the events. Hell is equally stunned, its beak hanging open in silent shock. Hiroyuki crouches on the ground, his face hidden by a baseball cap. He looks up, his face twisted into a hideous, trollish grin. Rulemea delivers a powerful backhand slap across his contorted face. The impact ripples across his features as he lets out a yelp of pain. He stumbles back, his face still twisted from the force of the blow. Rulemea beams, cheerfully announcing that he is back to normal now. The party is stunned, Hell asking if a slap really broke the charm. Hell erupts in laughter, declaring it a great show that was very refreshing. Masaru and Zola feel refreshed, but are ashamed of their reaction. Hiroyuki walks back, rubbing his cheek, glad that everyone is okay. Zola panics, frantically recounting the agony of the hero's power being exposed. Hell tries to reassure her, pointing out that it was Hiroyuki's own skill. Hiroyuki himself simply looks on with a blank and clueless expression. Masaru can only stare, her mouth agape in wide-eyed, speechless shock. Zola's face is a mask of pure horror, a trickle of blood at her lip. In the darkness, a voice trails off, ominously wondering what will happen next. Rulemea, looking bored, casually suggests they end this and dismisses them. The entire party is stunned into silence by her nonchalant and abrupt dismissal. Zola and Masaru are thrown into a panic, wondering what they can possibly do. A trio of elven politicians decides to prepare a new venue to welcome the hero. Hiroyuki steps forward, silencing the tense room with a single raised hand. He politely asks Rulemea one last question, a query about true love. Fire scent bellows in fury, declaring Hiroyuki's blade-like words far too dangerous. Rulemea calmly interjects, inviting Hiroyuki to continue speaking his mind. The rest of the party can only look on with a mixture of terror and disbelief. A confident, knowing smile plays across Hiroyuki's face as he prepares his argument. With a brilliant smile, he declares that true love is simply a game of words. Rulemea's expression is one of stunned silence, her regal composure finally broken. She repeats his words in disbelief, which he cheerfully confirms with a nod. Hell explains that concepts like truth and love are just words. Rulemea exclaims that it's nothing more and nothing less than that. Hiroyuki clarifies that his own true love is for things like beer and strange people. Rulemea cries out in anguish, insisting that is not what she is searching for. They explain that people waste their lives chasing after romantic, non-existent ideals. Zenon is shocked to hear the very concept of a true self dismissed. Hell is taken aback by the casual dismissal of finding life's meaning. The elven politician is stunned by the invalidation of a just society. Masaru is horrified to hear her quest for true peace called a fantasy. Rulemea is struck by the psychic force of their collective, deconstructive logic. Hiroyuki says people misuse words which are just tools for communication. He reveals his warranty, showing which concepts are valid and which are not. An elf finds the logic infuriating, yet annoyingly clear and understandable. Sanan stares in utter bewilderment, wondering what kind of man this is. Hell trembles, unable to comprehend the argument about uselessness. Masaru can only look on, her own worldview completely shattered into pieces. With a tear of blood, Rulemea decides to stop chasing a fantasy, true love. She suggests that they should begin with a mundane love instead. Rulemea stands transformed, wearing an elegant evening gown at her new mansion. A close-up reveals her new, softer look in a heart-shaped pendant. An ornate, horse-drawn carriage arrives through the mansion's open gates. A man in polished dress shoes and tailored trousers steps down. He adjusts the sharp black bow tie of his formal tuxedo. His polished shoes stride confidently across the sparkling floor. Hiroyuki appears, dapper in a tuxedo, greeting them after a long absence. In the vast empty hall, Hiroyuki and Rulamea face one another. Rulamea admits that she still does not place her trust in him. Hiroyuki smiles gently, reassuring her that everything will likely be fine. She presents 15 chosen suitors, promising he will ultimately be satisfied. Rulamea eyes him suspiciously, asking for the basis of his confidence. He cheerfully replies that he has one, but he won't be saying it yet. As their feet stand apart, he begins to offer a condition for this game. He says that she can kill him if she isn't satisfied by the end. Rulamea looks at his back, completely stunned by his bold and unusual offer. She looks down, thoughtfully considering the strange man before her. Smiling, she admits that at the very least he doesn't bore her. He grins, asking to be the first one eliminated from the competition. She admits she doesn't understand him, but agrees to his strange terms. Hiroyuki says he will just explain the facts and that he will see her later. The grand mansion sparkles, ready for the night's spectacular event. The marriage survival of the century, which will sway the world, begins. Rulamea, the succubus, whose charm skill could enthrall the entire world. She decided to recruit a marriage partner through this grand formal event. Naturally, people all around the world began to wonder about the outcome. If they could win her heart, they could shape the world as they pleased. From across the world, special candidates with unique charms and purposes gathered. Among them was a summoner knight, shackled by the weight of her past. Masaru nervously says she's never been in love, but wants to try. Rulamea looks her over with a cool, appraising, and unimpressed gaze. Masaru feels a pang of guilt, knowing she has a secret, hidden motive. She is only here to find information about her missing older sister. She berates herself for her romantic inexperience and lack of self-control. She is so pathetic, she thinks, that she is starting to truly hate herself. Rulamea muses on the impressive candidates the host Hiroyuki has gathered. Masaru is too consumed by her own shame and embarrassment to respond. Rulamea smiles, telling the flustered knight that she is indeed special. Masaru is completely taken aback by the sudden and unexpected compliment. Rulamea points out the amazing feat of levitating the heavy ball with magic. She recalls how Masaru instantly erected a multi-layered barrier against Fairson. Masaru insists the barrier broke and that the hero had to save her. Her magic combined the powerful elements of earth, light, and even darkness. Rulamea calls her combination of attributes a greedy and effective set. It was well known that Masaru was a prodigy of the summoner knight class. Rulamea laughs, finding Masaru's incredible power absolutely incomprehensible. For Masaru, however, there was a deeper truth to her magical ability. She was specifically praised by others for her strong suit in magic. Rulamea says she wants to know more and will talk to her again later. Masaru forces a wide, strained smile, her mind racing with anxiety. She panics internally, realizing she's blushing and that this is very bad. Rulamea watches her leave, thoughtfully beginning a sentence about what happened next. She sees Hiroyuki from behind, who interrupts her train of thought. Hiroyuki disclaims responsibility if the plan's foundation is overturned. Rulamea is confused, asking what he could possibly mean by that. He explains the planners can't be forgiven if the participants don't like her. She realizes his shameless disclaimer means she hasn't been liked yet. For the first time in centuries, this thought ignites a fire within her. Hiroyuki is already eating at the buffet, much to Masaru's shock. Rulamea begins to make her rounds, meeting the candidates one by one. She meets Edie, a towering Yeti woman who is glad to finally see her. This is Edie, a 1,587-year-old Yeti scribe and a marriage candidate. Next, she meets Fifin, a 21-year-old draconian attendant to Fierson. A fluffy, dog-like creature named Fuan lets out a cry, calling itself Fenrir. A mysterious mermaid, after 273 years of solitude, decides it is time for romance. A young dwarven blacksmith shyly presents a mirror, hoping to understand the nature of love. The mirror's surface reflects the bright lights of the grand party, holding unknown potential. The succubus demon lord Juriana arrives, regally addressing the others as her subjects. The elven politician Sishura frames his courtship as a diplomatic duty to his nation. Young elven archer Zanian offers a homemade cookie, curious about the nation's leadership. Blair, the human guild master, also presents a cookie, a symbol of his resolve. Zola, the anxious Arachne, nervously hopes everyone can simply get along peacefully. The Scorpion foreign minister Zazori insists he is here for personal, not political reasons. The former Phoenix, Hell, cynically suspects the entire romantic affair is just a scheme. The many suitors have all gathered, their diverse forms filling the opulent hall. Rulamea considers her 15 suitors, already planning who she might eliminate first. The grand mansion glitters under the night sky, the stage set for the contest. Inside, the suitors mingle in the lavish lounge, a strange mix of races and classes. Hiroyuki playfully pets Fuen, mistaking the self-proclaimed god for simple livestock. Blair and Zanin discover their shared cookie strategy, finding an unlikely common ground. A confident step echoes through the room, signaling the official start of the event. The almighty Firescent, now a tuxedoed host, announces the cocktail party of criticism. His attendant, Fifen, looks on with pure, unadulterated adoration for her master. Hiroyuki casually observes Firescent's ability to assume a more human-like form. With a grand announcement, the prize of the evening, Lady Rulamea, makes her entrance. The young elven archer Zanen is left speechless, a blush creeping across his face. Blair, the hardened guildmaster, is utterly captivated by her stunning appearance. All eyes are on Rulamea as she stands before her assembled romantic hopefuls. Rulamea beams, thanking her guests for coming and calling for a celebratory toast. The bizarre collection of suitors raises their glasses in a unified, if temporary, cheer. The rules are set. A 2-hour cocktail party will be the first trial. Participants must use this time to make their case before the evening's eliminations. An ornate hourglass marks the beginning of a long journey of romance and rivalry. Hell watches with a smug expression, certain that good looks will win the day. Masaru, clutching her staff, is overwhelmed with anxiety, unsure of how to even begin. Zola's own worries completely consume her, fixated on a wall stain instead of the task. The stage was set for a grand game, the contestants assembled before their host. Firescent smirked over his drink, wondering who would dare to make the first move. Thus began a bizarre survival game, with 17 souls vying for a single woman. Before the event, the party gathered in the city of Donendale to prepare. Blair, his expression troubled, announced with great regret that he had to refuse. He wished to help find Masaru's sister, but feared leaving the city undefended. Hiroyuki assured him it was fine, as a colossal new guardian stood ready. Blair struggled in a surprise headlock, shocked by the demon's sudden appearance. It was Horos, the Cavern King, a being borrowed by Rulamea's irresistible charm. Masaru was terrified by Rulamea's power, realizing she must never become her enemy. Dejected, Blair asked why he was chosen, sadly admitting his own lack of appeal. Hiroyuki looked on thoughtfully, the gears of a new, absurd plan turning. He began his psychoanalysis, deducing that Rulamea had been single for some time. Her long single life made her hesitant, so this event was a forced first step. For such a person, he reasoned, a partner with little experience would be reassuring. Understanding dawned on Blair, who proudly declared he was perfect for the role. From the sidelines, a curious voice prefaced a question. By the way, Therese, having been eavesdropping, enthusiastically declared that she would also be going. She was immediately swamped by work, however, lamenting that she couldn't leave. Hiroyuki noted that, unlike Blair, she was irreplaceable for more than simple labor. Masaru earnestly bowed, thanking Therese once more for the information about her sister. Therese humbly waved it off, apologizing for not delivering the crucial news sooner. She then leaned in, a slight blush on her face, with another question to ask. Masaru smiled brightly, readily agreeing to hear what she had on her mind. Suddenly, Hiroyuki's silent, intimidating aura stopped them cold before they could speak. But Therese suddenly remembered the important thought that had been nagging at her. She apologized for the belated question, but it concerned the event's star, Rulamea. She asked the one crucial question: why can only Rulamea use a cheat-level charm? Hiroyuki's eyes widened, the simple query catching him completely off guard. Masaru stared in stunned silence, the implications of the question dawning on her. Even the reincarnated Demon King, Odatama, was left speechless by the revelation. Blair's confident demeanor shattered, his face a mask of sudden, profound shock. Zola admitted it was true. If there was a reason, she desperately wanted to know. Hiroyuki muses that understanding the reason for all this depends entirely on that person. The Grand Palace gleams under the night sky, the stage for tonight's drama. A lavish banquet is set, but a vase of arrows hints at the underlying danger. 10 minutes have passed since the start of the Night of Criticism cocktail party. The gathering seems peaceful, but it is, without a doubt, a game of survival. Scorpion Minister Zazori watches, wondering who will be the first to make a move. He identifies Hiroyuki as one to watch, a man far too popular with women. Hiroyuki casually greets Firescent, complimenting his surprisingly modern suit. The fashion, Firescent explains, was copied from a trap-killed hero centuries ago. Suzori dismisses the Cookies trio as too simple-minded to be a real threat. The dog is also irrelevant. He wonders why the creature is even present. The imposing Yeti scribe, Edie, stands silently among the other candidates. He notes Mesuru seems passive and not an immediate threat to his plans. Bakken, the dwarven blacksmith, waits patiently, observing the unfolding events. Fifin, the draconian attendant, sits calmly, her expression unreadable and serene. Teres pities Zola, who has frozen up, staring blankly at a nearby wall. Suzori steals his resolve, declaring that he will be the one to win this. He identifies the Empress's group as the key players, debating his next move. Suzori, though calm and intelligent, rapidly cycles through countless strategies. But his inexperience facing the four heavenly kings leaves him utterly overwhelmed. He decides a quick trip to the restroom is needed to calm his nerves. In his absence, Juriana makes her move, leaning in close to the Empress. She invites Rulamea and her inner circle away for a secret discussion. Rulamea agrees with a bright and cheerful smile, sealing the deal. The powerful trio disappears through a set of doors, leaving everyone else behind. The other contestants can only stare, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Horace is aghast, questioning if such a brazen move is even allowed. Masaru and Zola are simply in awe of the sheer power of the adult move. Suzori returns, realizing he was beaten to the punch by a secret talk. Hiroyuki smiles, noting that that person is already making their decisive move. Behind closed doors, the true negotiation begins before an ornate heart sculpture. Juriana's hand rests firmly on the Empress's shoulder, a clear sign of control. Her touch asserts a subtle dominance as the secret discussion commences. The demon gets uncomfortably close, preparing to ask Succubus Lord Juriana a direct question. The Succubus Juriana confronts Empress Rulamea, questioning if she must choose only one. The scene is set in a vast, opulent ballroom for the marriage competition. The remaining suitors are scattered and murmur anxiously while awaiting the results. An ornate hourglass shows that time is quickly running out for a decision. Rulamea frets, realizing the eliminations are happening before she has even spoken to anyone. The male suitors whisper nervously, afraid to make a wrong move and be disliked. A voice announces that the Empress and the Demon Lord have returned. Juriana stands before the group, having concluded her private discussion with Rulamea. She turns with a sly smile, offering a casual thanks for everyone's help. The group of male suitors stares back, completely baffled by her strange farewell. With a confident smirk, Juriana declares to the room that she is forfeiting. Rulamea herself is completely blindsided, letting out a cry of disbelief. Hiroyuki, the summoned hero, simply watches the chaos unfold with detached interest. The summoner Mesuru gasps, her eyes wide with shock at the sudden withdrawal. Zola, the former Poison Empress, is equally stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Hel, the two-headed bird, tilts its head, unable to comprehend the situation. Blair, the human guildmaster, looks on with a shocked and confused expression. Zanin, the young elven archer, is visibly shaken by Juriana's announcement. The other suitors demand an explanation for her sudden and bizarre departure. The dwarven blacksmith Bakken wonders what they could have possibly discussed in private. A masked contestant accuses Juriana of insulting someone with her casual attitude. Hiran and Fifin agree, calling her behavior a great disrespect to the Empress. Juriana stands beside Rulamea, looking completely unbothered by the accusations. She turns the tables, suggesting that perhaps all of them should forfeit too. Leaning in, she hints that she has learned a secret that changes everything. Rulamea observes Juriana's dramatic performance with a slight, weary blush. Hel looks on, its expression shifting from confusion to focused curiosity. Zola watches nervously, anticipating the revelation that is about to come. The suitors are left wondering what devastating truth she learned in the secret talk. Juriana repeats her challenge for everyone to forfeit after they learn the truth. Zola is shocked, asking if she really means for everyone to give up. Zanin demands to know what she discovered during her meeting with the Empress. Rulamea calmly asks Juriana to specify what this great secret is. Mesuru is momentarily stunned into silence, processing the weight of the threat. She finds her voice screaming that she will not forfeit, no matter what. Rulamea smiles brightly at her defiance, whispering Mesuru's name in appreciation. Mesuru grips her staff tightly, her mind focused solely on her ultimate goal. A flash reveals her true purpose. She is here to find her older sister. Hel explains to the others that Mesuru's goal is to win Rulamea's confidence. Hiran, inspired by her passion, declares that those with strong feelings won't quit. The elven politician Sashura agrees, stating they all have their own motivations. Juriana sighs, relenting and agreeing to tell them the story from the beginning. She complains about her busy schedule, annoyed at having to leave so soon. The other suitors fall completely silent, their attention now fully on Juliana. Rulamea watches her, a hint of concern now visible in her eyes. Juliana's words are met with a quiet, unseen agreement from the host. She announces that she will begin by revealing Rulamea's true origins. She was once just an ordinary succubus from Juliana's own country, Champelli. This land, she explains, is known as a paradise for humans and demons. The ruling class is comprised entirely of succubi and incubi who control everything. The ruled are immigrants who came willingly, seeking a life of bliss. Though humans are livestock, the charm magic makes them feel eternally happy. Rulamea, however, left this paradise, a rare act driven by a specific reason. The confused Hel asks what kind of key her escape could possibly be. Juliana reveals it is the key to her powerful charm, her own reason for joining. Rulamea listens to this explanation with a completely stoic and unreadable face. She lets out a small sigh, seemingly bored by the entire dramatic affair. Juliana explains that the charm skill is not inherently powerful and has limits. She looks over the crowd of suitors, clinically assessing who she could control. She concludes that only Xanon, Zozori, and Blair would be susceptible. Xanon is shocked to hear his name called out as being so easily charmed. Blair is flustered, wondering if he is really that vulnerable to enslavement. Juliana clarifies her strict preferences, stating she's too hardcore for most types. Hel gives a deadpan, unimpressed stare at her particular dating standards. The fluffy Fenrir Fuen lets out a sad whimper, clearly dejected. Bakken the dwarf looks equally offended at being dismissed so bluntly. The elderly elf, Roga, winces, also having been rejected by her criteria. Juliana explains she can only charm those she desires, who must be handsome men. Rulamea dryly summarizes Juliana's type as being the trashiest of the trashy. Juliana ignores the insult, raising a finger to make her next crucial point. She conjures a shimmering, heart-shaped arrow of pure magical energy. With a pop, she fires the arrow of troubled love into Hiroyuki's forehead. She explains that the arrow breaks if the target lacks sufficient affection. Hiroyuki, feeling nothing, apologizes for being too hardcore, a first in his life. Juliana dismisses him as an extreme case, getting back to her main point. She grabs Rulamea, screaming that her unlimited charm is an occult abnormality. The entire party, including a wide-eyed Helen Masaru, is completely stunned. The demon lord Furcent, watching from his seat, finally cracks a smile. He announces that he has at last had the opportunity to speak with Rulamea. Rulamea looks away, implying the result of their talk is about to be revealed. Firescent proudly declares his success in deducing how her powers acquired. He hums, looking incredibly pleased with his own brilliant deduction. He gestures to the crowd, preparing to announce the shocking secret to all. Juliana's face twists in rage as she screams the answer. Over 100 years of abstinence. Rulamea flinches as her most private secret is now exposed to everyone. Zola's jaw drops, her mind completely unable to process the absurd information. Hel's eyes bug out in utter shock at the unbelievable revelation. Hiroyuki, now free from the charm, simply responds with a curious, "Oh?" Juliana explains Rulamea's power comes from a chaste desire for true love. The entire assembly of powerful suitors stands in absolute stunned silence. Hel innocently comments that Rulamea's motivation is actually very wholesome. Juliana gestures wildly at a quiver, continuing her frantic explanation. She shrieks that this abstinence created a greed for an unstoppable, piercing arrow. Rulamea listens to this psychoanalysis with a look of complete and utter boredom. Firescent calmly remarks that sexually frustrated people often become quite strange. A flashback shows Rulamea leaving home 524 years ago, when she was 25. Her unique charm was first observed 122 years later, at the age of 147. This timeline confirms that a century of abstinence was the likely trigger. Juliana screams that she doesn't care anymore and forcefully kisses a suitor. Hel asks if she can't just copy it, but Juliana wails that it's impossible. The mysterious mermaid equates a chaste succubus to a fish that cannot swim. The crowd of suitors listens intently, her powerful words sinking in. The elven warrior Hieron shouts, finally understanding her reason for forfeiting the competition. Rulamea, the troubled empress, looks on with a surprised and flustered expression. But a sharp interjection cuts through the air, changing the conversation's entire direction. Hiran yells that her supposed purity is, in fact, incredibly valuable information. Masaru looks delighted, exclaiming that she finds this unexpected contrast quite pleasing. Blair agrees, adding that this is hardly a valid reason to give up. Rulamea looks touched by their words, whispering her thanks to the assembled suitors. The succubus demon lord, Juliana, glares, her eyes filled with a simmering rage. Juliana turns to the gathered crowd, her posture challenging as she asks, "So?" She laughs wildly, declaring that the future is what truly matters to them now. Hiroyuki watches the unfolding drama with a calm and knowing smile on his face. Masaru, however, is completely shocked by this sudden, dramatic turn of events. Zola shares her shock, unable to comprehend what is happening before her very eyes. The small creature Odatama looks on, its cartoonish face frozen in utter disbelief. The mermaid questions why finding true love would make Rulamea a terrifying figure. From the sidelines, the host Firescent watches, a dark realization dawning on his face. Rulamea reveals her fear. Her ultimate, unlimited charm would become useless, leaving her powerless. Hiroyuki muses to himself that this situation could potentially become quite troublesome. This entire marriage survival game is revealed to be a grand social experiment. It is a bizarre situation with countless people struggling for a single, unified goal. The force holding this strange reality together is a singular, powerful concept. It is the absolute, undeniable charm of the protagonist at the center of it all. This charm is broken down into three pillars: appearance, inner self, and another. The third most crucial pillar is the raw, tangible charm of overwhelming power. Juriana explains that this charm of power is what Rulamea stands to lose. Hiroyuki listens to this explanation, his expression betraying a deep, analytical thought process. Masaru is aghast, her face a mask of shock and worry for the Empress. Odatama and Zola share a look of stunned surprise, the implications dawning on them. Juriana cries out in anguish, lamenting the absolute power she could have wielded. With Rulamea's power, she could have easily controlled the Elven Kingdom's government. She could have claimed the legendary treasures sleeping in their ancient vaults. She would have commanded the most powerful military force the world had ever known. Her ambition was boundless. She could have conquered the entire world itself. Yet she admits with grudging respect that Rulamea's prize was beyond mere charm. Masaru watches the exchange, her expression a mixture of confusion and dawning understanding. The dwarven blacksmith backs and sweats nervously, caught in this high-stakes drama. The fluffy Fenrir, Fuen, looks on with a smug and self-satisfied expression. The elves Sashura and Zanan observe with calculated, serious expressions on their faces. Blair, the human guildmaster, looks on, a single bead of sweat betraying his tension. Masaru looks down, embarrassed, muttering that such a reason is hardly a justification. A new question is posed, demanding the remaining suitors reveal their true motives. Rulamea looks at them, demanding to know if their intentions were truly pure. Firescent presses the point, asking if they were simply drawn in by her charm. He challenges them all. Would they have come if she had been utterly powerless? Masaru is flustered, her secret goal being to learn about her long-lost sister. The former Phoenix Hell watches the proceedings with its usual bizarre expression. Zola looks on nervously, clearly out of her element in this strange competition. Blair's true purpose is revealed. He is here to mend his broken heart. The elven politician Sashura's goal is simply to increase her own personal fame. The young archer Zanan is here for a secret audience with the king. The dwarf Bakken has his eyes on the legendary elven treasury. Fun the Fenrir's hidden purpose remains a sad, unspoken mystery to the others. The draconian Fifin is here only because she was commanded to be by her king. Rulamea looks on, her expression one of weary annoyance at their shallow motives. Hiroyuki sees his chance, noting that a clever line here could score big points. Masaru looks on in shock, stunned by his complete lack of shame. Zola stares, her eyes wide with disbelief at his brazenness. Odatama sweats, the tension of the moment clearly getting to the small creature. Zola's subordinate, Zazori, watches the scene unfold with a thoughtful expression. Blair looks on with an expression of pure, unadulterated annoyance at the proceedings. Hiroyuki simply smiles, admitting that Firescent's question is indeed a difficult one. Odatama puffs up its chest, demanding to know what makes Hiroyuki so special. A sudden, dramatic gasp fills the air, drawing everyone's attention. Rulamea stands silently, her eyes cast downward in shadow, her thoughts hidden. Sashura thinks to herself that perhaps participating in this farce was a grave mistake. Hiroyuki realizes he has become completely captivated by his own silver-tongued rhetoric. Rulamea clutches the heart-shaped jewel at her chest, a gesture of deep contemplation. A storybook lies open, its text speaking of trying hard but ultimately giving up. Rulamea's face is a portrait of sorrow, her grand plans having led to despair. But in the crowd, a single eye burns with an unyielding, hidden determination. The Grand Hall, the stage for this drama, stands silent, awaiting the climax. The three most powerful women stand together, a tense and unspoken alliance forming. The mermaid is formally introduced, though her name and profession remain a complete mystery. Rulamea looks on, puzzled by the contestants' complete lack of personal information. Juliana sneers, dismissively asking what this little girl could possibly want from them. The four figures stand in a silent tableau, the air thick with anticipation. The mermaid begins to speak, explaining what truly drew her to this competition. She declares that Rulamia's inner self, her very soul, is what captivated her. Juliana's face twists into a mask of pure contempt at this sentimental declaration. She felt a deep sympathy for Rulamia's earnest search for true love. Juliana cruelly mocks her, calling her a naive and hopeless fool for such idealism. The phrase echoes in the air, a fish that is completely unable to swim. Juliana is left momentarily confused by the strange, paradoxical statement. The mermaid throws Juliana's own words back at her with righteous fury. But this very denial, she insists, is the key to understanding everything. It is nothing less than a full-blown, glorious rebellion against one's own destiny. The suitors look on in shock, Hiroyuki remarking on her impressive turn of phrase. She speaks of fish leaping from the sea, fighting fate with desperate passion. She then declares that she herself is the very embodiment of this struggle. Tearing her gown, she reveals her legs, a mermaid who came ashore to face love. The suitors can only gasp in unison, a fish that cannot swim. The mermaid looks at the empress, confirming that meeting her has solidified her resolve. Rulamea is left completely stunned and flustered by this passionate declaration. The other suitors can only watch as this new contender takes center stage. She praises Rulamea's bright charm and her mysterious, powerful will. She then offers the empress a deep, respectful, and heartfelt bow. Rulamea blushes intensely, her heart glowing as she whispers the mermaid's name. A new power dynamic has formed, shining a brilliant light on the competition's future. Zola's face flushes with shock, her mind reeling from the evening's bizarre events. Hel the Phoenix stammers in disbelief, unable to process the chaos unfolding. Both Hiroyuki and Masaru are left completely speechless, their mouths agape in shock. The Guildmaster Blair shouts, his composure utterly shattered by the recent developments. The elven warrior Huron watches the scene with a serious, unimpressed expression. The young archer Zainin clutches his head, crying out in utter surprise. Back in the dwarf is flustered, his cheeks red with stunned disbelief. The old archaeologist Roga is equally dumbfounded by the turn of events. Fire Scent, the master of ceremonies, remains impassive amidst the widespread confusion. Rulamea blushes, inviting one of her suitors to speak with her privately. The mysterious mermaid declares that being chosen for this honor is glorious. Hiroyuki and Bakken watch as Rulamea and Fire Scent confer with another suitor. Fire Scent looks at the group, utterly baffled by the strange situation. Hel panics, fearing the competition is over before it has even begun. The private meeting takes place in a grand, sparsely decorated room. An onlooker notes that the current suitor is a strong contender for victory. Zainin watches intently, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Blair grits his teeth, frustrated by the mortifying difference in their power. An older elf praises the suitor's impressive and skillful choice of words. Fire Scent departs as Hel mocks his failed attempt to stir up trouble. Hiroyuki smirks, realizing there is another way to gain allies and followers. Hel furiously demands to know why Hiroyuki is acting so smug and relaxed. Zola silently wonders if Hiroyuki has considered a different line of reasoning. Hiroyuki muses that while his opponent's motives are impure, he must prepare. Hel taunts Zola for acting tough, who asks why it was silent before. Hiroyuki cryptically states that if he is the only one who wins, he cannot. A sudden collective gasp of realization fills the air as his words sink in. The suitors watch as the Empress returns through the grand double doors. Rulamea stands before them, her expression regal, serious, and unreadable. Her face softens into confusion as she looks at the remaining contestants. Fireson explains that the undisclosed contestant, her girlfriend, has been sent home. Rulamea silently stares at the group, her thoughts hidden behind a calm mask. The entire assembly of suitors is left utterly gobsmacked by the news. Masaru cries out in disbelief, demanding to know why this happened. Rulamea's eye flashes with a sharp, sudden annoyance and frustration. She declares dismissively that the woman simply wasn't her type. The Empress regains her composure, her expression now calm and distant. Under the crescent moon, she announces that she is leaving for the day. Her abrupt departure leaves the entire room of suitors in stunned silence. Rulamea turns her back on them, leaving the grand hall without another word. Thus, the turbulent first night ended, leaving no time to mourn the eliminated. A bright flash of light signals the arrival of a new, hopeful day. On a sunny beach, Fireson announces the beginning of the second day's events. The memory of Rulamea's blunt rejection still echoes from the night before. Her final words, "I'm going home," had left them all in confusion. A new figure, Opera the Video King, reveals his skill of recording and projection. He wonders how Rulamea will explain her actions to an increasingly anxious public. A cheerful receptionist named Irene concludes the first round of the broadcast. A crowd of 11 citizens murmurs amongst themselves, confused by the events. They gossip about the competition, now public knowledge, and cheer their favorites. Irene stretches, exhausted from her volunteer work and dealing with Blair. She observes Blair's wild emotional swings, wondering if he is enjoying himself. The elven crowd speculates about the next stage of the competition. Light streams down from the heavens, marking a change of scene and mood. The new location is a beautiful, pristine beach under a clear blue sky. A single foot in a sandal steps onto the warm, sun-drenched sand. Masaru, wrapped in a towel, declares that the beach is a great joy. Tyrese and Zola walk along the shore, looking serious in their swimwear. A cheerful voice calls out, "Everyone!" attracting the group's attention. Rulamea stands on the beach in her bikini, waving happily to them all. Masaru looks on, a surprised blush creeping across her cheeks. The other male suitors, including a cool-looking Roga, are equally stunned. Hel remarks that she is like a completely different person from yesterday. Masaru watches with concern, wondering if the Empress is forcing her happiness. Fire Scent clears his throat, preparing to make an important announcement. He reveals they are on Kaikatsu Island to deepen their bonds with Rulamea. He then declares that several of them will be eliminated from the competition. The male contestants look on with serious expressions, the mood now tense. A single word hangs in the air, capturing the group's thoughts. Honestly, Sashura, cool in her sunglasses, feels her goal of self-promotion is complete. Her fame has already exploded, ensuring her victory in the next election. Blair watches the unfolding scene with a deeply concerned expression on his face. A rival suitor admits he doesn't understand Rulamea's true intentions at all. Fuen the Fenrir hangs its head, looking utterly dejected and out of place. Hiroyuki silently observes the other contestants, his expression thoughtful. Hel turns to him, demanding to know what he finds so amusing. Hiroyuki admits he found more interesting people last night than he expected. Zolan analyzes the situation, noting the divide between the two factions of suitors. A single thought crystallizes in her mind. In other words, she realizes this is her chance to appeal to Rulamea for information. Fire Scent's voice cuts through their thoughts, addressing the entire group. He declares that he has a major, world-shaking announcement to make. A pair of ornate armored boots steps forward with a metallic clang. An unknown armored elf steps between Sashura and another suitor. The old archaeologist Roga looks on with a surprised expression. Blair's expression is grim and serious as he recognizes the newcomer. Hiroyuki too seems to realize who this new person is. The handsome elf stands confidently before the Empress Rulamea. He gracefully kneels, apologizing for his late arrival to the secret meeting. He introduces himself as Huron, one of the legendary Elven Seven Treasures. Hel explodes with rage, furious that a new member is joining the competition. Huron coolly informs the bird that the organizers themselves invited him. Hiroyuki explains that a top-tier human candidate helps balance the roster. Zanan asks if this Hyuran is famous, a question echoed by Zola and Hel. Blair watches the newcomer with a tense, knowing, and competitive smirk. He begins to explain, speaking of the 7 strongest who represent humanity. Hel gasps in excitement, realizing he is talking about the 7 treasures. Blair confirms that this man, Huron, is indeed one of those legends. A look of grim determination crosses Blair's face as he sizes up his rival. Masaru can only stare, completely stunned by this powerful new suitor's arrival. The stout dwarven blacksmith Bakken stares in utter disbelief. Odatama chirps, impressed by the new kid, one of the legendary 7 treasures. Blair gravely explains that 100 of his guild members couldn't match this monster. Hiroyuki finds the guildmaster's intense discomfort on the beach hilariously out of place. Sashura, the elven politician, proudly introduces the warrior as the treasure of the elves. Huran's face darkens as he bitterly wonders why they think he ever left his home. Blair reveals he sent the invitation, as he is the guildmaster in Donendale. He is overcome with gratitude that the legendary warrior accepted his request. Huron listens to the guildmaster's words with a cool, detached expression. Their hands meet in what should be a firm, respectful handshake. But Huron instead places his hand directly on Blair's bare, muscular chest. Zola's eyes widen beneath her scarf, completely stunned by the intimate gesture. Odatama's jaw drops, its mouth forming a perfect square of shock. Masaru gasps, her face flushing with surprise at the sudden, strange development. Even Hiroyuki is caught off guard, his mouth agape at the bizarre scene. Huron clarifies that this is a marriage survival, not a social gathering for him. Rulamea looks on, a flicker of surprise crossing her beautiful features. Blair angrily states that he was once defeated and fed to the Demon King. Hiroyuki explains Huron's homeland, Dakurafine, has never been ruled by demons. Blair demands to know if anyone in this world truly wants to defeat the demons. His face is a mask of pure fury, born from years of loss and struggle. Masaru shares his pain, her own eyes wide with the memory of conflict. Huron coldly states one can only be killed or be overlooked. No other options exist. This cold philosophy ignores the countless bodies left in the demon's wake. Masaru remembers the Demon King's ultimate technique, a beam of pure death. Blair roars that Huron's words are an insult to everyone who has died. Masaru desperately insists that there are other choices available to them now. Huron simply asks what other choices she could possibly be talking about. Masaru hesitates, unable to reveal the truth, while Hiroyuki looks on knowingly. She cannot speak of the Demon King's death to prevent widespread chaos. So for now, Hiroyuki refrains from making any kind of move or comment. Huron observes the strange, mismatched group with a critical, unimpressed gaze. He knows about the hero, he says, and he knows even more than that. He judges the hero unworthy, a fool whose presence lowers their chance of success. Masaru listens, her expression unreadable as the elf dismisses their only hope. Blair's jaw tightens, his anger simmering at the elf's arrogant dismissal. Zanin watches the confrontation, his own youthful pride perhaps taking a hit. Sashura, the politician, observes the power dynamics with a cool, calculating gaze. Huron remains resolute, his belief in his own judgment unshakable. Just then, a new voice declares that things are finally getting interesting. Rulamea announces she has a fun party game for everyone to play together. Masaru is confused, wondering what kind of party game this could be. Zanin looks on, his expression serious, ready for whatever comes next. Huron's sharp eyes narrow, assessing this new unexpected turn of events. Bakken the dwarf prepares himself, his face set with determination. Roga, the archaeologist, remains cool and collected behind his sunglasses. Odatama looks on with a sharp, excited grin, eager for some action. Hiroyuki just smiles, asking what's happening, a strange look in his eyes. He doesn't get serious about work or love. Ultimately, he doesn't care. But when it comes to games, he gives it his absolute all. Rulamea explains this free-for-all game will test everyone's true strength. Hiroyuki becomes uncharacteristically serious, asking everyone to be quiet for the rules. The feeling in the air is one of intense, almost ridiculous focus. She explains that if your ball is broken, you lose. The last one standing wins. The contestants listen to the simple rules, understanding the objective. Hiroyuki strategizes. Protect your own ball while trying to break everyone else's. A sound effect signals the immediate, explosive start of the game. Blair is ready for a fight, determined not to lose or injure anyone. Masaru wonders about the power of her staff, knowing she must hold back. Rulamea excitedly announces the prize is a secret kiss and begins the game. The world's most powerful beings stand in a circle on the beach, ready for battle. Masaru and Hiroyuki stand side by side, a strange pair in this contest. Blair's gaze is fixed, his determination to prove himself burning brightly. Fuen, the Fenrir, sticks out its tongue, ready for a playful fight. Zanin's eyes are sharp, focused on the challenge ahead of him. Bakken looks nervous, clutching his wooden club with sweaty hands. Sashura maintains her composure, her expression calm and unreadable. Odatama wears a smug grin, confident in its own abilities. Fifin, the Draconian, holds her sword, her expression deadly serious. The young elf Zanin holds his bow, ready to prove his worth. Zola seems out of her element, her eyes wide with uncertainty. Edie the Yeti looks on with an air of complete and utter boredom. Roga the archaeologist remains unflappable, a cool customer in the heat. Huron looks down, a single word echoing in his mind. Party game. His true fight is against Fireson, to see how far humanity can go against demons. He is grateful to his homeland, but feels they are far too cowardly. For 1,000 years, they have overestimated the demon's strength, hiding in fear. That is why he forced his way out, to prove the true strength of humanity. The small fragile ball rests on his head, a symbol of the coming chaos. Blair unleashes his ultimate attack, the immortal bird descending slash. The powerful blow carves a massive trench in the sand before Huron. Blair is stunned, not by his own power, but by his opponent's reaction. Huron calmly asks if Blair intends to aim for him from the start. Blair declares he will prove that warriors of the lower world burn with life. Huron simply scoffs, drawing his bow with effortless grace. He unleashes his typhoon arrows, declaring his opponent is all talk. Blair raises his sword, shouting that the rapid fire is easy to block. He knows the target is the ball, making a direct defense a simple task. But to his astonishment, one of the arrows curves impossibly in midair. His eyes widen in sheer disbelief as his simple defense is bypassed. Huron smirks, his complete mastery of the wind on full display. A massive gust of wind sends all the contestants flying across the beach. Blair drops his sword, wondering if Huron was aiming for everyone. He realizes the elf wasn't just targeting him, but the entire field. Hiroyuki sits on the sidelines laughing with delight at the spectacle. Masaru's ball shatters, the wind-infused arrow piercing her barrier. Zola is in awe of the incredible precision of the wind magic. Odatama's ball explodes as it cries out in shock and surprise. Sashura is equally baffled, wondering what on earth just happened. Zenon can only whisper in awe at the power and precision of that single bow. Blair kneels defeated, admitting his opponent's power and precision are inhuman. The stout dwarf Bakken is struck, his hat flying from his head. Hel, the two-headed bird, is also hit and sent tumbling down. Sashura, the elven politician, watches the chaos with a look of disinterest. The archaeologist Roga lets out a cry of surprise as he too is hit. A powerful foot stomps firmly into the sand, a show of absolute dominance. Blair realizes to his horror that everyone was hit as mere collateral. The elven warrior Hiren stands tall, his bow held ready and confident. A bead of sweat rolls down Hiran's face as he stares intensely forward. Fifin, the draconian attendant, realizes she is the only one left standing. Hiran looks over his shoulder, telling Fifin her country is not a good one. He smugly states he didn't know such a person was lurking below. Fifin retorts that perhaps he is the one who has been hiding away. She asks why one so strong would bow to demons without even a fight. Fifin draws her blade, announcing the beginning of her devastating technique. Hiran's eyes widen in alarm. He senses the immense power coming. Her foot pushes off her sandal, launching her into a powerful charge. She unleashes the swift thunder sword, a blinding torrent of lightning. Fire Scent and Rulamea watch the spectacular duel from a safe distance. Rulamea is completely captivated, exclaiming how incredible the display is. Fire Scent coldly notes that while her entry is unrefined, she is strong. Masaru can only whisper in awe at the sheer strength before her. The young elven archer, Zanan, is wide-eyed with shock and amazement. Hel, the two-headed bird, utters an impressed "Ho!" at the power. Bakken the dwarf watches the clash, sweating with a mixture of awe and fear. Sashura concedes that Hiran is, without a doubt, the winner of this contest. Zola, the poison empress, looks on with an expression of pure surprise. Hiroyuki watches the entire battle with a simple, interested "ooh." The nameless mermaid is also shocked by the overwhelming display of might. Victorious but alone, Hiran sits amidst the dust of the battlefield. He cannot believe a mere soldier possesses power rivaling a demon king. From the sky, a thought bubble simply states, "No." Hiroyuki cheerfully congratulates Fifin, holding up the tattered watermelon rind. He explains it's a custom in his homeland to crown the victor. The onlookers feel a sudden chill as Hel questions this bizarre ceremony. With a gentle "there we go," he places the rind crown on her head. The entire group, led by Hel, can only stare in utter confusion. Hiroyuki then triumphantly reveals his own intact watermelon, declaring victory. Rulamea's jaw drops, completely stunned by this unexpected twist. Masaru, Hel, and Sashura are all flabbergasted by his incredible audacity. Fifin, the crowned runner-up, stares with a look of annoyed confusion. Hiran glares, his hard-won victory stolen by a simple trick. Blair shouts in confusion, asking what happened to Hiran's supposed win. Hiran explains the watermelon was already broken, so he wasn't the target. Masaru dryly concludes that Hiroyuki was essentially playing dead. Hiroyuki demonstrates how he hid the real watermelon between his legs. Hel furiously denounces the cheater and demands his immediate execution. A single chrysanthemum lies on the ground, a silent symbol of defeat. Rulamea peeks into the frame, a small amused smile on her face. She admits she was impressed, noting that Hiroyuki's ball was not broken. Hiran is horrified by her simple yet profoundly absurd judgment. Masaru, Hel, and Sashura are all shocked by the Empress's reaction. Blair and the other contestants share a unified look of disbelief. The remaining group realizes that this absurd outcome means they are all safe. The scene shifts to a fine dinner, with wine and a plated meal. A lipstick mark is visible on Hiroyuki's cheek as he eats. He enjoys his meal, completely unfazed by the day's chaotic events. The suitors nervously wonder who Rulamea will choose for her private dates. Hiran tells Roga he dislikes gossip, though his expression says otherwise. Roga confirms his suspicions are related to the reason behind that poem. Hiran calls out to Hiroyuki, asking for a private word with him. Sitting by the water, Hiran asks Hiroyuki to talk about love. Hiran looks down, his expression serious as he contemplates his next words. He admits his naivete and recognizes Hiroyuki possesses a strength he lacks. The elven warrior closes his eyes, coming to a profound realization. His eyes snap open as he declares Volgark is their true greatest enemy. Hiroyuki looks up, a jolt of genuine surprise on his face. He strokes his chin, trying and failing to recall who Volgark is. Hiran is left utterly speechless by Hiroyuki's complete ignorance. He explains Volgark faked his death to manipulate the demon army from behind the scenes. He reveals Volgark's planned targets Rulamea, with an assassin hidden among them. While Hiran is thrilled by the intrigue, Hiroyuki seems completely bored. Hiran is reeling, overwhelmed by the constant stream of shocking information. Hiroyuki listens to the dire warnings with a calm, knowing half-smile. He leans in, a playful and slightly unsettling chuckle escaping his lips. Hiran is visibly startled by Hiroyuki's strangely amused reaction. Hiroyuki admits he prefers werewolf games to romance reality shows. He dismisses love as a game of emotion, making the contest pointless. Hiran is horrified, realizing the chilling, detached nature of this man. A beautiful, sharp-eyed woman with pointed ears rests her hand on her sword. Zola and her Arachne attendants demand to know why Hiroyuki is just talking. Fifin and Blair, with Fuen, are seen diligently practicing swordplay. Sashura relaxes on a beach chair, reading a book of philosophy. Strange, intersecting contrails streak across the bright, cloudy sky. Roga, the archaeologist, gives a relaxing massage to the mermaid. Bakken, the dwarf, is shown sweating profusely, looking incredibly nervous. Hel playfully splashes a large wave of water directly onto Blair. A single jagged rock formation stands alone against the sky. Atop Hel, Blair wonders how long Hiroyuki will continue his love advice. Hiroyuki and Hiran stand together by the tranquil edge of a pool. Hiroyuki looks up thoughtfully, finally understanding the situation. Hiran explains Volgark was a strategist who vanished 1,000 years ago. Hiroyuki asks what Volgark's ultimate goal is after faking his death. Hiran listens intently, arms crossed, a bead of sweat on his temple. A swirling skeletal artifact known as the Rock of Heavenly Mandate is shown. A burnt note reveals the desperate final message. The mastermind is Volgark. Hiroyuki nonchalantly asks, he was, as if he already knew. Hiran recalls the fallen exposure king Basra as Hiroyuki feigns remembering. On a stage, Tyrus reveals this new information came from Basra's subordinate. The two walk away, acknowledging this is still just a piece of the puzzle. Hiran explains Basra's fatal flaw was keeping all information consolidated to himself. Hiroyuki laments Basra's wasted brilliance and asks what new intel they have. The elf warrior recalls a chilling statement once made by the demon Volgark. Volgark's shadowy memory declares Rulamea the key to his flawless, shitty plan. Hiran recoils in shock at the revelation, but Hiroyuki remains perfectly calm. Hiran deduces Volgark wants Rulamea's unlimited charm, but the plan's name is baffling. Hiroyuki muses that Volgark's naming sense suggests a terribly warped personality. He confidently declares that an assassin is almost certainly coming, presenting a unique opportunity. Hiran notes that this event is the only time to approach Rulamea safely. However, a significant problem still looms over them, like a shadow on water. Hiroyuki cheerfully notes they can't find the assassin, shocking the elf warrior. He presents two possibilities: all assassins failed, or every participant is an assassin. The weight of this impossible situation crushes the elven warrior's spirit. He laments his arrogance, realizing his plan to just defeat everyone was naive. The handsome elf's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated stress and exhaustion. In a memory, he serves fire scent, admitting his own past arrogance and conceit. He collapses in despair, feeling trapped and utterly finished by the overwhelming pressure. Hiroyuki calmly observes that the distraught elf has begun talking to himself. Hiran sinks into an existential crisis, questioning the very start of his life. A thought interrupts, a small aside that will change the entire conversation. Hiroyuki asks about the other 7 treasures, but Hiran says he cannot rely on them. Due to his lower world origins, his comrades do not respect him, and yet his pride prevents him from asking the summoned hero for help. Fifin meditates, realizing she misjudged the demon army by not making allies. Hiran shakes his head, trying to deny his own feelings of inadequacy. He fears being seen as a morally bankrupt fool who let his hopes down. Overwhelmed, he cries out in agony, asking what he is supposed to do. A memory shows a young Hiran at a funeral, marking a turning point. He recalls his grueling daily training, pushing himself to the absolute brink. He screams under a waterfall, desperate to know how he can get any stronger. The immense pressure of the water symbolizes the weight of his own despair. Exhausted, he collapses at the water's edge as Hiroyuki watches him silently. The hero offers a quiet, sympathetic pat on the defeated warrior's shoulder. Hiroyuki tells him there is no need to lament his weakness, but trails off. The elf looks up, confused and sweating, caught by the unfinished thought. Fireson explains the assassin's dilemma. Rulamiya's guard is simply too strong. But a more important point shifts the entire focus of the strategy. Fireson kneels, urging her to complete her mission and finally become an adult. The true nature of the mission dawns on Hiren with horrifying clarity. Hiroyuki outlines the new plan. Watch for a desperate attack after elimination. Fireson closes his eyes, confirming this is the logical conclusion they must reach. Hiran feels his actions are useless, but Hiroyuki tells him that's not true. The warrior's face is a mask of shock, unable to process the new information. Hiroyuki grins, explaining the goal is to win her heart and land the kill shot. The elf can only stare, completely baffled by this bizarre romantic strategy. Rulamiya, applying makeup, confirms the game is about winning her heart. The truth of the matter finally clicks, causing the warrior to scream aloud. She muses that the game is all about making her fall in love with Hiren. The elf warrior stands completely dumbfounded by this absurd turn of events. His eyes wide with horror, he finally understands the true nature of his mission. Hiroyuki explains how this could disrupt Volgark's plans and end the war. A flash of pure insight sparks within the elf warrior's mind. He screams that this is a turning point. Angry, he was so focused on assassins. He clenches his fist, realizing this is the ray of hope he needed to save the world. Hiroyuki clarifies that Hiran's true weakness is not physical, but internal. The warrior is completely baffled by this unexpected and personal critique. His face is a sweaty mask of confusion as he tries to process the insult. Hiroyuki prepares to deliver the final, most devastating verbal blow. With a wicked grin, Hiroyuki tells him that he is simply unpopular. The verbal attack manifests as a massive psychic fist, striking him down. The powerful elf staggers backward, completely shocked by the mental assault. The text explains that Hiroyuki's skill materializes the mental damage of debate. He touches his bleeding nose, shocked that he could be so easily wounded. His eyes are wide with disbelief and the dawning horror of the truth. He can only whisper the devastating word that has shattered his confidence. Hiroyuki cheerfully apologizes for the damage and offers to stop the conversation. Desperate for a breakthrough, Hiran begs him to continue the painful lesson. He points to his swooning female fans, confused by the unpopular label. Hiroyuki just laughs, clasping his hands together in a mock apology. Rulamiya explains that such popularity is only due to his wealth and status. The warrior is shocked once more, his understanding of the world crumbling. She clarifies that it's about focusing that power on a chosen partner. Hiroyuki explains they are discussing his complete lack of internal charm. Another psychic punch lands as he screams the insult back in disbelief. Hiroyuki says his first impression was terrible, leaving Hiran to ask why. He reminds him of his open hostility towards demons, which includes Rulamiya. The logical point lands with the force of another crushing psychic blow. He offers a basic tip. It is better to be friendly with everyone. Hiran realizes he never intended to befriend anyone besides Rulamiya. The force of this realization sends him crashing to his knees again. Hiroyuki then critiques his elitist upper world, lower world mentality. Hiran is impressed, never imagining such a person existed in the lower world. He points out Rulamiya is also from the lower world, making his rudeness worse. This final point lands with the most devastating psychic impact yet. Hiroyuki, as a baby, dismisses his effort as something even infants do. True effort, he explains, is thinking things through before you actually act. Later, Hiroyuki gives advice to the romance beginners around the campfire. He suggests that genuinely falling in love is a viable strategic approach. Teres notes Masaru's bravery in confronting the great demon king. Hiran's eye widens as he processes the experiences of his companions. Zola shivers, remembering her own terrifying encounter with the hero. Blair, too, has faced his own profound emotional and personal challenges. Hell confirms that even the mighty Haveru went through a similar ordeal. Overwhelmed by their life-and-death experiences, the elf is left speechless. Hiroyuki explains they are all gaining practical experience in the lower world. He looks at Hiran pointedly, telling him that he needs to think. Bleeding and broken, Hiran whispers that he simply cannot win this. Rulamiya notes that Hiran is just spinning his wheels, ignorant of her. The proud warrior's face is a mask of utter defeat and despair. He realizes his companions have faced true despair, while he was never serious. The elven warrior Hiran lies utterly defeated, his face swollen and bruised from battle. Hiroyuki stands over him, explaining that he simply wanted to ask him a question. His expression shifts to one of wide-eyed surprise as he processes the situation. He asks Huron if he truly has the will to fight the Demon King's army. The memory of his one-sided, catastrophic defeat flashes through the warrior's mind. A lone flower stands tall, a symbol of resilience in a barren wasteland. On the beach, the bizarre party of heroes and demons walks toward the city. Hiroyuki spots something ahead while Zola asks if he was expecting to find something. Zola's eyes narrow with intense focus, a determined sound escaping her lips. She furiously demands to know what kind of promise would make him abandon her. Hiroyuki cheekily asks if they were perhaps having a little chat about love. Masaru and Odatama recoil in shock, exclaiming about a serious talk on romance. The reincarnated Demon King Odatama lets out a confused sound, utterly baffled. Odatama asks why Huron is so beaten as he greets them with a smile. The waves of the ocean gently lap against the shore in a moment of calm. A lone rock formation stands on the beach as someone wonders about the outcome. A magnificent horned dragon descends, a grand pavilion resting upon its back. Zenon wonders if it's for a date, while Misoru swoons over the idea. Odatama notes Hiroyuki is the winner, as Zanen complains about the prize. The draconian attendant, Fifin, remains silent, her expression unreadable in the shadows. Her hand tightens around the hilt of her massive sword, knuckles turning white. She blushes furiously, unable to believe this reward is her dream date with Firesen. A wave of rage washes over her as she silently curses the abductor, Hiroyuki. Odatama wonders what a date with Hiroyuki is like. Blair can't imagine it. Masaru and Zola watch the spectacle unfold, a silent understanding between them. Zola speculates that perhaps, when they're alone, he might be surprisingly romantic. Masaru squeals with delight, excited by the potential for a Gap-Mo moment. The dragon soars away at incredible speed, leaving Odatama to imagine the horror. The majestic beast carries its passengers high above the clouds in their private pavilion. From their high vantage point, the world below feels strange and distant. Rulamea laughs, exclaiming she never thought she'd end up on a date with him. Hiroyuki turns to her, asking how she feels about the marriage survival project so far. Rulamea pauses for a moment, considering his question with a thoughtful expression. She beams, admitting that it's been surprisingly fun and thanks him for planning it. Hiroyuki smiles, scratching the back of his neck and saying that he is glad. She leans in close, playfully urging him to act like a participant, not a planner. She teases him, offering to answer any question he might have for her now. Hiroyuki's expression becomes thoughtful as he decides to ask her just one thing. Rulamea leans in eagerly, telling him not to ask anything too indelicate. With a cheerful grin, he declares that he wants to hear all about her ex-boyfriend. The title card reads Isekai Hiroyuki, setting the stage for the awkward conversation. The dragon continues its graceful flight high above the churning sea below them. The ancient dragon's eye, filled with a strange sadness, watches the two talk. Rulamea's smile fades, her eyes gazing into the distance as she processes his question. Hiroyuki maintains his pleasant smile, watching her reaction with keen interest. Her eye reflects the open sky, a hint of vulnerability in her gaze. Hiroyuki's eye is dark and focused, his mind already analyzing her every move. She blushes, flustered by the unexpected question about a former lover. Hiroyuki simply responds with a cheerful yes, confirming his invasive query. From a distance, the conversation in the sky pavilion continues in tense silence. Rulamea covers her mouth, asking with a playful pout if she even had one. She dismisses his question, telling him to stop trying to trick her. He presses on, stating that she dated a human man when they were both 20. Her playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a look of genuine shock and confusion. Hiroyuki continues his analysis, his expression unchanged by her sudden shift in mood. He is observing her expression, testing his own theories and watching her reactions. For a fleeting moment, she remembers the pain of watching her partner grow old. Her eyes snap open, a jolt of realization running through her as she's exposed. He explains that while humans change in 30 years, a succubus barely ages. He guesses that she was dumped because her appearance was outside his strike zone. He leans closer, continuing to lay out his logical yet deeply personal theory. Rulamea's face falls into shadow, her expression tight with contained emotion. The tension breaks as she throws her head back and bursts into loud laughter. Hiroyuki is momentarily taken aback by her sudden and unexpected outburst of mirth. She laughs, calling his theory complete nonsense and asking where he heard it. He smiles sheepishly, admitting that while it was a guess, he had a basis for it. He asks if he was at least partially correct, but she denies it completely. Hiroyuki strokes his goatee, realizing that this line of attack has failed. His gaze sharpens as his mind pivots to a completely new strategy. The dragon flies on as Hiroyuki wonders aloud about the concept of true love. Rulamea looks at him, completely confused by this sudden shift in topic. He folds his arms, muttering that things might be difficult if they continue this way. A bead of sweat runs down her temple as she senses the conversation's new direction. She tells him to stop beating around the bush and just say what he means. He bluntly asks her if her method of self-disclosure isn't a bit clumsy. She asks what he means, completely baffled by his psychological jargon. She complains that the reasons for the last eliminations were too incomprehensible. A brief image of the stoic elven warrior Huron flashes by. The face of the thoughtful half-elf archaeologist Roga is shown. The simple, instinct-driven face of the Fenrir, Fuen, appears in memory. Hiroyuki begins to explain his point, saying that to be blunt about it, he tells her that they still haven't seen the deepest parts of her yet. He continues his lecture, gesturing towards her from across the pavilion. Rulamea listens intently, her playful demeanor gone, replaced by a serious focus. Another flashback shows Hiron's determined eye, a symbol of his conviction. He recalls a moment at the party where the suitors spoke of themselves. Hiroyuki continues to explain his point from his seat in the sky. He remembers Juriana, the succubus, refusing to even talk about herself. Rulamea continues to listen, her expression unreadable as she processes his words. He concludes that if she doesn't go that far, love can never truly begin. He looks at her, waiting for his words to sink in and elicit a response. Rulamea's face contorts in anger as she snarls that she doesn't need a fake thing. The dragon soars across the sky, oblivious to the emotional turmoil behind it. That evening, the party continues at the luxurious beachside resort by the pool. Hands raise glasses of champagne, toasting to the second round, the cocktail party. Rulamea, radiant and smiling, raises her glass to the gathered contestants. Sola, overwhelmed by the social situation, crawls awkwardly on the ground. A woman's voice calls out, "Hiroyuki Dono!" from off-panel, interrupting the party. Hiroyuki turns, a glass of champagne in hand, and asks who is calling him. A simple sandal steps into view, heralding the arrival of a new challenger. Sola's face contorts with rage, her sharp teeth bared in a furious snarl. She confronts a calm Hiroyuki, demanding to know what he did to her master. The tense scene unfolds on a quiet terrace under a starry night sky. Zola realizes with horror that the hero is 10 times worse than she imagined. She recalls hearing about a date that ended with him breaking Rulamea's ribs. This, she understood, was a special and completely unforgivable version of his usual antics. She presses him, asking what has been confirmed and what remains a secret. Hiroyuki says his theory is based on Rulamea's actions and asks if she wants to hear. He adds that there's no guarantee his deductions are actually correct. A dramatic pause hangs in the air as he prepares his next statement. Hell, the bird panics, believing Hiroyuki has gone too far this time. Hiroyuki turns to Firasent, casually asking for his opinion on the matter. He explains that as the planner, his own evaluation is still very much uncertain. He trails off, building the tension with a simple, "and therefore," he states he cannot allow Rulamea's immense potential to be squandered. Firasent quietly observes, thinking the hero's methods are far too cunning. A blushing Messeru mutters that his motivations are completely impure. Firasent, however, breaks into a wide grin, finding the whole affair wonderful. The assembled party, including Hel and Messeru, looks on in utter confusion. Firasent explains Hiroyuki's true goal, to assist others to ensure the project's success. He marvels at the strategy's difficulty, asking the others if they grasp it. Blair and Messeru admit he had apologized to them earlier, much to their surprise. Under the night sky, Hiroyuki stands in thoughtful silence for a long moment. He turns to Firasent, announcing it's time to start narrowing down the possibilities. A tall, modern tower stands starkly against the tropical island backdrop. Zola lies on a chaise lounge, looking exhausted by the recent turn of events. Zaynan approaches, asking what's wrong, as she begins to explain the situation. She tells him that Hiroyuki has made a new request concerning the project's direction. Hiroyuki cheerfully explains to Rulamea that this next step is an absolute must. With a bright smile, he announces that 4 people will now be eliminated. Zola shrieks in horror, demanding to know why so many must leave so suddenly. Rulamea furiously threatens to quit the project and sink Hiroyuki in the sea. Zola questions why he must resort to such extreme and brutish tactics. Rulamea stands before the suitors, her voice trembling as she begins to speak. She declares with grim resolve that she would rather die than miss her true love. This, she believes, is the only way forward for her quest. In tears, she refuses to eliminate anyone, fearing her fated partner is among them. The male suitors watch her emotional breakdown with stoic, serious expressions. Zenon's face is a mask of pure concern for the distraught empress. The other contestants, including Zola and Masaru, are shocked by her outburst. Rulamea stands before Hiroyuki, her emotional defenses completely shattered. Hiroyuki gazes back at her, his expression unreadable for a moment. He then smiles gently, telling her that her indecision is precisely the problem. Rulamea is stunned into silence by his incredibly direct assessment. He explains her error is trying to find love without knowing her partner. If she tried harder to know them, he argues, choosing would be simple. Rulamea's eyes well with tears as his logic dismantles her entire worldview. She asks what he means by desperately trying to know someone. Hiroyuki purses his lips, preparing to deliver another philosophical blow. Rulamea protests, asking if this is just an unnatural job interview. She argues that true love is found by connecting with your authentic self. Masaru quietly agrees, admitting that the Empress certainly has a point. Zola, blushing slightly, says that she understands what Rulamea means. Hiroyuki looks up, thoughtfully considering her passionate, romantic ideal. He then asks her to bluntly define what true love actually is. Rulamea is horrified, declaring that she can't possibly explain it so simply. Masaru is shocked by the question, exclaiming that, of course she can't. Zola also stares in disbelief at the impossible demand. Hell scoffs, dismissing the entire concept as something foolish boys would say. Hiroyuki laughs, asking if there aren't at least some things it definitely isn't. Rulamea turns away, her argument defeated, her spirit faltering. Her expression is one of dawning realization and quiet contemplation. A mysterious stranger appears, playing a soft melody on a guitar. His face is hidden by a wide hat as he strums his instrument. Rulamea finally breaks down, letting out a raw, frustrated scream. Wiping away her tears, she declares that her resolve will not be swayed. Hiroyuki watches her renewed determination with a look of intrigue. She reasons that if this is the case, then she must act. She proclaims that love cannot be found in such an artificial meeting. The other suitors are completely stunned by her sudden reversal. She worries that she has been swept up by the project's atmosphere. Hell senses that this sudden change of plans is not going to end well. Rulamea apologizes to the group and cancels the entire project. Blair looks on with a stern, deeply disapproving expression. Sashura's face is a mask of cold, calculating disappointment. Huron is shocked and dismayed by her abrupt decision. Masaru can only stare, her face a picture of wide-eyed panic. Rulamea turns to Hiroyuki, her eyes dark, asking him to die as promised. Hiroyuki, now in a tuxedo, calmly says she can kill him if she is satisfied. Hell and Masaru scream in absolute terror at this grim turn of events. Zola is equally horrified by the Empress's deadly request. Hiroyuki maintains a calm, almost detached expression in the face of death. He tells her that finding love isn't what she should be doing. Rulamea looks at him, completely baffled by his cryptic statement. He asks which is harder to divorce, an arranged marriage or a love marriage. Rulamea listens, her anger giving way to a new sense of curiosity. She is completely taken aback by the bizarre and unexpected question. She demands to know what he is suddenly talking about now. Zola excitedly answers that a love marriage is harder, as it was a free choice. Hiroyuki triumphantly declares that the correct answer is an arranged marriage. Zola is utterly shocked by his counterintuitive logic. Rulamea listens intently, processing his strange but compelling argument. He explains that romantic feelings are difficult to maintain over a lifetime. An arranged marriage, he argues, is a compromise from the very beginning. Hell finds this logic to be completely shameless and shockingly blunt. Bakken feels insulted, noting his own grandparents had an arranged marriage. Rulamea asks what his point is, and what this has to do with her. She argues that a loveless marriage is meaningless, but notes his point is important. She is still confused, trying to follow the path of his argument. He concludes that long-lasting, low-divorce arranged marriages are quite common in the world. Bakken, the dwarven smith, looks to the sky, wistfully calling for his grandma. Hiroyuki wonders aloud if that old couple's love truly lasted until the end. Rulamea is struck motionless, her eyes wide with shock at his profound question. In a flashback, Hiroyuki explains he uses arranged marriages as a key example. A montage of his past videos reveals his extensive analysis of the topic. Huran, the elven warrior, questions the sudden relevance of arranged marriages. Zenon wonders how this connects to the competition's goal of finding true love. Zola grimaces, asking how Hiroyuki intends to connect these different ideas. From above, the scene is set, but Hiroyuki's ultimate intention remains unseen. Hiroyuki gazes forward, his expression calm and thoughtful as he builds his case. Rulamea listens with intense focus, her profile sharp and serious. The two-headed bird, Hell, shudders, admitting it gets goosebumps when Hiroyuki discusses love. Hiroyuki opens his hand, conceding a minor point before delivering his true argument. He explains that couples in arranged marriages likely begin without any love. He states that their own sudden marriage competition is a similar situation. Rulamea continues to watch him, her expression unreadable and her gaze unwavering. Bakken looks on with a nervous expression, anticipating what comes next. Masaru appears deeply concerned, a bead of sweat on her anxious face. Zola shares her worry, her eyes wide with a sense of unease. Hiroyuki pauses dramatically after saying, "But even so," he stands alone on the balcony, a solitary philosopher against the night sky. He declares that whether love is absent at death is completely irrelevant. Bakken's jaw drops in pure astonishment at this incredibly bold statement. Masaru gasps, her hands flying to her mouth in utter shock. Zola's face contorts with disbelief, unable to process his radical idea. Rulamea, however, cracks a small smile, finding his argument interesting. Hiroyuki illustrates a couple's life, overcoming trials like housework and raising children. For decades, he explains, they painstakingly built up their bonds and trust. A faint blush appears on Rulamea's cheeks as she listens intently. Masaru is completely captivated, her wide eyes reflecting her utter amazement. Zola is similarly stunned, her face a mask of profound shock. He concludes that what one calls that lifelong bond is a personal choice. He presents an image of sterile, abstract cubes as a counterpoint. An infinite field of cubes fills the screen as he says, "That is..." He asks if such an elusive concept isn't an incredibly shaky foundation for life. Rulamea is horrified, her reality completely shattered by his inescapable logic. Bakken is moved to tears, his eyes welling with profound understanding. Huren thoughtfully touches his chin, admitting that Hiroyuki's point is valid. Blair, the guild master, concedes defeat, admitting he's been completely convinced. He compares his own grand romantic gestures and finds them lacking in substance. Hiroyuki asks if the very posture of seeking true love isn't narcissistic. Firesent, the Almighty, glares with sudden and intense fury at the accusation. Rulamea visibly jolts as the pointed word strikes her like a physical blow. She clutches her chest, reeling from the sheer force of his verbal assault. Fuen, the Fenrir, watches the drama unfold with a puzzled expression. Roga, the archaeologist, looks on in confusion, asking what is happening. Zola panics, crying out that such devastating verbal attacks should be forbidden. Fire Sense summons a wicked humming blade from the very air around him. He points the weapon at Hiroyuki, commanding him to speak no more. Rulamea speaks Fire Sense's name, her soft voice stopping him in his tracks. She steps between them, her gaze firm, telling him not to interfere. The three stand in a tense triangle on the starlit resort balcony. Rulamea asks Hiroyuki what he is ultimately trying to say with his argument. He explains true love is about building together, not desperately finding a person. Hiroyuki's gaze is steady and intense as he prepares his final, irrefutable point. Onlooking elves watch the confrontation, anticipating the final conclusion. Zanan and Huran look on, their expressions filled with tense expectation. Rulamea argues that if a fated partner appeared, she wouldn't remain passive. The camera pulls back, showing the entire group awaiting his final words. A close-up reveals Hiroyuki's calm, impassive face before the final blow. The resort is silent, the air still as everyone waits. Hiroyuki's face lights up with a brilliant, knowing smile, asking if she gets it. Rulamea shouts in desperate protest, trying to deny his conclusion. He joyfully declares to her that a fated partner will never appear. Rulamea is stunned into silence, a sharp gasp escaping her lips. A light flares in the distance as he says that her belief is wrong. He raises his hand, gently silencing her before she can protest further. He points directly at her, his expression intense as he says the word, "you." Rulamea's eyes are wide with shock and a dawning, terrifying understanding. He explains that someone like her can be found everywhere in the world. The contestants look on, their faces a gallery of utter slack-jawed shock. The entire cast of suitors is completely flabbergasted by his bizarre statement. He triumphantly declares that she is simply looking for an ordinary person. The contestants erupt in a simultaneous shout of disbelief and amazement. The remaining suitors are equally stunned, their minds reeling from the revelation. Rulamea stands frozen, her body rigid with the shock of his words. Her face becomes a mask of pure horror as her world is upended. A single profound question is reflected in her eye. Is it okay to be ordinary? A cataclysmic crackle of energy fills the air, converging on her. A bolt of divine lightning strikes her down, sending her flying backwards. A new chapter begins, ominously titled, the 500-year aggravation. The scene shifts to the magnificent, multi-tiered five-dragon castle. At a banquet, Fuen grumbles about Rulemea's current, weakened state. Hel agrees, admitting it cannot accept why she has suddenly grown so weak. Outside, another bolt of lightning comically strikes Rulemea as she recovers. Hel wonders if she is suffering mental damage from Zola's constant nagging. Zola timidly agrees with Hel's assessment of the bizarre situation. Hiroyuki watches them, a thoughtful and knowing expression on his face. The four reborn demons, Basra, Zola, Hel, and Begik, are shown in a row. Hel muses that no matter how you look at it, it was a complete refutation. Hiroyuki begins to explain, admitting he hadn't because it was a pain. He snaps a biscuit, revealing the condition for complete refutation is a broken heart. Masaru and Zola look at each other, utterly baffled by his explanation. He explains Begik lost his power after his pride as the strongest was broken. Haveru lost its immortality after being shown its eternal life meant stagnation. Zola lost her power when her anxiety was proven to be counterproductive. Basra lost his mind reading when his own secrets were ruthlessly exposed. The entire group lets out a collective, explosive cry of understanding. Karen smiles, clapping his hands together in a moment of epiphany. He realizes he was safe because his heart wasn't broken. He still had hope. At a dinner table, a smiling Hiran sits with Hiroyuki and Odatama. The small creature Odatama looks on skeptically, questioning if this situation is truly safe. Masaru watches with sad eyes, feeling as though something precious has been lost. Zola clears her throat, pointedly bringing the topic of conversation back to Rulemea. In a memory, a hopeful Rulemea wishes for an unwavering, true love. Hiroyuki counters that a normal partner can become a fated one over time. A sharp transition signals a moment of sudden, dawning realization for the listeners. Zola and Masaru understand he didn't deny her wish, but the fantasy around it. Hiroyuki casually eats a skewer, musing that this logic is probably correct. On a beach, Hiroyuki asks for an off-the-record chat about his cheat skill. Masaru is thrilled, hoping to hear scandalous stories about his past relationships. A flashback reveals a grand, empty hall where a lonely figure once sat. A younger Rulemea holds a lute, her eyes closed in serene sadness. She sings with pure joy, her hand held by a traveling bard. This memory was her first love, a time that felt almost too perfect. She clutches the instrument to her chest, lost in the bittersweet memory. The story transitions, focusing solely on Rulemea and her past. In a rustic tavern, she stands happily beside the traveling bard. They travel the world together in a simple wagon, full of hope. The dream shatters as he leaves her weeping on a desolate plain. She recalls how her lingering feelings for her ex made her heart pound. She laments that their ordinary meeting prevented her from ever moving on. For 400 years, she consumed her obsession, unable to find peace. The image of the bard walking away is seared into her memory. She remembers how even the slightest memory of him was painfully bittersweet. For over 5 centuries, she kept her heart securely locked away. A single word, however, signals a dramatic and crucial turning point. Hiroyuki cheerfully declares that her fated partner is never going to appear. Rulemea grits her teeth, muttering about how incredibly irritating he is. A close-up on Hiroyuki's eye reveals his sharp, focused gaze. A dark panel with the word, "but," suggests a profound realization. The kind, smiling face of the bard appears in her memory one last time. Rulemea smiles, saying, "Bye-bye," finally able to move on thanks to him. A table is set with food and drink for the competition's survivors. Odatama notes that 4 people have been eliminated, all thanks to Hiroyuki. Hiroyuki listens to the accusation with a calm, neutral expression. Zola watches the scene unfold, her gaze sharp and analytical. Masaru begins to speak, her thoughts turning toward the politician, Seishura. Rulemea reads from the black paper, asking Seishura if she is having an affair. Seishura's face twists in horror as she is eliminated for her own actions. The archaeologist Roga is dismissed for having incompatible, past-focused values. The Fenrir pup, Fuen, is eliminated because no one could properly communicate with it. Odatama stares intently at Hiroyuki as he sips his drink. Hiroyuki explains the old adage about getting a pet to avoid marriage. He elaborates that a pet can sometimes amplify a person's loneliness. Zola listens with a strained expression, processing the cold logic. Masaru is visibly disturbed by his seemingly callous line of reasoning. Hiroyuki adds that a pet can also be insurance if no partner is found. Zola wonders if this was all a calculated consideration for Rulemea's sake. Masaru muses that choosing the pup would have been an easily forgivable outcome. Hiroyuki concludes that eliminating Fuen was a sign of Rulemea's new resolve. Odatama is shocked, realizing it also fits into the healing pet category. Zola remarks that Rulamea had surprisingly considered the situation quite deeply. Masaru, standing beside her, begins to hesitantly ask another question. Rulamea apologizes to a shocked Blair as she explains his elimination. Hiroyuki booms with a massive grin, declaring he has absolutely no idea why. Zola mutters in agreement, her face a mask of pained understanding. Odatama is silent, lost in thought over the bizarre turn of events. Masaru looks on, completely bewildered by the lack of any clear reason. Odatama looks up, asking a single confused question about a person's face. Hiroyuki's expression becomes serious as he looks forward thoughtfully. Masaru stares intently, a look of dawning comprehension on her face. Zola's eyes widen as she, too, seems to understand the hidden meaning. Odatama looks up, a silent understanding finally dawning on its features. A dark, empty panel holds a single, questioning word. What? A memory of Blair tells a terrified Masaru it's not good to seek reasons. Hiroyuki looks up, changing the subject by saying, "Well, anyway." He smiles, confident that Rulamea has found her resolve and will be fine. Odatama sighs with relief, glad that things have worked out. Masaru smiles, a faint blush on her cheeks, happy with the outcome. Zola also allows a small relieved smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. A single word, "so," hangs in the air, signaling a tonal shift. Hiroyuki grins wildly, declaring that he is frankly not interested anymore. Masaru's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated horror at his sudden declaration. Zola's expression mirrors Masaru's, a mixture of utter shock and disgust. Odatama looks on, its face shadowed with grim and silent disapproval. Masaru whispers that she absolutely did not want to hear that. Zola demands to be hit again, but much harder this time. Odatama declares that as a person, Hiroyuki is simply no good. A beautiful flower blooms against a starry sky, heralding a new beginning. Fire Scent and Hiran have a tense confrontation as Rulamea watches. Hiran bows deeply in apology, which the imposing Fire Scent seems to accept. Fire Scent walks away, leaving Rulamea to look on with a relieved smile. Rulamea and the Yeti scribe, Edie, share a quiet, friendly moment. The remaining group stands before Rulamea and Fire Scent in the Grand Hall. Led by Hiroyuki, the final contestants hold up arrows, ready for the last stage. Masaru, emotionally exhausted, leans on Zola for support. Rulamea watches the smaller contestants with a gentle, motherly expression. She brings a hand to her mouth, lost in deep emotional thought. The group stands before Fire Scent, awaiting his final judgment and their fate. Rulamea looks on with a confident smile, her heart seemingly decided. The remaining male suitors are shown, each holding an arrow, awaiting her choice. A montage begins, showing Rulamea relaxing in a field with Hiroyuki. She laughs while baking in a kitchen alongside the handsome elf, Hiran. In a vast library, she studies ancient texts with the wise Yeti, Edie. The earnest elf, Zanin, patiently teaches her how to properly shoot a bow. She watches with delight as the dwarf, Bakken, works at his fiery forge. Two figures sit together on a cliff, silhouetted against a starry tropical sky. Rulamea closes her eyes, a serene and beautiful smile gracing her lips. An arrow stands in a dish as the fated moment of decision draws near. A fairy tale promise whispered that those joined here would find eternal love. The final decisive day of the otherworld marriage survival had finally dawned. Within the roaring Colosseum, the Empress and her finalists faced their judgment. An electric murmur filled the massive arena as the crowd waited expectantly. This was the day of destiny, when the one true partner would be chosen. But Rulamea, the troubled Empress, could only blush and whisper an apology. She confessed to her suitors that she had not been able to decide at all. The gallant archer Zanin looked on, his expression one of clear annoyance. The warrior Hiran's face was etched with worry for his troubled queen. Bakken the dwarf was simply flustered, his nerves completely frayed by the tension. The story of this moment, however, required a brief look back. The crowd in the stands began to chatter, confused by the sudden delay. A single voice prepared to cut through the mounting confusion. Elaine, the MC, tried to keep the energy high, her voice bright and cheerful. Rulamea could only look down, her face a portrait of embarrassment. Zanin's composure was cracking, a single bead of sweat betraying his stress. Hiran, too, felt the pressure, his confident facade beginning to waver. Poor Bakken was sweating profusely, completely overwhelmed by the grand stage. Elaine reminded everyone that these were the finest 3 chosen from 16 elites. From the audience, the succubus Juriana cynically suggested she keep them all. The gentle mermaid offered her quiet encouragement from the stands. The elven politician Sashura sat alone, now under house arrest. Roga, the grim archaeologist, watched the proceedings with a stony face. Fuen the Fenrir could only manage a defeated, pouty expression. Blair, the human guildmaster, observed with an intensely serious gaze. Fifen, the dragon attendant, lamented her own pathetic lack of strength. The fox-eared Tyrus watched the drama unfold with a neutral curiosity. Messeru was shocked that the final choice was finally at hand. Zola noted that the final three were indeed a surprising group. Hiroyuki sneezed, stubbornly refusing to admit it might be hay fever. The Yeti scribe, Edie, simply stated that the competition was now over. Rulamea's mind screamed in turmoil, wondering what she could possibly do. Zola's heart pounded with excitement, eagerly awaiting the final decision. Hiroyuki feigned disinterest, claiming he never cared for romance movies anyway. The summoner knight Masaru was flushed with nervous anticipation. Zola too was sweating, completely swept up in the romantic drama. The MC announced a recap of recent events while the Empress deliberated. They would begin with the single most controversial scene of the competition. The memory flashed back to the contestants standing on a windswept beach. Hiroyuki had calmly raised his hand, asking for a moment to speak. Rulamea had looked over, her expression a mask of pure confusion. Then, with a sheepish grin, he dropped the bombshell. He was married. The queen's face contorted in a silent scream of absolute, abject horror. Hiroyuki knew this meant his immediate disqualification from the contest. An enraged fire scent had hurled the engagement ring, screaming for his ejection. Backstage, Aline was still reeling, amazed he had the nerve to show up. Hiroyuki had simply smiled, explaining cheerfully that he came because he was called. Rulamea stared at her empty hands, still trying to process the revelation. The MC had then decided to press the issue for the audience's sake. She asked how he resisted the temptation to simply cheat on his wife. Rulamea had listened intently, hanging on his every word. Eileen exploded, insisting that handsome rich men cheat 200% of the time. Hell the Bird was utterly baffled by the idea that Hiroyuki was handsome. Hiroyuki explained that it wasn't about resisting, the desire simply never arose. The elven spectators in the crowd cried out, refusing to believe such a lie. Eileen, however, was completely smitten, calling him a wonderfully devoted husband. He elaborated that once he has a partner, he feels nothing for other women. It was like a switch flips, he said, like how he feels nothing for family. Messeru quietly mused that he probably wouldn't be great with anniversaries. Hell screeched that being Rulamea's second choice was completely unacceptable anyway. The bird was still stuck on the unbelievable fact that anyone found Hiroyuki handsome. And so the bizarre fallout from that scene had continued to ripple outwards. The recap then showed the emotional farewell between Rulamea and Edie. Rulamea's face was a portrait of sadness and vulnerability. Edie had looked upon her with a serene, almost maternal grace. She had told the weeping queen to find her fated partner, no matter what. By this point, Eileen explained, Rulamea had grown to love all the contestants. The cruel trial of elimination had left her in a state of endless tears. After days of agony, she had managed to select her final three. A single foot stepped forward, heralding a surprising turn of events. The three men embraced her, their bond now stronger than any rivalry. Zola smiled, noting that they were building their relationship up properly. Rulamea closed her eyes, a peaceful smile finally gracing her lips. The recap showed her date with Zenon, who led her like a true gentleman. It showed her dinner with Huron, who offered his strength to her cause. It showed her time with Bakken, who carried her with gentle strength. Zenon had declared her a pure existence he must protect from all evil. She had hugged him tightly, calling him a reliable and princely man. In that moment, she had known that she loved him dearly. Then with Huron, she had felt a maternal warmth, a holy connection. It reminded Huron of when Fireson told him he no longer had to fight. She had played with Huron in the water, her laughter echoing freely. He had reverted to a childlike state, completely vulnerable and content. Blair had watched this display from the sidelines, his face a thundercloud. Messeru, too, had looked on with a thoroughly unimpressed expression. Hiroyuki, however, had found the entire spectacle absolutely hilarious. Huron had blissfully declared that she offered the ultimate maternal acceptance. The MC had been forced to shout that he was completely wrong. Rulamea herself had been horrified by his bizarre Mamma Mia fantasy. Yet she found his spoiled nature undeniably and incredibly cute. She had leaned in close, whispering that she loved him very much. Finally, her date with Bakken had been one of relaxed, easy conversation. He had panicked, thinking he'd talked too much about his craft. But she had been fascinated, asking him to teach her more. Bakken had a sudden, profound realization about his feelings. He had blurted out that he loved her cute appearance as well. She had been delighted by his skill, praising a kit he made for her. He had realized he no longer cared for treasure, wanting only her. The stout dwarf stood alone, his heart full and his mind made up. He had never met such a kind woman. It was all a first for him. The Empress Rulamea is lost in thought, paralyzed by her impossible choice. She clutches her chest, a blush spreading across her face in loving turmoil. She admits to herself that she is overwhelmingly in love with all of them. Apra the Video King watches the drama unfold with a professional glint. He recaps the recent events for his massive, captivated audience across the world. The four contenders have shockingly begun sleeping together in one enormous bed. The crowd of elves murmurs in disbelief at this bizarre new development. Messeru is completely flabbergasted by the scandalous news. Tyrese covers her mouth, blushing with vicarious embarrassment. The serene mermaid is left utterly speechless by the strange arrangement. Rulamea tries to justify it as a simple trial before dating. The elven warrior Huron nods smugly, accepting her strange logic. Hell, the two-headed bird, realizes the Empress is far more intense than it imagined. Hiroyuki simply shrugs, unconcerned with how they choose to live their lives. The dwarven blacksmith Bakken remains stoic, his own resolve firm. Hiroyuki senses a fundamental misunderstanding at the core of Rulamea's entire plan. Zola, now just a fan, tells everyone to be quiet during the good part. Apra notes with amusement that Zola is completely hooked on the show. Final day begins with the Yeti scribe Edie addressing the massive Colosseum. She explains their bond has deepened, leading to this momentous occasion. The elven archer Zanin maintains a calm, serious expression. Huran and Bakken also look on with solemn anticipation. Edie takes the Empress by the hand, asking if she has finally decided. The weight of the world watches as she is asked about her final resolve. Rulamea's hand trembles as she grips the ceremonial wedding bow. Her face is a mask of conflict, her heart torn between her choices. The final ceremony begins on the grand stage, the title promising a forbidden truth. Rulamea stands before the crowd, ready to announce her future husband. But she breaks down, sobbing that she cannot choose because she loves all three. Zanin stares in stunned silence at her emotional confession. Huran's confident expression shatters into pure shock. Bakken's jaw drops, completely surprised by her declaration. The entire Colosseum erupts in a low murmur of confusion. Hiroyuki looks on, his expression one of utter boredom. Masaru's eyes are wide with shock at the unexpected turn of events. Zola sweats nervously, sensing the ceremony is about to go off the rails. Apra looks stressed, his perfect reality show hitting a major snag. Edie tries to interject, attempting to smooth things over. The crowd questions her indecision, as loving all three was the premise. They had come to see her make the difficult choice, the ultimate trial. Rulamea looks pained, flustered by the pressure of the moment. Edie desperately tries to calm the audience, pleading for more time. Hiroyuki lets out a quiet sigh, completely unimpressed by the drama. A quiet moment passes as the tension in the stadium continues to build. The elven audience grows visibly restless with the prolonged delay. Masaru looks on with growing concern for the Empress. Zanin's expression hardens with grim determination. Huron's face is a mask of annoyance and impatience. Bakken watches his beloved Empress, his face full of worry. Rulamea remains frozen, trapped in her own indecision. The angry murmurs from the crowd grow louder and more insistent. Finally, they erupt, shouting that this is taking too long and is a total farce. Rulamea flinches, overwhelmed by the sudden wave of boos and jeers. Firescent, the dark host, watches the chaos, his face darkening with fury. His hand tightens around the hilt of his massive sword. He declares that he will not allow any deaths on the wedding day. Hiroyuki, meanwhile, seems to have fallen asleep from boredom. Hell panics, realizing that the situation is becoming incredibly dangerous. Zola is terrified by the escalating chaos and Firescent's rage. Messeru watches in horror as the ceremony completely falls apart. The three suitors stand tense, the pressure mounting on them as well. Zanan shouts that he will forfeit to end Rulamea's suffering. Huron furiously tells him to stop bringing up his mother in their arguments. Bakken roars that they are unpopular fools for making the kind Empress cry. The conflict spreads to the finalists, who now argue amongst themselves. Huron glares at his rivals, their brief camaraderie completely forgotten. Overwhelmed, Rulamea lets out a desperate, silent cry for help. A close-up shows her tear-streaked face, her heart completely broken. A single perfect tear falls from her cheek and splashes onto the stage. A calm voice cuts through the chaos, asking why she can't just do as she likes. Everyone on stage turns in stunned silence toward the source of the voice. Hiroyuki has taken the stage, holding a microphone, much to everyone's shock. Bakken stares in disbelief at the hero's sudden appearance. Apra questions his logic, but Hiroyuki says that's not the point. The crowd murmurs, confused by this strange man's interruption. Hiroyuki explains that he doesn't just dislike romance movies, he actively hates them. Rulamea looks up at him, her tear-filled eyes wide with confusion. He states that such stories always illogically come down to the hero's feelings. The crowd shouts back, demanding she decide on her feelings or be disqualified. Hiroyuki counters, claiming her feelings have been obvious from the very start. The audience falls silent, trying to comprehend his statement. Ide, the master of ceremonies, is completely baffled by his logic. Zenon stares, his mind unable to follow Hiroyuki's reasoning. Hiran looks on, equally confused by the hero's strange line of argument. Bakken is completely lost, his brow furrowed in thought. Rulamea can only let out a soft, questioning sound. Hiroyuki stands before her, ready to deliver his final point. He looks at her with a knowing, almost pitying expression. He reminds her of her own words, that she can't choose because she loves all three. The simple truth of her own statement hits Rulamea with the force of a revelation. He then suggests she simply date them in real life and decide later. Rulamea realizes with dawning horror that this is what normal people do. The audience murmurs that the strange man must be saying something weird. Hiroyuki smiles, noting that she seems to have her priorities mixed up. The elves in the crowd wonder if the hero has lost his mind. Masaru looks on in a state of growing panic. Zola grits her teeth, sensing that something terrible is about to happen. Hell frantically realizes Hiroyuki is about to say the one forbidden thing. He leans into the microphone and asks the final devastating question. Why are you even doing a marriage hunting project in the first place? Zenon doubles over, spewing a dark substance from his mouth in agony. Hiran is next, his face a mask of pain as he too is overcome. Masaru clutches her mouth, a wave of psychic feedback forcing her to her knees. Zola, the Poison Empress, is not immune, her body racked by the same force. Even the stout dwarven blacksmith Bakken succumbs to the unseen assault. The tiny Odetama is blasted backward, a torrent erupting from its small form. The entire party collapses as the final shockwave dissipates. A voice declares the event over. A new chapter begins titled, You Don't Have to Worry Anymore. In a vast coliseum, Rulamea faces the crowd and offers a simple apology. She then turns and officially declares the end of her grand marriage project. With her eyes closed, the Empress solemnly makes her final, momentous decision. Before the massive crowd, the three remaining suitors stand and await their fate. Sanin, the gentle archer, watches with a quiet, knowing smile. Hiran, the proud warrior, observes with an expression of calm understanding. Bakken, the good-natured dwarf, looks on with a happy, expectant glint in his eye. Hiroyuki, the hero from another world, looks up with a look of satisfaction. Masaru, the summoner knight, beams with a blush of genuine happiness. Hel, the cynical phoenix, seems to accept the outcome with a sigh. Zola, the former demon king, watches with her eyes closed and a soft smile. Surprisingly, the massive crowd of elves voices no complaints about the outcome. Their silence is explained by the menacing figure of Fire Scent looming above them. He rests a hand on his greatsword, promising to cut down any who make a fuss. The elves laugh nervously, claiming their nobility is the true reason for their compliance. The three finalists chat happily, already planning whose turn it is to cook dinner. Hiran reflects thoughtfully on the unexpected friendships he has made. His mission to find an assassin was a failure, but he found something rare indeed. He had suspected his two new friends at first, but now his trust is absolute. Zenon beams, his good nature shining through. Bakken grins, his cheerful demeanor infectious. Hiran recalls their time together, concluding they are unbelievably good guys. The text hangs in the air, asking what this all means in the end. Hiran muses that Volgark's assassin must have given up, unable to pass Firescent's guard. Rulamea turns back to face her chosen suitors, her gown swirling around her. With a slight blush, she offers a sincere apology to everyone present. The serene mermaid offers a gentle, forgiving smile in return. Ide, the wise Yeti scribe, watches with her eyes closed, a picture of peace. The half-elf archaeologist Roga gives a knowing, satisfied smirk. Fwyn, the fluffy Fenrir, looks on with a happy, tongue-lolling grin. Blair, the guildmaster, smiles, his past heartaches seemingly forgotten. Masaru's face is a picture of pure, unadulterated joy. Sola blushes, her usual anxiety replaced by a warm happiness. Odetama, the reincarnated demon king, looks on with wide, innocent eyes. Hiroyuki watches the scene unfold with a look of quiet contentment. The narrator reflects that this outcome was all thanks to the project. Rulamea explains that because of them, she was able to take the first step forward. Zola clutches her scarf, overwhelmed, thinking she's seen enough wonderful things. Hiroyuki laughs from the stands, declaring that life is more important than any project. He shares a knowing glance with a blushing Masaru. Rulamea admits that she owes her greatest thanks to Hiroyuki. He scratches his head, humbly admitting he was just pulling strings from the shadows. Masaru is shocked, realizing his true motive was to ask about her sister. Hiroyuki looks surprised, admitting she saw right through him. Masaru looks down, a silent understanding passing between them. Rulamea smiles, promising that they will surely discuss it in the near future. Hope dawns in Masaru's eyes as she clutches her staff tightly. She is overcome with joy, exclaiming how wonderful that would be. A single name hangs in the darkness, Rulamea. The Empress now approaches the seated Edie, a question in her heart. She calls out to the Yeti scribe, her voice filled with gentle concern. Edie looks up, offering a simple apology for her interruption. She raises a single furry finger, a silent request to speak. She asks Rulamea to tell her one thing. How important are the three men to her? Zenon looks on, his eyes wide with anticipation. Huron is equally stunned, his breath caught in his throat. Bakken stares, his mouth agape, awaiting her answer. Rulamea turns to face the three men who have captured her heart. She looks down, her expression softening with deep affection. A warm blush spreads across her face as she finds her answer. She declares they are more important to her than anything else in this world. Zenon touches his nose, completely overcome with emotion. Huron covers his mouth, a blush of pure happiness on his cheeks. Bakken clasps his hands, his face a perfect picture of joy. Edie beams, a radiant smile on her face, exclaiming that she is so glad. Rulamea smiles with serene contentment, her heart finally at peace. The entire Colosseum seems to vibrate with a wave of collective joy. The elven crowd erupts in cheers, shouting their congratulations and support. Rulamea proclaims to the world that this is where her new life begins. The entire cast, from Hiroyuki to Zola, joins in the celebration. Zenon clasps his hands, his smile wide and genuine. Huron continues to blush, unable to contain his happiness. Bakken beams, a sparkle of pure delight in his eyes. Juliana, the succubus queen, watches with a rare, satisfied smile. The mermaid's serene expression conveys her quiet approval. Roga, the cynical archaeologist, offers a genuine happy grin. Fuen the Fenrir looks on with a friendly, happy expression. Fifen, the stoic draconian, allows herself a small, approving smile. Therese, the fox sorceress, smiles peacefully with her eyes closed. The woman Blair once loved weeps with pure, unadulterated joy. Zola blushes happily, her hands clasped in front of her. Hell, the two-headed bird, remains thoroughly unimpressed by the spectacle. Hiroyuki claps his hands, cheering along with the happy crowd. But the perfect moment is broken as he is overcome by a sudden, powerful sneeze. He sneezes into his hand as Odatama looks on from his shoulder. Odatama wonders if it's hay fever, but Hiroyuki thinks he just got a chill. Masaru shivers, agreeing that it has indeed become very cold. Zola looks into the air, her breath misting, and realizes what is happening. Soft, crystalline snowflakes begin to drift down from the darkening sky. The world is instantly flash frozen, the entire Colosseum trapped in ice. As a dark figure streaks across the sky, deadly spires of ice erupt from the ground. Hiroyuki is frozen solid, his expression serene within his crystalline tomb. In a flash of frigid power, Masaru is trapped inside a jagged crystal prison. The two-headed bird Hell is frozen mid-squawk, its expression one of comical surprise. Zola, the former poison empress, is encased in ice, her eyes wide with disbelief. The suitors, including the valiant Blair, are caught like statues in the crystalline tide. Zenon, Bakken, and Huron are frozen together, their romantic competition brought to an icy halt. A silent crowd of elven onlookers becomes a forest of frozen, unmoving figures. Firescent the Almighty seizes the terrified Rulamea, holding a blade to her neck. With a swift motion, Firescent unleashes a powerful strike against one of the frozen forms. A powerful silhouette bursts forth from the exploding shards of ice, unharmed. The Yeti scribe Edie is revealed, her small frame now a towering form of muscle. A close-up shows a piece of Edie's clothing beginning to tear under the strain. Simultaneously, pieces of Firescent's own dark armor begin to crack and fall away. Edie looks at her own shattering, crystalline arm with a hint of casual surprise. Firescent moves to strike again, his blade clashing with an unseen force protecting Edie. He cannot comprehend what is happening, exclaiming Edie's name in utter disbelief. Edie catches his legendary sword with her bare hand, the powerful blade shattering instantly. Firescent's face twists into a mask of pure rage, his teeth clenched in frustration. He admits this foe might be quite strong, perhaps even his equal or greater. Rulamea can only watch the impossible display, her face a portrait of sheer terror. A new voice is impressed that Edie evaded the freeze and even managed to counterattack. Rulamea is stunned, realizing that 3 of the suitors have been spared from the ice. Edie stands protectively before the 3 frozen suitors, her massive form a shield. She gently cradles the crystal containing the dwarven blacksmith, Bakken. Edie explains she couldn't let them be harmed, for they are precious to her. Through the ice, Huron smiles, believing he has found a powerful protector. The elven archer Zanan also smiles, feeling safe within his crystalline prison. Bakken the dwarf looks happy and relieved, secure in Edie's care. Edie repeats that they are all truly, unbearably precious to her. Masoru's sister clarifies with a cruel smirk that they are precious negotiating material. Firescent and Rulamea are both stunned by this cold, calculating revelation. Rulamea stammers in disbelief, unable to process the idea of a negotiation. Firescent's expression darkens as he begins to grasp the true depth of the plot. Edie spreads her arms wide, her face turned to the sky in utter devotion. She declares she has waited 400 years for this moment with Lord Volgark. The name of the new demon emperor sends a shockwave of fear through Firescent and Rulamea. The vast Colosseum is now a silent, snow-covered tomb under a gray sky. Thousands of spectators are now a silent, frozen army stretching to the horizon. Masoru's sister stands alone, the undisputed queen of this frozen, silent world. She tells her little sister not to worry, as Lord Volgark will decide everything now.